Chapter 2001, Winding Paths. The battle between Cid and Felice was like a small calamity, one taking place within the terror of a much vaster cataclysm. The battlefield, where hundreds of thousands of awakened sought to destroy each other, stretched from one horizon to another, strained by the great and violent forces they summoned into the world. Above them was the shroud of radiant clouds. Beneath them were the bones of a dead deity. Cid and Felice had come a long way since the Forgotten Shore. Today, however, their winding paths crossed once again, only for one path to put an end to the other. Cid tasted blood in her mouth as Felice pushed her back. They moved with enough speed to make their furious clash appear like a blur. From time to time, groups of fighting awakened soldiers got in their way, only to be violently tossed aside. Some survived, some were less fortunate. Curse it! She drew on all her combat experience. Few in the world had more of that than her, and all her skill. Her sword moved as if it was a living thing, deflecting blow after blow after blow. There was no holding back in this battle, so Cid abandoned all restraint, alternating between short bursts of incredible power, incredible resilience, and incredible speed, her dormant, awakened, and ascended abilities. Still, all of it was not enough to resist Felice, who was like a crimson wraith. Her former friend was viciously strong and shockingly fast. Her crease was like a curse, seemingly existing in several places at the same time. Her technique was insidious and flawless, and her killing intent was absolute. Cid managed to block a blow that would have blinded her by calling upon her strength. She avoided another by leaping back with lightning speed. The third penetrated a crack in her armor, but merely scraped against her adamantine skin, failing to pierce it. A moment later, Felice delivered a crushing kick to her abdomen, making Cid groan in pain. She staggered back. "Ellie, if you don't stop, I'm going to get serious," the handmaiden sneered. "We are not children anymore, Cid. Stop pretending." Cid grinned, her teeth painted red by blood. It was true, they weren't children anymore. Felice had grown incredibly powerful. The soft girl she had known once was gone. Instead, a proud and deadly warrior now stood in front of her, someone who had reached the very pinnacle of what mortals strived for. A blood sister of the Song domain. But Cid gritted her teeth and straightened, grasping the hilt of her sword with both hands. Back there on the Forgotten Shore, life had not been easy for the handmaidens. Most people of the outer settlement imagined the bright castle as some kind of heaven, but Cid knew better. In reality, people living there had to contend with their own nightmares. Felice would not have survived there if she had been weak. But still, she had not been a huntress of the outer settlement. Lunging forward, Cid activated her ascended ability and flashed across the blood-soaked bone. So what if Felice was stronger? So what if she was faster? So what if she was more powerful in all regards? Cid had made a living from slaying creatures that were much more powerful than her. Battering the swift crease aside, she collided with the handmaiden violently and grappled her, letting go of the sword. If one had no space to move, speed did not matter much. She pushed Felice back, placing one foot behind hers and tripping her. If one had no steady footing, it was hard to exert strength. Every action had an equal and opposite reaction, after all, and with no ground to push against, the mightiest of creatures would be limited at what it could do. For every power, there was a weakness. There was a flaw. As they both toppled and fell, Felice clawed at Cid's face, leaving deep cuts on it. Cid tilted her head and bit down on the handmaiden's hand, feeling brittle bones break under her teeth. Hunters were people who killed beasts. However, before that, hunters themselves were beasts. They were just more cunning, ferocious, and lethal beasts than their prey. Felice let out a stifled shriek, failing to thrust her crease into Cid's side. A moment later, they hit the ground, and Cid smashed her forehead into the bridge of the handmaiden's nose with all her might. Felice was blinded by the pain, and a split second later, the back of her head slammed into the tough surface of the ancient bone with terrible force. Her beautiful ebony hair became soaked with blood. Wrestling the crease from her momentary weak hand, Cid grasped its hilt, prepared to drive its tip into the enemy's flesh. However, then, she hesitated. Even knowing that Felice could dismiss the enchanted dagger at any moment, she still couldn't bring herself to deliver a fatal blow. How stupid. Her hand wouldn't move. So instead, she plunged the crease into the handmaiden's side, delivering her a debilitating wound, but not a deadly one. Felice let out a pained yelp and struggled desperately, trying to shake Sid off. She dismissed the crease, but by then, Sid's own dagger had already manifested in her free hand. It wasn't easy to hold the terrifyingly powerful handmaiden down. Blood was streaming down Sid's torn face, and her former friend's hands were exploring it, searching for her eyes to gouge them out. Their desperate struggle was both violent and strangely intimate, as if they were transported back to the forgotten shore. Sitting side by side in a cold, ramshackle hut, sharing their warmth and telling each other stories. Pressing the tip of her dagger against the enemy's abdomen, Sid growled hoarsely. "Stay down," but Felice only struggled more desperately, unwilling to admit defeat. There were sparks of light swirling around her, soon to manifest into another memory. Sid's eyes were burning. It was either sweat that had gotten into them, or blood, or tears. She allowed her dagger to move down a few centimeters, drawing blood, and said in a stifled, almost pleading tone, "Stay down, Ellie, just stay down. Or I'll kill you. Please, gods." But Felice still struggled. The sparks of light danced, slowly manifesting into a weapon. Chapter 2002, Kill or Be Killed. Rain tried to batter the Feather Knight into submission, but the young woman turned out to be much more stubborn and resilient than she had expected. Despite the barrage of crushing blows, her enemy continued to resist, not losing even a little bit of determination. Well, Rain couldn't blame her. The blonde-haired girl was fighting for her life, after all. Giving up meant death. Damn it. Her enemy was quite proficient in hand-to-hand combat, as well more so than Rain was, sadly. After all, Rain had spent the past 4 years hunting down nightmare creatures, not wrestling humans. Her training was thorough, but mostly theoretical. The Feather Knight, on the other hand, seemed to possess a wealth of practical experience. She protected herself from being hurt too badly while delivering terrible punishment to Rain. And there were the stinging arcs of electricity, as well, pain. Rain was in so much pain. She was also afraid, frantic, and desperate. After all, she was fighting for her life, too. The Feather Knight managed to roll, pressing Rain into the ground. She swatted away Rain's arms and delivered a crushing blow, bruising, or maybe cracking, her ribs with an armored fist. There was more agony. Rain tried to use her legs to throw the blonde-haired menace off, but her enemy simply went with the motion, spinning around her and catching her neck in an iron chokehold. Suddenly, Rain couldn't breathe. She struggled desperately, trying to pull the Feather Knight's arm off her throat, but it was useless. The enemy just groaned and pulled even harder, trying to crush her windpipe. Even though Rain was stronger, she couldn't get a good grip. She was caught and immobilized. All her strength was useless. Her vision started to blur. "I can't die here." Shaken and dazed, she had forgotten all about the battle, the war, and the fact that her brother would not let her die. All she knew was the desperate need to inhale. To survive, she wanted to stab her killer with one of her enchanted arrows, but summoning a memory would take too long, wouldn't it? Luckily, Rain's weapon was not a memory. A few steps away, her black tackeye was laying on the bloody surface of the ancient bone. As she called for it, the tackeye stirred, and then dissolved, turning into a small shadow. The shadow slithered across the ground like a little snake, and then climbed onto her outstretched hand. A moment later, it turned into a black dagger with a long, narrow blade. Twisting her body, Rain mustered all her remaining strength and drove the stiletto into the Feather Knight's thigh. The young woman screamed as blood flowed onto the ancient bone. Her hold grew weaker for a split second, and Rain used that short moment to free herself. Spinning around, she tore the dagger from her enemy's flesh and raised it to plunge the dark blade into the Feather Knight's throat. And then, at the last second, Rain hesitated. It was because she saw her enemy's face clearly. The Feather Knight was young, older than her, but not by that much. Under the grime of the battlefield, her face was pale and pretty. Her beautiful golden hair was now mottled, soaked in sweat and blood. Her eyes were opened wide, full of pain, fear, and despair. Just like Rain's own. Was that whom she was supposed to kill? Of course it was. It was war, after all. It was kill or be killed. Rain was a hunter, a warrior, and a soldier. She was a soldier of the Great Song Army, and the nameless Feather Knight was a soldier of the Sword Domain. She was Rain's enemy, and she would kill Rain immediately if their roles were reversed. Would she not? This moment of hesitation could cost Rain her life if it went on any longer. The enemy was strong, determined, and deadly. She had to die. So why did Rain feel so much disgust at the thought of killing this pale, frightened young woman? Why did she feel reluctant to thrust the dagger forward and take the Feather Knight's life? Why? Stay down, Ellie. Sid pressed Felice into the ground, knowing that she was being foolish. She should have finished the handmaiden down ages ago. She was being reckless and risking her life, allowing emotions to cloud her mind. And yet, stop struggling, you stupid girl, Sid growled. Felice looked up at her from the ground. Her eyes were full of a strange emotion. Was it resentment, defiance, challenge? Maybe all of those, but there was something else there as well, hidden deep within. Fear, panic, and despair. However, despite it all, Felice did not stop struggling. The sparks swirling around her hand finally dimmed, manifesting into an intricately crafted, razor-sharp knife. A deadly blade. Sid froze for a split second, staring down at her former friend numbly. There was no time to hesitate anymore and no choice. No. And then, she pushed her dagger down. It cut through the fabric of the handmaiden's crimson garment and plunged into her flesh, sneaking under her ribs and cutting deep. Hot blood washed over Sid's hand, and she felt Ellie's body shudder under her. The knife fell from the handmaiden's weakened grip. The defiance in her eyes was replaced by disbelief, and pain, and sorrow. The same emotions Sid felt, lost in the middle of this calamitous, appalling battle. Rain looked into the eyes of the Feather Knight, knowing that her time was running out. The enemy was already recovering from shock, which meant that a moment later, her chance of killing the enemy would disappear like a ghost. It would be so easy to thrust the dagger forward and steal the young woman's life. There was no reason not to. Because Rain was a soldier, and she had been taught well, the essence of combat, but was that what Rain wanted to be? A murderer? Before the war, she had wanted to build things, not destroy them. To add to the world, not take away from it. It seemed so distant, as if it had happened a lifetime ago. Still, one had to be alive to build anything, and she had to kill to stay alive. There was no time to hesitate and no choice. That was just basic logic. And yet, Rain found herself unwilling. She was dazed, hurting, and only starting to recover from almost being strangled to death. She could barely think, let alone think straight, which wasn't the best state to make profound decisions. But then again, maybe it was the best state. Stripped of all reason, Rain was left face to face with her deepest, most fundamental instincts, with the things that made her her. And what Rain found was that she didn't want to be a murderer, a killer, and a destroyer. She only felt disgust at the prospect, even if it meant not getting to become anything else. I'm sorry, she had chosen to join the war herself, but in the end, it seemed that Rain wasn't cut out to be a soldier. Letting out a quiet sigh, she slowly lowered her dagger. And as she did, Rain felt something deep and profound change inside of her. Forever. A moment later, the Feather Knight lunged to the side, grasping the hilt of her sword. Before she could raise it, though, both of them looked up. There, above them, a blinding star seemed to be falling from the sky. The incandescent mass of white radiance plummeted toward the blood-soaked battlefield and crushed into it with a deafening thunderclap. A violent shockwave was raised by its arrival, throwing the warriors of the two great armies away from each other. When the winds settled a few moments later, Rain gasped. A beautiful goddess was standing amidst the dirt and blood of the appalling battlefield, her pure white radiance seemingly unblemished, incapable of being blemished by the crimson dust of the mortal world. Two breathtaking wings shone in the air behind her, and a band of lustrous metal rested on her head like a crown. Her eyes were like a sea of white flame. Changing Star of the Immortal Flame had descended onto the battlefield. Chapter 2003, Morning Star. When Changing Star appeared, Rain let out a heavy sigh of relief. All tension left her body, and she slumped on the ground, kneeling in the middle of the battlefield with her back bent. It was a strange reaction to have, really. By all logic, she should have been terrified. After all, an enemy saint had arrived at the battlefield, and one of the most powerful saints in the world at that. if not in the most powerful. Sure, Rain knew Nephi's, and they shared a distant connection. The last daughter of the immortal flame could even spare her out of sentiment if they were to face each other on the battlefield. However, that would require Nephi's to remember and recognize Rain first. Considering that awakened soldiers were no more than ants in front of Changing Star, she was unlikely to study the faces of each and every one of them before burning the entire anthill to the ground. And yet, against all logic, Rain still felt a profound sense of relief at the sight of the beautiful saint. Somehow, she believed that her not-quite sister-in-law would solve everything. Right. She's his girlfriend as well. Finally able to think, Rain belatedly remembered about the existence of her teacher. She hesitated for a moment. Brother? His reassuring voice soon resounded in her mind, soothing it. Relax. It's all going to be all right now. There was a short pause, and then he added in a more casual tone, Get ready to move, though. You'll have to escape fast once the real mess begins. It was only then that Rain tore her gaze from the sacred visage of Nephi's of the immortal flame and looked around. Tamar was still laying on the ground, heavily wounded and moving weakly. The Feather Knight was still just a couple of steps away, tightly grasping her sword. Luckily, the golden-haired girl did not seem in the mood to attack Rain at the moment. She was also looking at Changing Star with wide eyes. Everyone was, really. Her shocking arrival had magically made the entire battle stop, on a vast span of the battlefield at least. Soldiers were still clashing on the distant flanks of the battlefront, but in the center, nobody was moving. It was as if her pure radiance possessed the same power as the dreadful white abyss hiding above the clouds, the power to make entire armies halt. Rain turned back to Nephi's just in time to see the soft light emanating from her skin grow brighter and more intense, almost blinding. Her wings dissolved into a stream of light, and in the next moment, everything around was suddenly enveloped by white flames. The battlefield burned. But strangely enough, no one was hurt by the ocean of radiant fire. Rain watched in a trance as the bodies of the warriors of the Sword Army were swallowed by it, washed over by it, and restored by it. The blood stopped flowing. The groans of agony fell silent. The terrible wounds closed, not leaving even a scar. Thousands of warriors were miraculously brought back from the jaws of death, right in front of Rain's eyes. Cleansed by the immortal flame, they rose shakily to their feet, picked up their weapons, and cast their gazes on the pilgrims of the Raven Queen, who looked like a mockery of all that was holy and of life itself in that moment. However, Rain noticed something strange as well. She witnessed the wounds of the young Feather Knight being healed by the white flame, the gaping wound in her thigh disappearing, the bruises on her face fading, the pain draining from her beautiful eyes, replaced instead by awe and wonder. But oddly enough, the very same thing had happened to Tamar. The white flame embraced her, as well, washing away her terrible burns. When the radiance of the fire dimmed, her supple tan skin was smooth and pristine, unblemished. In fact, there were quite a few warriors of the Song Army who had been saved by Changing Star's grace. Not nearly as many as the Sword Army soldiers, but still a significant number. It was a bittersweet blessing, because there were so many people, on both sides, who had never received the chance to be saved. The sun-bleached bone was awash in blood, and countless mangled bodies littered its crimson expanse. More of them were standing motionlessly and watching Changing Star with hollow eyes, their bloodied faces devoid of any emotion. She did not cower under the gazes of the dead. Instead, she turned her head, and then walked calmly toward a figure kneeling on the ground a dozen or so meters away. It was close enough for Rain to see that the figure was a woman with dirty blonde hair, an ascended champion of the Sword Army, who was holding a dying blood sister in her arms, still gripping the dagger that had delivered a fatal wound in a bloody hand. From the distance, it almost seemed like there were tears streaming down her face, mixing with blood and dirt. As the beautiful saint approached, the Ascended looked up at her with a pitiful face. Her hoarse, strained voice was like a whisper. Lady Nephi's, Changing Star smiled softly. It's all right. With that, she kneeled in front of them and gently placed her hands on the blood sister's abdomen. Her radiance spread outward, flowing into the deep wound of the enemy champion. A few moments later, the wound began to close. Rain was so confused. It did not make any sense. Why would she heal her enemies? The soldiers around her all seemed stunned as well. The white radiance reflected in their eyes, filling them with wondrous light. Finally, the blood sister stirred weakly, moving her hands to rest them where the fatal cut had been just a few moments ago. Letting out a sigh, Changing Star lingered for several seconds, then rose to her feet and looked down at the kneeling ascended of the sword army. Raising her brow, she asked, "What are you waiting for? Fall back." Then, looking around, she raised her voice and gave the order to every soldier of the sword army that was still alive. "All of you fall back, leave the rest to me." Rain just stared in disbelief. The battle was over. Would be over just like that? She shifted her gaze and glanced at the Feather Knight, who had been listening to Nephi's rapt attention. Now, relief was written on the young woman's face as well. The golden-haired girl exhaled slowly, then strained to rise to her feet. Turning around, she took the first unsteady step away. Their gazes met for a moment. The Feather Knight lingered, looking at Rain somberly. Then she nodded slightly, placed the blade of her sword on her shoulder, and continued walking. All around, the sword army was receding like a sea, leaving only Changing Star behind. Dazed and struggling to contain her excitement, Rain crawled to where Tamar was still laying on the ground and helped the young legacy sit. Making sure that Tamar was okay, she looked around once more. The soldiers of the sword army were leaving, but her fellow warriors of song still remained motionless, looking at Nephi's with an array of different expressions. Some seemed grateful. Some were amazed. Most, however, were shaking and slowly backing off in terror. Because now that the initial amazement was gone, they realized that they were left face to face with a wrathful demigod. Alone, or so it seemed. Rain did not notice when it happened, but at some point, the rows of soldiers parted, and a graceful figure appeared from behind them. It was Princess Sation, walking across the blood-soaked battlefield with light steps. Suddenly, the air grew heavy, as if two enormous wills were clashing all around them, unseen by human eyes. Crap! Rain gripped Tamar's shoulders tighter, unsure what to do. The lost princess, meanwhile, reached Nephi's and stopped a dozen meters away from her, an enchanting smile playing on her crimson lips. "Lady Nephi's, what a pleasure. I did not expect to meet you today." Her gaze shifted downward, falling on the blood sister laying at Changing Star's feet. Princess Sation's gaze changed subtly for a moment, betraying a deep emotion. However, she managed to contain it swiftly, preventing anything from reflecting on her face. She lingered a little and then continued. "Still, I must express my gratitude. Thank you for saving one of my handmaidens. It was gracious of you to show my soldier mercy." Nephi's simply looked at her, white flames dancing in her eyes. After a few moments of silence, she said, "She was my soldier once, too." Sation smiled. "Indeed, however, Lady Nephi's, please satiate my curiosity. I can't help but wonder. Why are you here?" Changing Star stared at her coldly for a bit. Then, a corner of her mouth lifted slightly, and she answered with a hint of bittersweet amusement in her tone, "Because I want to." Sation seemed quite surprised by the answer enough so that a melodious chuckle escaped from her lips. Nephi's inhaled deeply, then looked the Princess of Song right in the eyes. "Let us decide the outcome of this battle with our own hands, you and I, and all the other saints if they dare. Why should our soldiers continue to die in our place?" Sation tilted her head lightly and remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said in a calm tone, "That does sound like an attractive proposition, I admit. However, Lady Nephi's, both you and I are forbidden from participating in this battle, are we not?" Changing Star studied the lost Princess of Song for a while, then smiled faintly. "We are not allowed to enter battle, that is true, but I do decide to enter it. That does sound like an attractive proposition, I admit. However, Lady Nephi's, both you and I are forbidden from participating in this battle, are we not?" Changing Star studied the lost Princess of Song for a while, then smiled faintly. "We are not allowed to enter battle, that is true, but I do decide to enter it." She raised her head slightly, and her incandescent eyes suddenly flashed with dancing white flames. "Who will stop me?" Chapter 2004, Seeds of Rebellion. Sunny was not having the greatest of days. In fact, he was in quite a grim mood. Not only was he forced to watch the senseless and wasteful deaths of too many awakened warriors, who were supposed to be the blade mankind wielded against the nightmare spell, not against itself, but his own sister was hopelessly mired in the very epicenter of the slaughter. As well, a hair's breadth away from being killed herself. Sunny had promised himself not to trample her agency unless there was no other choice. So, he could not simply pull Rain into the shadows and whisk her away to safety, whatever safety looked like, in this godforsaken place. All he could do was remain as alert as possible, ready to interfere at a moment's notice to save her life. This constant state of alarm and tension was taking its toll. More than that, he was having the worst luck today. Why did Rain and the members of her cohort have to clash with the warriors of the White Feather clan, of all people? Worse still, Rain just had to go and encounter Tell of White Feather. From the moment their brutal duel started, Sunny had to focus his full attention on the two young awakened. Obviously, he couldn't allow Rain to die, but now, he couldn't allow her enemy to die either. Despite having first met Tell many years ago, on the Chained Isles, Sunny did not know her well. Still, he had a good impression of her. Much more importantly, her parents were none other than Tyrus and Roan. Their daughter could absolutely not be killed on his watch, let alone with his assistance. So, he waited, getting ready to stop Rain at the last moment, should she win, or stop Tell should she lose. Needless to say, watching them trying to kill each other with all their might was quite nerve-wracking. In the end, however, Sunny had not been forced to do anything. Strangely enough, Rain never tried to deliver the fatal blow. He felt a complicated storm of emotions in her just before that, and then a brief moment of striking, unrelenting clarity. And something else as well. Something deep and vast, almost inexorable, but hidden from his senses at the same time. Both her inexplicable lack of action and this strange emotion confused Sunny to no end. He struggled to understand what could have stopped Rain from at least trying to finish off the deadly enemy. He would have definitely used the precious opportunity himself, and he had taught her better than to lose composure in the middle of a lethal fight. There was no time to focus on Rain's emotions, though, because almost at the same time, Nephi's plummeted from the sky and landed in the middle of the calamitous battlefield like an falling star. Sunny let out a mental sigh of relief. Just in time. He watched her raptly. His star was so breathtakingly beautiful. Even surrounded by blood and tragedy, her radiant light was pure and full of splendor. Neph's arrival halted the fighting across the entire center of the battlefield, and she did not hold back. Her flames spread outward, healing countless people, both the soldiers of the Sword Army and the soldiers of the Song Army, not making any distinctions between friend or foe. Of course, there was still a limit to whom Nephis could save. Her healing flames would only affect those who were connected to her as part of her nascent domain from a distance. If a person was not integrated into the net of longing she had inspired deep enough, however, she could only affect them through direct touch. Just as she did with the dying handmaiden. Had she sensed Sation approaching, or had she truly wanted to save the former member of the Dream Army? Sunny wasn't sure. He could not help but admire Neph's showmanship, though. The entire battlefield was enthralled by her and her actions, without a doubt. The seeds of longing were falling into the fertile soil of countless hurting souls, thus expanding the foundation of her future domain. People needed hope the most in the depths of hell, after all, and this battlefield was no different from a hellish nightmare. At the same time, the seeds of political intrigue that Cassie, Nephis, and Sunny had sown far in advance were blooming, as well. Nephis had already established herself as a reluctant participant in the war, and the only voice of dissent among the warmongers. Considering her previous feats and her flawless adherence to the noble duty of an awakened, her reputation was stellar among the warriors of both the Song domain and the Sword domain. And now, that reputation was being cemented in their hearts. The countless soldiers she had saved, and everyone who had seen her saving them, would never forget the grace and mercy of Changing Star of the Immortal Flame, contrasted sharply against the ruthless will of the sovereigns. And the more disillusioned and tired of the war they grew, the easier it would be for them to accept her eventual rebellion. They might applaud her for betraying her adopted family and engaging in a little bit of royal patricide, even when the time came. Even Sunny was having trouble discerning if Neff's actions at the moment were sincere or calculated. They very well could have been both of those things. He did know that she was putting on at least a bit of an intentional show, however. That was because Nephi's had never attempted healing on such a massive scale before. Not only would saving countless soldiers have consumed a truly terrifying amount of soul essence, but it would have also brought her immeasurable pain. Her humanity would have been scorched and burned by the agony. It was a miracle that she had managed to keep the suffering from showing on her face. Really, in any case, she would not be in a state to show benevolence, let alone compassion. So, at least some of her actions were a coldly premeditated act. The soldiers saw her as a beautiful, merciful, and noble savior. And she was all that, but at the same time, beneath the surface and above all else, she was a ruthless, calculating, and chillingly ambitious destroyer. A herald of change and ruin. She was beautiful in either case, though. As Nephi spoke to Sation, challenging the saints of the song domain to battle, Sunny smiled. The goddess had already descended onto the battlefield. Now, it was time for the devil to make his entrance as well. Chapter 2005, Strength in Numbers. Who will stop me? This simple sentence that Nephi's had spoken hid many meanings and carried plenty of weight. Although very few people knew her well enough to understand the true burden of these words, they were a proclamation of who she was and how unyielding her will was as well. It was her defiant challenge to the world, calling the world to come and try to stop her if it dared. But at the same time, there was a far more obvious meaning to what Nephs had said. First, she was hinting that Sation and the Saints of Song had no choice but to fight her, because once Nephi's entered the battle and unleashed her flames upon the Song army, only they would be able to contend against her. At the same time, she was also telling Sation something else. It was that no one could prevent her from entering the battle. Except for two people, Anvil of Valor and Kai Song, the sovereigns of humanity. By joining the battle, Nephi's was going directly against their will. However, she was so powerful that no one except for the person who had given the order or his adversary could punish her for breaking it. That would require the sovereigns to interfere personally, though, thus escalating the battle even further and inevitably resulting in a direct clash between them, because if one of them moved, the other would not remain still. The two supremes, however, were not willing to fight each other just yet. Which led to Neph's last point. It was that even if there was someone who could stop her, there was no one who would. That she could break the will of the sovereigns with impunity, and nobody could do anything about it. It was a powerful message to send. But not an unwelcome one, as far as Sation was concerned, for one simple reason. It was that what Nephi's had proposed, stop the bloodshed, and decide the outcome of the battle with a clash between only the saints of both armies, favored the Song domain greatly. There were many more saints in the Song army, after all. They had already held an advantage in that regard at the very start of the war, and their advantage only became greater after Morgan's departure and the battle at Vanishing Lake. The situation had worsened even further since then. 3 expeditions had been sent into the depths of Godgrave to conquer its remaining citadels. Revel and her first Royal Legion had gone into the darkness of the Spine Ocean, accompanied by Moonville, while a punitive expedition had set out from the camp of the Sword Army to destroy them. Considering how powerful the daughters of Kai Song were, that expedition numbered 7 saints. Additionally, Summer Night was heading south with 2 saints accompanying him, while the Queen of Worms had given up on conquering the Femur Citadel, thus sending no one. So, in the end, the Song army, which had only lost 1 transcendent champion since the start of the war, could muster 46 saints in this battle. The Sword army, meanwhile, could only muster 23 really, considering that Saint Tyrus was too important for Anvil to risk losing her. In short, Sation had no less than twice as many saints to accompany her into battle as Nephi's had. What reason did she have to refuse? It's going to be a long day. Still embracing rain as a shadow, Sunny sent her a mental message. That is your cue to get the hell away. His sister flinched, then helped Tamar stand up and rushed away from where Changing Star and the lost princess of Song were facing each other. All around her, the warriors of the Song army were following suit, receding like a tide. A vast open space was opening between the two retreating armies, painted by blood and littered with mangled corpses. Sunny let out a mental sigh and shifted most of his focus to the Lord of Shadows. The fighting at the center of the battlefront might have stopped, but on the flanks, the Awakened were still clashing and killing each other. Sunny headed for the left flank, where both armies were in great disarray. His entrance was far less spectacular than Neff's. Sunny simply rose from the shadows amidst the slaughter, silently and without drawing any attention. Suddenly, a fearsome figure in black onyx armor was standing among the desperately fighting soldiers, darkness nestling in the gaping abyss of its demonic eyes. His long white hair, a permanent fixture whenever he wore either of his masks now, was moving slightly in the wind. A few soldiers noticed him and staggered away in fright, some of them falling to the ground. But that was all. Sunny sighed. No, this won't do, it won't do at all. And as he did, the shadows across the battlefield stirred. Suddenly, the world shuddered, and a towering black wall soared from the ground into the sky, sending countless Awakened flying. It seemed to be made from obsidian, its surface rough and uneven, almost absorbing the light. The Great Wall stretched for several kilometers, effectively cutting the left flank of the battlefield in two. The Sword Army had remained on one side of the Great Wall of obsidian, separated from the Song Army by its tenebrous width. Of course, there were stragglers left on both sides, but no one was in the mood to swarm them and bring them down. Just like at the center before, the battle suddenly and abruptly came to a halt. Everyone was staring at the vast expanse of black obsidian in fear and shock. And at Sunny, too, it was quite a spectacular way to leave a strong impression. He nodded in satisfaction. That's better. Just at that moment, a master from the Sword Army finally recognized him. Falling to one knee, the young man looked up with awe and terror in his trembling eyes. Lord Shadow, sir?" Sunny stared at him silently for a few moments. Well, I'll be damned. It was his old friend, young Master Tristan of Aegis Rose, Rivalin's son. Somehow, the fool was still alive. Sunny smiled faintly behind the mask and looked away. Retreat. This is the king's command. The young master opened his eyes wide, then bowed and dashed away, shouting orders. Soon, the Sword Army started to pull back. Sunny allowed the obsidian wall to crumble into a tide of shadows. The damn thing was consuming too much essence, and watched the Song Army retreat. The stragglers were already hurrying to catch up with their retreating comrades. The real mess was about to start. Chapter 2006, The Real Mess. Sunny was on the left flank of the battlefield, while Nephi's was in the center. The right flank, meanwhile, Cassie? There were a few moments of silence, and then the blind seer's voice resounded in his mind. I've arrived. Indeed, today's battle was so important and terribly skewed in favor of the enemy that even Song of the Fallen, the seneschal of the great clan Valor, someone who was not supposed to appear on a battlefield often, serving her king and domain in other ways, had no choice but to enter the fray. In fact, every saint of the Sword Army was either already here or on their way, except for Skytide, who had been ordered to remain with the King of Swords in the rear. Their enemies were already here, too. As the tide of Song soldiers receded, dozens of motionless figures were revealed, standing apart from each other across the expansive battlefield. Sunny felt a strange mixture of somber wariness and anticipation. Each saint was a force to be reckoned with, and the enemy had twice as many saints as his side. There were the puppets of the Queen, as well. There was also the horde of nightmare creatures enthralled by Beastmaster. And he had not forgotten that there were still 3 of Mordred's reflections left intact, somewhere out there. The odds did not seem very promising for the Sword Saints. How many will die? Sunny suddenly felt a chill. It was hard to kill a saint, and even harder to prevent one from escaping should they wish to flee. Those who had reached transcendence also possessed an incredible wealth of martial experience. They would know when to continue the fight and when to retreat. Still, saints were going to die today. Countless soldiers would be spared from the cold embrace of death, but death would not remain unfed. It was just that the souls it swallowed would be far more nourishing and potent. Of course, the number of the fallen would be infinitely smaller. But not the significance. In fact, the two domains would sustain far more damage if a handful of saints were killed than if a myriad of awakened died. That was because only saints could claim citadels, thus expanding a sovereign's domain over vast territories. Currently, there were more saints in the world than there were conquered citadels, but not by much. If enough transcendent champions were killed today, some of the strongholds of humanity in the dream realm would be left without masters. And therefore, the domains would shrink, losing some of their overall power, a directly opposite result to what the sovereigns had wanted to achieve by fighting over land in Godgrave. The domains would grow weaker. Was that part of Nef's calculation as well? It surely was. How devious. Sunny should know. After all, he had come up with the plan himself. In the end, her enthralling display of grace and noble virtue had not just empowered her nascent domain, but would also lay the groundwork for weakening the domains of her enemies. Sunny smiled sadly behind the mask. He felt a little dirty. Neither of them really wanted to see saints die. Each saint was a treasure of humanity, after all. So, usually, they would not take steps to ensure the loss of transcendent lives. However, the situation was different today, because these lives were weighed against the lives of countless awakened and ascended warriors. Those were a treasure of humanity, too, both as they were, and due to their unrealized potential. So, in a zero sum, the conspirators were justified to choose the sacrifice that would further their goals more. And on a purely human level, it felt less shameful to sacrifice a few for the benefit of many, especially if they themselves would be risking their lives side by side with those few. But still, Sunny did not feel good about the situation. He had no doubt that Nephis would not be feeling very pleasant at the moment, either, if she was still capable of feeling anything, having been numbed to emotions by the pain of her flaw. The saints themselves were going to be troubled, too, those who survived, of course. The loss of life among the soldiers was already painful enough, considering that White Feather had not been the only clan to send its warriors into battle. But dying and killing their former friends and comrades personally was both far more visceral and far more poignant an experience. And as the loyalty the saints had for the sovereigns diminished and their discontent grew, no matter how little Nef's position would improve further still. Because the doubts the people fighting for the two great armies felt were only useless in the lack of an alternative to the iron rule of the two sovereigns. If an alternative did present itself one day in the future, though, well, no matter how unpleasant it was, Nephis had made a brilliant move. There would be consequences later, without doubt. Anvil would definitely not be happy with her defiance, but those were problems for the future. Now all Nephis, Sunny, and Cassie had to do was actually survive the battle and make sure that the overwhelming advantage of the Song domain did not lead to a wholesale slaughter of the Sword Saints. They have twice as many hell. Sunny was not alone on the left flank of the battlefield. A few other saints had joined him, as well. Now, what remained was to see which strategy the Song domain would choose. They could just send 2 saints of Song to fight each individual Sword Saint. Of course, that was unlikely. After all, they knew how powerful Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows were. They also knew about Saint, Fiend, and Serpent. Cassie might give them an unpleasant surprise, but in the grand scheme of things, her presence on the battlefield was not too impactful. Sunny could see Saint Rivalin in the distance. He had assumed his transcendent form, squaring against a single saint of the Song domain. The giant reptile with powerful legs and strangely short arms that Rain had seen tearing nightmare creatures apart in the hollows. On the other side, Helly was facing a saint who had chosen to maintain a human form, and a little further away there was Roan. Also faced by a single opponent, Sunny suddenly felt a bad premonition. Just how high is their opinion of me? Looking straight ahead, he lowered his head slightly. 1, 2, 3, the darkness nestling in the eyes of Weaver's mask stirred slightly. Apparently, it was extremely high, because there were 13 enemy saints moving to surround him in a wide half-circle. Chapter 2007, Exchanging Pleasantries. 13 was a lot of saints to face alone, even for Sunny. not that he had ever tried. He had seen most of them in battle already as well. Each was a dire adversary. The obsidian giant with the head of a jackal towered above the blood-soaked battlefield like a malevolent deity. The hill-sized canine with 3 heads, Saint Ceres, was moving with measured steps, her low growls reverberating across the vast expanse of Godgrave. The alluring woman with a strangely wicked half-smile playing on her lively face was Saint Seord, the beautiful harpy he had seen in the hollows. There were others as well, but Sunny mostly paid attention to 3 of them: Silent Stalker, Lonesome Howl, and a mesmerizing enchantress with long hair that fell like an onyx waterfall, fair skin, and tantalizing red lips. She wore a dashing armor of black leather and scarlet silk, which seemed to accentuate her sensual figure and breathtaking beauty effortlessly. An ugly scar marred the perfection of her enchanting face, running from her forehead to the tip of her chin. Beastmaster. Sunny suddenly felt a headache. He also felt quite lonely while surrounded by so many enemies. So, he called a few friends to come keep his company. As the Saints of Song approached, 3 figures rose from his 3 shadows. Saint stepped onto the battlefield, wielding a round shield and a sword of pure darkness. Her fearsome onyx armor seemed to absorb the light, and 2 ruby flames were burning behind the visor of her helmet with cold indifference. Fiend straightened his towering body, sunlight glistening on the countless spikes that littered the polished surface of his steel carapace. His 4 hands moved, each claw like a razor-sharp sword. A serpentine shadow coiled on the sun-bleached bone and then rose, turning into a breathtaking woman whose body seemed to be made from inky darkness. Serpent had become a shadow of Solvain, the priestess of war. Sunny smiled behind the mask. That's better. Finally, the Saints of Song finished their approach. Beastmaster was standing right in front of Sunny, still remaining a safe distance away. Lonesome Howl was to her left, while Silent Stalker was to her right. None of them had assumed their transcendent forms yet, so Sunny could see their expressions quite well. Lonesome Howl seemed relaxed and impatient to fight, but there was a hint of sober caution behind her carefree squint. Silent Stalker was cold and gloomy, looking at him with a dark, impenetrable impression. Her piercing gaze was sharp and heavy. Beastmaster, however, appeared to be in a good mood. She looked at Sunny with a beguiling smile and spoke in a calm, husky voice. "The infamous Lord Shadow, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you, after all. I hope that you know who I am." Sunny just stared at her silently, his figure radiating a sense of coldness, ruthlessness, and dread. Eventually, he answered with chilling indifference, "No idea, should I?" Beastmaster's smile seemed to falter for a split second, but then she let out a melodious laugh. "Allow me to introduce myself then. I am Beastmaster, Princess of the Song Domain. I'll be in your care today." Sunny tilted his head a little, not saying anything. After a few moments of silence, Beastmaster nodded gracefully. "A man of few words, how admirable. In fact, there are several qualities about you that I find worthy of admiration, quite a few, actually. So, I hope you don't mind that I have come to welcome you accompanied by others. Considering your great strength, you wouldn't have wanted Clan Song to humiliate you by only sending 1 or 2 saints here, would you?" Sunny grimaced behind the mask. Actually, he would have loved to deal with a couple of saints and swiftly move on to other parts of the battlefield, picking off the rest of them one by one. Alas, that was not meant to be. He lifted his chin a little. "Indeed. I would have been enraged if your queen only sent a few of her minions to face me. This makes me quite content. I only regret that you didn't bring more." Beastmaster studied him silently for a few moments. Then, her tantalizing smile widened a little. At the same time, he sensed her power assaulting his mind. It was not a full-out attack for now, just a little push to probe his defenses. Well, could Sunny really blame this poor woman? She was so beautiful, so gentle, so precious. And yet, her mother had sent her to face the vicious fiend of the Sword Army in a battle. A lovely flower like Beastmaster had to be treasured, nurtured, and protected, not put in harm's way. Protected by someone strong enough to shield her from the vile greed of this impure, wicked world. Someone like Sunny. He frowned, and the shadows across the battlefield stirred in response. Without moving a muscle, Sunny said coldly, Stop flirting with me, wench, I'm taken. If Beastmaster was taken aback, she did not show it. The mirth in her tantalizing eyes did dim a little, however, replaced with a hint of eerie interest. I see. She sighed and then moved her shoulders slightly. A pity. No one is perfect, I guess, Sunny blinked. No, but why did even her insults have to sound so exciting? In the next moment, however, his expression changed, because he suddenly had a bad premonition. And there, behind the 13 saints, 3 more figures emerged, moving forward with dreadful speed. The reflections. All 3 had assumed the same form, that of a monstrous, towering creature that had a tail like that of an enormous snake, 2 powerful hands protruding from a human-like torso, and a bestial head with a long and toothy snout brimming with terrifying fangs. The creatures looked quite familiar. In fact, Sunny knew their kind quite well. They were like older and more dreadful, wingless versions of the chain worms, who were a tribe of nightmare creatures that populated the darkness beneath the chained isles. The chain worms bore that name because they fed on the heavenly chains that held the flying islands together, or on any metal, really, as long as they could sink their fangs into it. Now where? Before Sunny could finish the thought, one of the song saints seemed to unleash their aspect ability. The space around him suddenly shimmered as if turning into glass. And when that glass shattered, Sunny and his shadow were suddenly separated by a great distance. The saints of song were now apart as well. The 3 chain worms were surrounding Fiend, 3 saints were surrounding Saint, and 3 more were surrounding Serpent, while Sunny himself was facing Beastmaster, Lonesome Howl, Silent Stalker, and 4 others. Beastmaster smiled. I bet I can fix you, though, Lord Shadow. Sunny snarled. Taking a step forward, he shaped the shadows into a sword and said in a chilling tone, When we are done, who is going to fix you? Chapter 2008, Terrifying Beast. The exchange of pleasantries was over, and the battle of the saints had now begun. As if to signify its descent, the ground shook violently, and a thunderous roar of a distant explosion rolled across the battlefield, coming from somewhere far to the right. Nephi's must have engaged her own share of transcendent foes. Sunny wondered briefly how many saints the Song army had sent to face her. More than him, or less. In any case, it did not really matter. No matter how many of them Song sent, it wouldn't be enough. The saints of the 2 armies clashed across the vast length of the battlefield, ripping the fabric of the world apart. Today was a day for many firsts. The previous battle had been the first time such an inconceivable number of awakened warriors entered the battlefield. For example, all consumed by the murderous song of war. And now, close to 70 saints, most of the saints there were in existence, were fighting with each other in their stead. It was the most terrifying clash humans had ever witnessed, by far dwarfing the bloody battles of the Chain of Nightmares with absolute ease. Far away, the soldiers of the 2 retreating armies froze in place, watching the dreadful calamity in terror. The gods were fighting. What were mortal men to do? Of course, at the moment, Sunny did not care much about their plight. As one of the warring demigods, he had his own problems to solve, and what diabolical problems they were. This is going to be damn interesting. Facing 7 powerful saints was not something even he could take lightly, especially if 3 of them were of a divine lineage. The lineage of Beast God. An unknown power had shattered space, throwing Sunny and his shadows apart. Of course, he immediately attempted to remedy the situation by ordering Fiend to come back by using Shadow Step. Sadly, it did not work. The space was continuously being manipulated, and every time the steel shadow tried to escape, it folded on itself, bringing him right back. Sunny was not sure if the shattering of the space had been done by an enemy aspect or a powerful memory in possession of one the Queen's desutters, but it was quite effective in preventing him and his shadow from moving freely to support each other, for now. At least, his shadows would have to fend for themselves, and so would Sunny. He wasn't very worried about Saint and Serpent. Fiend, however, it seemed that Song had learned their lesson after losing 2 of Mordred's reflections to the ravenous steel troll. Today, that had come prepared to deal with the supreme devil who served the Lord of Shadows. Sunny did not know where the Song army had found the older and more terrifying cousins of the chain worms, but the three appalling creatures were a very detrimental foe for Fiend. After all, they fed on metal, and his entire body was made from blessed steel. Not good. Still, Sunny wasn't too worried about Fiend, either. If Song thought that the most frightening thing about that little imp was his impenetrable steel armor, they were going to learn the error of their ways quite soon. In fact, Sunny was mostly worried about himself. Fighting 7 saints was better than fighting 13, but it was still a challenge. Taken individually, each of these exalted warriors was not a real threat to Sunny, and even if their collective power was summed up, he would not have to cower in front of it. However, that was the peril and dread of fighting humans. When several of them came together, the sum was often greater than the parts. Sunny had known it from all the way back on the Forgotten Shore, where dealing with the carapace scavengers had become more tenable than it was supposed to be after Nephi's joined him. Even added together, the power of 2 sleepers was not comparable to that of an awakened beast. However, with Nephi's serving as bait and Sunny attacking from the shadows, they had managed to bring countless of those terrifying beasts down. That was simply the most elementary example of how cooperating with another human could enhance one's lethality far beyond one's power. And in the present situation, it was Sunny who played the role of a terrifying beast. The Saints of Song, meanwhile, were the weaker hunters who had joined forces to bring him down. Dangerous. His enemies were among the most seasoned warriors of humanity, as well. They knew how to cooperate with each other seamlessly, not making any mistakes he could exploit. There was not enough space for more than 3 of them to attack him at the same time, for example. So, instead of rushing forward all together and getting in each other's ways, 4 saints fell back while 3 advanced at him with stunning speed. The 3 attackers were the obsidian jackal, the 3-headed canine Ceres, and Lonesome Howl. It did not mean that the other 4 were doing nothing, though. In fact, they might have posed more danger than the melee vanguard. He could already see Silent Stalker knocking an arrow on the string of her sword, while Beastmaster spun a strange-looking sling. 2 remaining saints took to the sky. One of them was Seord the Harpy, while the second one was a gargoyle with a powerful stone body and wide wings. The Saint of Sorrow. Tamer's father was here, too. Sunny was going to have to deal with a barrage of range attacks pretty soon. But first, he had to survive the obliterating assault of 3 melee powerhouses. Ceres and Lonesome Howl were already tough enough to handle. It was the obsidian giant that gave Sunny the most pressure due to the sheer immensity of his size, though. The jackal towered above the battlefield like a dark titan, wielding an enormous polearm with a gold crescent blade. That polearm seemed great and sharp enough to cleave a small fortress in half. Watching the towering giant barrel at him with murder burning in his bestial eyes, Sunny felt like an ant. He was suddenly annoyed. This scene reminded him of facing Goliath for the first time. Those were not happy memories, and although the obsidian jackal was truly blameless in that regard, he was going to pay for making Sunny remember something so unpleasant. Let's see which one of us is the ant. As the bestial giant approached, Sunny was suddenly enveloped by a tide of shadows. And then, a colossal figure forged from pure darkness rose to meet the giant face to face. Chapter 2009, A Wolf, a Dog, and a Jackal. Sunny was still unable to use the shadow lantern, or rather, too wary to open its gates. As a result, he was cut off from the nearly inexhaustible supply of shadows for the first time in a long, long while. So, the shadow shell he had woven out of the wild shadows that dwelled naturally on the battlefield was not nearly as titanic as it could have been. Nevertheless, it was more than tall enough to match the height of the obsidian giant, and even higher than that, towering above him by a few meters. The onyx mantle covered the colossal shell created in the image of Sunny's own body like a fearsome black carapace. It was nothing new. However, today, this transformation of his felt different. That was because he was doing something he had never done before, controlling one of the shadows as an incarnation and augmenting himself with it. Therefore, Sunny felt a strange and incongruous, but not entirely unnatural sensation, that of being himself, but also something other than himself, which had in turn become one with his body. Basically, he was doing the same thing he had been practicing with his shadows and memories, but aimed at his own mind, body, and soul. That allowed him to push the state of fusion with the shell even further, making it feel almost like his actual self. Sunny felt powerful. Sunny felt vast. He felt as if his every motion held within itself untold devastation. There was another curious thing that had happened as a result, as well. It seemed as if that flawless union between the shadow shell and him was not merely a sensation. Rather, it was as if the world itself did not see the difference between Sunny and the shadow colossus anymore, or at least not so strongly, regarding both as manifestations of his soul. And Weaver's mask did as well. So, it had expanded in size, shifting to cover the dark titan's face. This mask had been meant to fit the face of a nebulous deity, after all. It was more than capable of hiding the features of giants. So, Sunny did not have to create a facsimile out of shadows, like he had usually done in the past. He had to admit, though, Weaver's mask had always been fearsome and deeply disturbing. Now that it was the size of a tall edifice, however, it suddenly seemed 10 times more terrifying. He wasn't surprised that his enemies seemed slightly hesitant, all of a sudden. But their wills were not going to be shaken by a frightening visage, and so, their earth-shattering assault continued without slowing down even for a moment. The obsidian jackal brought his crescent polearm down. His devastating slash seemed powerful enough to slice the very fabric of the world apart, but its momentum broke a moment later. Sunny had long known how the enemy saint was going to attack. Having read his intentions in the movements of his body, of his shadow, and of his essence, Sunny had grasped the very core of the enemy's sophisticated transcendent battle art and learned the enemy's intentions far in advance. So he fearlessly stepped into the range of the jackal's weapon, avoiding the crescent blade, and grasped the shaft of the polearm with one armored hand. There was a loud thunderclap and a devastating shockwave the moment the wooden shaft came into contact with the onyx gauntlet. As its momentum was instantly drained, Sunny's feet were suddenly enveloped by a crimson haze. The blood smearing the surface of the ancient bone had absorbed the dire force of the impact and evaporated, turning into a scorching cloud. Sunny himself, the conduit of all that destructive energy, had not even flinched, though. He just held the crescent blade in place, unmoving like a black mountain. He was not satisfied by simply blocking that first strike either, of course. As soon as his left hand grasped the shaft of the crescent polearm, his right arm was already turning into a fist, ready to crash into the skill of the jackal like a fortress-toppling ram. Let's see how tough you are. However, before Sunny had a chance to strike the jackal, a swift and massive shadow lunged at him from the side, and his right hand was suddenly caught in the crushing vice of a monstrous wolf's jaws. Lonesome Howl had timed her attack to coincide with the fall of the crescent blade. Her fur was bristling like a black palisade, and furious red flames were burning in her enormous, bestial eyes. Saint Ceres was not far behind, either. A split second later, she lunged at Sunny from the left, one of her heads biting him into the shin, a second sinking its fangs into his knee, and the last one tearing into his thigh. There was an ear-piercing sound of sharp fangs scratching against the stone-like metal. Sunny was momentarily immobilized. His left hand was holding the jackal's weapon, preventing it from cleaving his shell apart. His right hand was caught in Lonesome Howl's eviscerating jaws. The enormous three-headed canine was trying to pull his leg apart, using all its infernal strength to topple him. Curiously enough, the onyx mantle withstood the fangs of Saint Ceres. It shattered under the fangs of the Stygian she-wolf, though Lonesome Howl had bitten his gauntlet, shredding the hand and wrist of the shadow shell with vicious fury. Silent Stalker had already released an arrow, and Beastmaster had already sent a piece of bone flying from her slingshot. Sunny barely had time to register the two projectiles, which were flying in his direction with terrible speed. He did not like the look of either of them. Both the arrow and the piece of bone were destructive memories, no doubt. Clan Song was sparing no effort in trying to bring him down today. So, they would use heavy artillery from the start. If either of the projectiles found its mark, his shadow shell would probably be mangled quite badly. The usefulness of Shadow Step was limited by the shattered space around them, and there were not enough wild shadows on the battlefield to reform the giant shell if it was badly damaged. But it did not matter. Sunny possessed an aspect that possessed many strengths, but its greatest one by far was its versatility. Even bound by so many restrictions, he still had a sea of tactics to choose from and a rich treasure of devious tricks to employ. That was what made him so dangerous. Sunny pushed away the golden crescent, making the bestial giant stagger back. With his left hand now free, he struck down, delivering a terrifying blow to one of the canine heads that were trying to mangle his leg. The blow did not quite crack the creature's skull, but Ceres was definitely dazed and in pain. Well, at least a third of her was dazed and in pain. A torrent of blood flowed from one of her crushing maws, and her hold on his thigh grew weak. Using the chance, Sunny grabbed the hill-sized canine by the scruff of her neck. At the same time, he dismissed several elements of the onyx mantle, thus escaping from her remaining 2 sets of terrifying fangs. Suddenly, Ceres was being pulled into the air, her pillar-like paws losing contact with the ground. Deep within the shadow colossus shell, Sunny smiled coldly. And then, he hoisted the 3-headed canine up with one hand, placing her enormous body between himself and the 2 incoming projectiles at the last moment. Chapter 2010, Heavy Hand of Shadow, all of it took no more than heartbeat. Sunny knew that Clan Song had a vast arsenal of powerful memories, some of them even of the supreme rank, without a doubt. After all, even if Nephis was right, and the spell created those far more parsimoniously than the memories of the lower ranks, Kai Song had been a sovereign for decades. 7 of her daughters were also saints, and he knew from personal experience that at least some of them were more than capable of slaying great nightmare creatures with ease. So, he had expected something extraordinary to happen when Silent Stalker's arrow and Beastmaster's bone projectile struck Ceres. However, he was both disappointed and a little relieved to have been mistaken, because nothing happened instead. His enemies were far too outstanding to wound one of their own so foolishly. Even though there was only a split second to react, both Beastmaster and Silent Stalker managed to dismiss their memories in time, so all that hit the enormous canine were 2 swirling streams of radiant sparks. So, Sunny did not hesitate to continue with the momentum of lifting her up, and slammed Ceres into the ground with all his dreadful might. The battlefield quaked, and a pitiful whine escaped from all 3 of her bestial mouths. At the same time, Lonesome Howl jerked her head sideways, tearing off his right arm with one powerful motion. A river of shadows flowed from the stump, pouring down like a dark waterfall. And the obsidian jackal had already recovered by then, bringing his golden polearm down once more. Only, this time, Sunny had no time to dodge it and no opportunity to block its descent. So he did not. A moment before the crescent blade cleaved the shadow colossus apart, it simply fell apart on its own. His onyx armor parted, and the inky black body beneath parted as well. For a few moments, there was a wide chasm separating the right side of the shell from its left side. The polearm plummeted through this chasm, not dealing Sunny any damage, and the shadow shell simply mended itself as soon as the golden blade passed. By the time it plunged into the crimson haze and crashed into the surface of the ancient bone with a deafening thunderclap, the shadow colossus was as good as new. Well, it was still missing a hand, but otherwise his body was whole and undamaged. Finally, Sunny had always been a bit envious because of failing to learn how to perform this trick. Fiend had used it against him all the way back in Antarctica, after all, but despite having slain him there, Sunny, the vengeful imp's new master, never managed to figure out how to partially turn his body into an incorporeal shadow himself. Granted, this time, he had not just turned a part of his shell intangible, he went a step ahead and created a physical breach in it. Otherwise, there would have been little sense in doing it at all. Sunny possessed plenty of ways to cut intangible enemies, and the Saints of Song would have their own ways as well. Regardless. Now, finally, Sunny could do what he had wanted to do from the very start. The jackal had not expected that his weapon would meet no resistance at all, so he had put a lot of force into his strike. As a result, his balance was broken, and he wasted a moment too many trying to regain it. So, Sunny punched him in the snout with all the might he had. The force of the impact was so fierce that there was actually a blinding flash. A moment later, the bestial giant toppled and fell in the thunderous boom of a violent thunderclap, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. A few of his fangs rattled on the ancient bone, each large enough to crush several humans. Sunny felt amused at the sight of them. I wonder if those will remain after he transforms back into a human. The first exchange was over, and it was Sunny's resounding win. His shell did lose a hand, but that was of no significance. Meanwhile, Ceres was seriously wounded, and the jackal had received a terrible blow. Silent Stalker and Beastmaster had wasted their first, most important volley. It would take them a while to summon the powerful memories back, and in a battle of saints, those precious seconds could very well feel like an eternity. However, the battle was only getting started. And by the second exchange, Sjord and the Saint of Sorrow would be joining the fray too. Sunny was already suffering from not having enough hands to contend against all his foes. With two more added enemies into the mix, his numerical disadvantage was going to grow more dire, and would thus bring him closer to being overwhelmed. What to do? What to do? He considered doing something drastic for a moment. Sunny had been patiently hiding the fact that he could manifest several bodies all this time. But now, he was considering if it was even worth it to continue the charade. It did seem like a perfect solution to his current predicament, as well as the last straw that could break the camel's back, thus helping him turn the tide of the entire battle. Whatever the hell a camel was. It must have been quite a weird animal, considering that its back could be broken by a straw. Probably some invertebrate. However, in the end, Sunny kept his shadows wrapped tightly around his body. Not because he didn't want to reveal his incarnations to the world, but simply because he couldn't. At the moment, he had not experienced the most dreadful weapon his enemies had in store, Beastmaster's terrifying ability to manipulate one's mind. The onyx mantle granted Sunny a high resistance to mental attacks, but he wasn't confident in resisting the tantalizing saint with just that, or at least not entirely. So he needed the shadows to augment him and the stalwart trait of the mantle, for as long as Beastmaster remained a threat. And speaking of her, just as Sunny shifted his weight, preparing to repel another of Lonesome Howl's ferocious attacks, he suddenly felt it. A powerful, insidious, and enthralling power invading his mind. It felt muted and distant, as if weakened by a stalwart barrier, but still mesmerizing. His limbs grew heavy all of a sudden. Crap! As Sunny staggered, the monstrous wolf lunged at him like a tide of darkness and bestial fury. At the same time, two swift shadows fell on him from the blinding sky. And an arrow whistled through the air, aimed precisely at the point where his own shadow was hidden in the depths of the colossal shell. I, really, hate mind attacks the most. Chapter 2011, Transcendent Battlefield. Sunny felt his limbs grow heavy, and his mind grow numb. Suddenly, he felt worn down and exhausted. Every burden that he carried, enduring the oppressive weight both willingly and silently, was suddenly so much more grievous and tiresome. This war went on for so long, and even before the war, he had never known a moment of peace. Having grown accustomed to torment and turmoil, Sunny had easily deceived himself into forgetting how dreadful the world truly was. But now he felt it in his every bone all of a sudden. At the same time, a peculiar feeling bloomed in his mind. A feeling of witnessing something infinitely beautiful, inviting, and wonderful. Something so wondrous, so amazing, and so precious. It was as if a resplendent light had shone in the broken darkness of his mind, illuminating it gently and bringing tears to his eyes. Enthralled by the beautiful radiance, Sunny found it hard and devoid of meaning to concentrate on anything, let alone move. And yet, he did move. Somewhere far away, Master Sunless was sitting in the darkness, weaving strings of shadow essence with 6 nimble hands. Looking up from his meditation, he frowned a little, and then drove the long needle through his hand, piercing it without a hint of hesitation. A wave of sharp pain washed over his consciousness, making the enthralling light waver and dim a little. Sunny's mental resistance was already strong enough, and the additional push of feeling pain pushed him the rest of the way. Shaking off the hex, the Lord of Shadows moved, too. The towering onyx colossus turned his torso. In the next moment, Silent Stalker's arrow tore through the breastplate of his armor, pierced his body, and exploded from his back in a torrent of dissolving shadows. If he had been a split second late, that arrow would have pierced his very soul instead of simply damaging the shell. What a nice arrow. For a moment, Sunny felt aggrieved at having to live in a world where weapons were always more powerful than armor, and destruction was always easier to perpetrate than building something up. No, but why was everyone trying to drive an arrow through his heart these days? Staggering back, Sunny raised his maimed arm to prevent Lonesome Howl from tearing his throat open, activated shadow manifestation, and poured a little essence into the extraordinary rock, which lay nestled in the neck of the shadow colossus. He barely survived the twin attack of the two winged saints, which nearly tore off the head of his shell, and then looked at his enemies silently. In the next moment, a low, deafening, chilling laughter resounded from behind the Weaver's mask. If Saint Just had heard it, he would have been proud. Somewhere not too far away, Rain dragged Tamar to where the battered warriors of the 7th Legion had made a temporary camp the day before. Everywhere she looked, pale-faced warriors were resting on the ground, too rattled and exhausted to move. The wounded were treated hurriedly in the field hospital, and she noticed Fleur tending to a man who was missing his leg. Ray was nearby, holding the soldier down. The two of them were thankfully alive. The battle was not over, but many of the soldiers had chosen to dismiss their armor, finally finding reprieve from the terrible heat. Some were staring down or covering their faces, trying to hide from the constant, harsh radiance of the overcast sky. Most of them, however, were looking back to where they came, terrified and enthralled by the titanic battle that was taking place behind them. Rain helped Tamar sit down and turn to look back, as well. His heart skipped a beat. Both of them had heard the deafening thunder and felt the ground shaking while retreating, but it was only now that she witnessed the awesome devastation that had been unleashed by the clashing saints. It was as if the world was ending. Rain and Tamar watched the calamity silently. The camp of the Song Army was far enough that they were safe from the terrible shockwaves and destructive powers of the fighting demigods, which also meant that they could not discern much. Still, she could vaguely see massive, monstrous silhouettes moving in the scorching haze. There was a swath of the battlefield awash in white radiance. That was where Changing Star was fighting, without a doubt. There was also, look! Tamar's voice was hoarse and heavy. Following her finger, Rain looked to the right and froze. The young legacy inhaled sharply. That is the Lord of Shadows. Indeed, it was him, Rain's mischievous older brother. Only, right now, he did not look anything like his usual self. Instead, an onyx colossus in fearsome armor towered above the plain, besieged by 3 bestial figures. His movement seemed deceptively slow from the distance, but it was terrifying to see how easily he shrugged off the attacks of a cohort of saints, resisting them all with a strange, frightening, and eerie grace. Damn. The fury of that particular fight was harrowing enough to make everyone looking in that direction shiver in fright. A mere awakened would have been reduced to bloody hazy by simply being in the vicinity of the unholy clash. This was the power of saints. Or of this particular saint, at least. Still, he was already missing a hand, his right arm a mangled mess of darkness. His breastplate was pierced, and the enemies were only growing more vicious as the fight continued. Rain suddenly felt something that she had never felt before. She was worried about her teacher. After lingering for a moment, she asked tentatively, Are you going to be all right? His voice resounded in her mind a few moments later, sounding as aloof and nonchalant as ever despite the dreadful battle in the distance. Who, me? Oh, I'm really touched that you worry about me, but don't fret, I'll be fine. There was a moment of silence, and then he added in a more ominous tone, You should definitely be worried about the other guys, though. Chapter 2012, Hint of Fear. The Lord of Shadows was faltering. It was hard to notice due to his fearsome appearance and the aura of cold arrogance emanating from the strangely graceful figure of the tenebrous colossus, but the mercenary saint was losing ground. Already, his right hand was missing. Silent Stalker's arrow had pierced his onyx chest, and Beastmaster had poisoned his mind. Of course, the Lord of Shadows was too strong to be entranced by her power quickly, but his movements had slowed down, losing some of their deadly precision. Lonesome Howl could see it clearly. so she went for the kill. If that strange, transcendent form of his could even be killed like a living being, it bled darkness instead of blood and was capable of splitting itself in half to avoid a blow. She had never seen anything like it. Of course, that was entirely the problem with the Lord of Shadows. No one seemed to know anything about him, including the true extent of his abilities. Clan Song had compiled an extensive database on all the living saints. Clan Valor had as well, without a doubt. There were some secrets still kept hidden by the more cautious of the transcendent champions, of course, but each of them was mostly a known existence. Except for the Lord of Shadows, who had come out of nowhere about a year ago. There was some information about him now, of course, gathered during the war. For example, they knew that his transcendent form was not really that of an onyx giant. Rather, it was a malleable mass of shadows that could seemingly take any form, the giant simply being the most common one he used. A troublesome transformation, to say the least. But not an indestructible one. He might not bleed, but does he feel pain? Lonesome Howl was eager to find out. The Lord of Shadows was on the back foot, staggered by her sister's sharp arrow. Sadly, Silence failed to destroy the supposed core of the Dark Colossus, but she still made him sway. That was Howl's chance to press the advantage. Spitting out the torn hand of the enemy, she aimed for his throat and leaped. However, she never managed to sink her fangs into his flesh. Wah! Suddenly, she felt something cold and alien wrapping around her snout, and then her vision was obscured. Instead of ripping the enemy's throat open, Lonesome Howl crashed into something hard and was then unceremoniously tossed aside. Falling to the ground with a thunderous boom, she rolled and clawed at her face, trying to get the slithering presence off before her eyes were pierced and destroyed. Thank the gods, she managed. With her vision blurry, Lonesome Howl looked down and recoiled. A mass of dark tentacles had latched onto her neck, just below the jaw, 3 of them strangling her, while 4 more extended to wrap themselves around her snout and loop around her head, thus covering her eyes. At the center of the mass, the broken plates of polished armor could still be seen, serving as the source of the revolting creature. The gauntlet. This vile thing had been born from the severed hand of the Lord of Shadows, and was either an extension of him or being controlled by him. What the hell is he? She had hunted down and feasted on numerous nightmare creatures. But this was not something she had expected from a human, if the Lord of Shadows even was a human. Shuddering, Lonesome Howl allowed herself a split second of hesitation to figure out how to get rid of the 7 dark tentacles and their source. Sadly, while her transcendent form was both swift and powerful, it lacked opposable thumbs and nimble arms, so she could not even reach it. None of the aspect abilities would be of use either. Of course, there were plenty of ways to try and damage the thing, but Lonesome Howl chose the simplest method to break free. She dismissed her transcendent ability and turned back into a human. A moment later, she was laying on the ground. And a moment after that, the remains of the onyx gauntlet and the wriggling mass of shadows growing from within it crashed into the ground several meters away, towering above her like a hill. Growling, Lonesome Howl lunged forward and pierced the heart of the dark mass like a cannonball, ripping the vile creature apart with her bare hands. It offered little resistance, dissolving into a torrent of darkness and breaking apart under her violent assault. The onyx shards rained onto the blood-soaked surface of the ancient bone with a deafening noise. Landing gracefully on the ground dozens of meters away, Lonesome Howl fell on all fours and activated her transcendent ability once again. At the same time, she threw a glance at the Lord of Shadows and shivered. Out there, in front of her, Sjord and the Saint of Sorrow finally delivered their first attack. Plummeting from a great height, as great a height as was safe to ascend to here in Godgrave, both delivered terrible blows, which were assisted both by their tremendous acceleration and gravity. Sjord tossed a bronze javelin down, while the Saint of Sorrow simply used his stone body as a missile. It was as though the Lord of Shadows had known of their attack in advance. Even slowed down by Bin's mind attack, he moved his towering body just far enough to avoid the mighty gargoyle, as if performing a step of a dance. As for the javelin, he simply raised his face to the sky, allowing that dreadful mask of his to receive the blow of the javelin. There was a flash, and then a devastating roll of thunder. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire world was drowned out by pure whiteness, and as a violent tremor ran through the battlefield, a pillar of flame rose into the sky. When the flash subsided, though, the polished black surface of the wooden mask was whole and unblemished, without even a scratch on it, as if it was far more durable than even the fearsome onyx armor the mercenary saint wore. And Lonesome Howl could attest that it was one of the most resilient memories she had ever seen. After all, she pierced it with her own fangs. Nothing had been able to survive her bite before, but the onyx armor nearly did. Her transformation was complete. Ceres had already picked herself up from the ground, blood flowing from her 3 mouths. Jack was already on his feet again, wrath and resentment smoldering in his bestial eyes. They were all ready to attack again: Bin, Silence, Jack, Ceres, Siord, Sorrow, and Howl herself. Both sides had sustained some damage, but they were burning with the desire to continue. Lonesome Howl let out a threatening growl. "How are you going to fight 7 of us with 1 arm, Sellsword?" And as she looked up, a low, reverberating, chilling laughter resounded from beneath the terrifying black mask. Then, it turned even lower, resembling the voice of an actual demon. The figure of the beautiful onyx colossus suddenly shrunk a little, becoming a few meters lower. At the same time, it changed, shifting into something far more bestial. Black horns rose from his head like a crown, glistening darkly in the blinding light of the radiant sky. A long tail with an onyx spike on its end whipped through the air. His knee joints seemed to reverse, and his feet grew, enormous claws scratching against the ancient bone. Most importantly of all, his severed hand seemed to regrow, and 2 more arms shot from his torso, each covered by the onyx carapace of the enchanted armor and ending with sharp claws. A few moments later, a towering, terrifying dark demon was standing on the battlefield instead of a colossal human warrior, one with 6 horns and 4 arms, the eerie mask hiding his inhuman features. Looking at it, Lonesome Howl felt a bit of unease, dejection even, and a tiny spark of fear. How do we even destroy this thing? Chapter 2013, Devil and the 7 Saints. This is much better. Towering above the battlefield as the giant version of the shadow spawn shell, Sunny smiled darkly in the embrace of shadows. His human body was still the most natural, and therefore the most effective form he could summon, in most battles at least. But when he was outnumbered, the special traits of the shadow spawn shell truly shone. Sunny had been pressed to contend against the 7 Saints of Song, but now his task was easier. He could keep his enemies at bay better with his 4 hands, sharp claws, and long tail. His only regret was that Weaver's mask prevented him from using his sharp fangs, too. Let us continue, then. The Saints of Song renewed their assault, and Sunny lunged forward to face them. The world became consumed by an unending cannonade of roaring thunderclaps, blinding flashes, and violent quakes. Clouds of dust and debris rose into the air, and gargantuan figures moved within them, clashing with terrifying and furious force. Their calamitous confrontation seemed unimaginably ferocious and primal, devoid of all reason except for bloodlust and murderous frenzy. In fact, that was how most of the awakened witnessing the battle probably saw it. After all, in their minds, beings of such size and power were akin to dreadful nightmare creatures, and nightmare creatures were not known for their technique and meticulousness. However, in truth, the furious battle was nothing but technical and meticulous. Yes, it was awesome and fierce. But behind the veil of frenzied determination and bestial might, every saint fighting the Lord of Shadows was using their keen intellect, cold regard, and sophisticated battle art to fight and keep surviving the deadly cadence of the titanic clash. Nothing less could suffice in this terrible battle, while power and refined control were only antithetical to each other in the hands of amateurs. When true masters fought, fury and calculation served to augment each other, fusing to create a devastating and flawlessly precise storm of destruction. Needless to say, Sunny himself was no different. It was just that his insight, skill, and finesse were even more sublime and daunting. The battle was not in any way an easy one for him. In fact, it was the opposite. It was one of the most dire and dangerous battles he had experienced since conquering the third nightmare. Yes, he was making it look easy, even going so far as to laugh in the face of the devastating onslaught of potentially fatal attacks. But it was mostly to mislead and intimidate his enemies, not because he was truly relaxed in the middle of this chilling confrontation and taking it easy. In truth, saints were still saints, and there were 3 bearers of a divine lineage among his enemies right now. Each attack directed at him had the potential to heavily damage his shell, or even rip his soul to shreds directly, especially considering that silent stalker seemed to somehow know exactly where to aim, and relayed that information to the rest of the song saints promptly. Even when he shifted the location of his incarnation within the shell, her attacks continued to follow it without error. Sunny could probably withstand a blow or two, but his luck could just as easily run out. He was in the situation where one mistake would mean death. Once again, it was a familiar and almost nostalgic feeling, and therefore, he already knew what he needed to do. He simply did not allow himself to make mistakes. There was one great advantage he had in that regard, as well as one great disadvantage. His advantage was, of course, shadow dance. Sunny had already seen most of the 7 saints fight at one point or another. He had faced some of them at Vanishing Lake, and had observed the others during the 7th Legion's dreadful march to the Collarbone Citadel. So, it did not take him long to get the initial grasp of their battle arts. Armed with that knowledge, he was largely able to predict what they were going to do, even if the details of how they were going to go about it still remained murky for some of the 7 saints. There was no need to say how knowing your enemy's next move was a boon in any battle, and especially a battle like this one, where he was forced to be on the defensive against a superior number of foes. His disadvantage, meanwhile, was Beastmaster. Not only did Sunny not know much about her, but her aspect was also incredibly insidious. His mind was still burdened by her tantalizing influence, and although the hex had not managed to entrance him completely, it still served to slow and weaken him. That was not the only power Beastmaster had unleashed, either. Her second one was perhaps even more diabolical. Her awakened ability allowed the mesmerizing saint to mislead one's senses, causing the bedeviled victim to experience all kinds of illusions, or rather, it would be more appropriate to call them hallucinations, since they only existed inside the victim's mind. These illusions were chillingly lifelike and nearly indistinguishable from reality, affecting every sense at the same time. Sunny's formidable resistance against mental attacks still granted him a degree of protection, seemingly limiting what Beastmaster could make him believe. For example, she could not convince Sunny that Kai Song herself suddenly descended on the battlefield to kill him. However, she could manipulate things that he already subconsciously believed were both possible and probable, creating phantom versions of herself and the other saints of Song to confuse him. At some point, Sunny could see Lonesome Howl lunging at him from the right, but at the same time, he saw an indistinguishable copy of her lunging at him from the left, both growling, making the ground shake, and raising powerful gales of hurricane wind with their passing. At another, he could see the towering jackal attack him with a downward slash, while at the same time performing a horizontal swipe. The hallucinations were faithful enough to make him feel pain when the illusory enemies wounded him. More than that, Beastmaster's skill was even refined enough to recreate the mystical presence that saints usually emanated. Luckily, they had one telling flaw. Since she was constructing them consciously, the illusions could only possess traits that Beastmaster created consciously. And while she was a true artist as far as driving people mad went, she could only create what she knew. Beastmaster knew how an illusion was supposed to look, smell, sound, feel, and taste, and she even knew how to falsify a transcendent presence. However, she did not possess shadow sense, nor did she know that shadow sense existed. For that reason, the shadows of the illusory enemies she sent to confuse Sunny were subtly inconsistent and wrong. They looked right, and even felt right as far as their shape and depth went. But they were not shadows that living beings cast. Instead, they were all akin to shadows cast by inanimate objects. So, Sunny had to ignore most of his senses and only rely on shadow sense to discern which enemies were real and which ones were fake. That allowed him to navigate the battle and survive the barrage of real attacks. Sadly, it did not save him from the illusory pain. and it hurt a lot. Slowed down and weakened, constantly confused between what was real and unreal, Sunny stubbornly persisted in his fight against the seven saints of song. He managed to push them back from time to time, even. Still, it was such a draining and unpleasant battle. Appalling, really. He would much rather fight Revel again, or someone like King Daron, even. Gritting his teeth behind Weaver's mask, Sunny briefly threw a glance in the direction where Beastmaster was standing, spinning her sling once again. She was just as bewitching and breathtaking as ever. He really wanted to kill someone today. Chapter 2014, Fateful Choice. Sunny was appalled. He might have been the most honest man in two worlds, but he was definitely not the kindest. Subjected to the ceaseless barrage of lethal attacks and battered by the enemy, reeling from Beastmaster's mental manipulation and intoxicated by the thrill of battle, he felt bloodlust slowly bloom in his heart. His combat instinct had been nurtured by countless battles against nightmare creatures, after all, not humans. So, he rarely had to wonder whether to kill the enemy or not. His instincts were telling him to show no mercy and slaughter the saints of song in the fastest and most brutal manner. But at the same time, he did not really want to, or have a reason to. On the contrary, Sunny's ultimate goal required these people to remain alive. They had important roles to play in the aftermath of the war, helping humanity endure and face the dire challenges that lay ahead. He needed to give these saints a reason to see Nephi's as a potential ally, not kill them. Take Beastmaster, for example. Sure, she was insidious and chillingly powerful, but she was also the backbone of the entire song domain. Her thralls were currently besieging the sword saints on the battlefield, but in the time of peace, the same thralls were the foundation of the logistical infrastructure in the eastern reaches of the Dream Realm. With her death, that infrastructure would be disrupted and set back by a decade. Delivering goods from the River of Tears to the inland cities would become many times harder, time-consuming, and dangerous. The same was true for large-scale construction. So, no matter how frustrated and sickened Sunny felt because of having his mind played with, he ultimately wanted Song Yunbin to survive the battle. The same went for the other 6 saints that were trying to kill him with all their might. Each and every one of them was a treasure that he could not really afford to lose. That alone made Sunny feel conflicted, making his reason and instincts clash with each other. But also, he was not even sure that he could afford to spare these people. Defeating an enemy while sparing them was much harder than simply killing the enemy, after all. And Sunny was barely managing to keep himself alive in this battle. Mercy was a luxury that had a heavy price. It was strange. This was not the first war Sunny had participated in, and definitely not his first battle. However, in the past, he had mostly experienced war from the point of view of a foot soldier. Even as an officer of the evacuation army, Sunny had only really needed to concern himself with achieving his objectives. But now, he was powerful enough and influential enough to be one of the people responsible for setting the objectives. As such, his perspective of war had no choice but to change. Because war wasn't simply something he had to survive anymore. Instead, it was also a tool to be used in order to attain what he desired. How lofty! Something inside of him rebelled against the very idea. It was a cynical and revolting thing to coldly and pragmatically seek benefit in the misery and deaths of countless people. Sunny felt as if he was becoming something that he hated the most. Was this how the sovereigns had started to lose their way decades ago? Would he become no different from those ghouls one day? Surely no. But having experienced Master Orum's memories, Sunny knew that Kai Song and Anvil had not set out to become misguided tyrants either. They had just lost their humanity, one little step at a time. Perhaps fortunately, he did not have much time to think. All he had to do right now was fight. Lonesome Howl was appalled. In front of her eyes, some of the strongest warriors of the Song domain were being toyed with by an impossible monster. She, a fierce huntress who had risen from the very bottom of humanity to its very peak by braving a sea of blood and dread, was being toyed with. The Lord of Shadows was too powerful. His demonic body was both human-like and bestial in nature. It was gruesomely flexible and moved with tremendous speed, sometimes upright, sometimes falling to all fours like a ferocious predator. It also possessed dire might and was encased in a nearly impenetrable onyx shell. It could leap great distances and pummel the ground with enough force to make the rest of them lose balance. From time to time, it shaped sharp weapons from the shadows, using them to wound or keep Howl and her companions at bay. Those weapons were deadly, but relatively easy to break, and they seemed to require a source of shadows to be created. But the mercenary saint himself was a source of shadows. With his 4 hands, clawed feet, and deceptively perilous tail, the dark demon was managing to fight against a superior number of enemies on almost equal ground. His combat technique was beautifully refined and supremely adaptable. A transcendent battle art in its truest sense, and an ingenious one at that. Something that was supposed to require the resources of an entire clan to create, but was nevertheless in the possession of a lone wolf saint. Worse still, there was something uncanny about how the Lord of Shadows fought. It was as if he always knew what they would do in advance. No matter how unpredictably Lonesome Howls and the other saints attacked, no matter how flawless and instant their cooperation was, he was always ready to dodge, deflect, and block their blows. And then punish them. Even Beastmaster, her sister, seemed powerless to stop the infernal creature. Sure, her aspect seemed to slow him down somewhat and sap his power, but not nearly enough to bring the Lord of Shadows to his knees. However, worst of all was the fact that even when they succeeded, shattering his armor and dealing grievous wounds to his towering body, those wounds simply healed, and the enemy acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if he was immortal, while Lonesome Howl herself was already battered and in agony, her black fur soaked with blood. Her companions were the same. It was truly astounding. They were saints. And she was not just any saint, at that. She was a princess of the Song domain. The blood of beast god flowed in her veins. She had hunted numerous powerful abominations, conquered 3 nightmares, and honed her mind and skill to forge them into a deadly weapon. The rest of them were the same. And yet, 7 saints were barely managing to contend against a completely unknown warrior. 13 saints, really, if she counted her brothers and sisters who were fighting his strange echoes. And that warrior was neither a scion of the great clan Valor, nor a loyal vassal of the King of Swords. Instead, he was a mere mercenary that Changing Star had convinced to offer his services to her father's domain. Another monster, akin to Changing Star herself and the Prince of Nothing. And speaking of the Prince of Nothing, Lonesome Howl growled as she threw her battered body into another lunge. If only that bastard had handled the negotiations with Lord of Shadows better. If only he had not failed to lure the hermit saint to the cause of song, then their domain might have won the war already. How ironic it was that the war to decide the fate of 2 worlds, the Realm War, could have been decided by the choice of a single man. Lonesome Howl managed to distract the Lord of Shadows just long enough for Jack to strike his side with the crescent blade. The onyx armor parted, and the inky flesh beneath was torn to shreds. A tide of darkness flowed from the terrible wound to the surface of the ancient bone. Of course, the wound closed a few moments later. However, this time, Lonesome Howl noticed something strange. Why did it seem that the onyx demon was not as tall and towering as he had been before? She waited for the enemy to receive another wound, and then the red flames burning in her eyes surged. I see. There was no mistake. Every time the Lord of Shadow healed a wound, the size of his transcendent form diminished by a small amount, almost as if he was using the shadows constituting his enormous body to mend the damage. Which meant that he was not truly immortal and that his power wasn't truly endless. It was in limited supply as well. Lonesome Howl bared her fangs. That, she could work with that. Chapter 2015 Air of Death. As the battle continued, Sunny felt the pressure mounting. His towering shell moved like a hurricane, endlessly besieged by the 7 saints. Lonesome Howl, Saint Ceres, and the Jackal led the harrowing onslaught, never faltering or slowing down. The beautiful Harpy, Seord, and the Saint of Sorrow alternated between circling above him and diving down to deliver devastating blows. Their presence was especially oppressive, because it added an entire new plane to the battle. Even when the winged saints were not plummeting from the blinding radiance of the sky to attack Sunny, the mere fact that they were somewhere above stifled his movements. There were Silent Stalker and Beastmaster as well. The former was a deadly threat due to how relentless and penetrating her arrows were. She was eerily accurate and elusive, too, never allowing him to get close. The latter was the source of great hardship. Not only was she controlling countless nightmare creatures to tip the balance of the transcendent battle in favor of the Song domain, but she was also subjecting Sunny to two different types of mental manipulation at the same time. There was her sling and its explosive shots to deal with as well. Sunny's power was slowly dwindling. He could not allow himself to use the shadow lantern, not even because he was wary of the deadly arrows flying out of its stone gate, but because he was wary of the mysterious archer escaping the shadow realm. Who knew what that creature was and what havoc it would cause once unleashed upon humanity? Skinwalker was already bad enough, and Sunny did not wish to be responsible for letting another ancient fiend loose in human settlements. Without the shadow lantern, though, his source element was feeble and scarce in this radiant land. He had already used most of the shadows around him to construct the shadow shell. Now, with every blow it received, the shell was consuming itself to repair the damage. It wasn't going to last much longer, unless he managed to diminish the number of his enemies soon. But Sunny was still hesitating, unsure if he was willing to kill saints. In the end, however, the choice was made for him. It was shortly after he leaped over the three-headed canine and crouched, using her massive body as a shield against Silent Stalker's arrows. His tail shot back, piercing her thigh. Two of his hands swatted the harpy and the gargoyle away, while a third picked up the corpse of a lumbering nightmare creature, one of Beastmaster's thralls who had been slain in the battle between the great armies, and tossed it forward like a cannonball. The corpse exploded into a geyser of crimson liquid as it hit the jackal a split second later, cracking a few of his ribs and sending the obsidian giant reeling. The plan was to follow the toss with another leap, fall upon the staggered saint, and maim him before Lonesome Howl could slam into Sunny from the side to aid her comrade. However, just before that, Sunny sensed a trickle of power flow into his soul. A shadow fragment? He froze for a split second, knowing what it meant. Sunny could put himself in mortal danger in order to attempt to preserve the lives of his enemies, but he couldn't, in good conscience, force his shadows to do the same. Somewhere out there, either saint or serpent had killed one of their opponents, which meant that he already failed. Transcendent blood had already spilled by his hand, making him not only complicit, but also a hypocrite. He had managed to keep his hands clean of human blood in this war for too long already. Others lacked this privilege, so why would he be any different? Sunny only halted for a fraction of a moment, but that moment of hesitation cost him dearly. He wasn't fast enough to avoid Lonesome Howl, who landed on his back and tore into his shoulder. And because of being burdened by her immense weight, he wasn't fast enough to dodge Silent Stalker's arrow. Either, she had already leapt to circumvent Ceres, letting go of the string midair. The arrow slid into a breach in the onyx mantle, pierced his shell, and sliced his own shadow deep within it. As his soul was being cut, a familiar, terrible agony blinded Sunny. Lonesome Howl tore into his shoulder with ferocious power, then jerked her head violently, ripping his entire arm off. It was ironic, really. Sunny had been mentally chastising Rain for hesitating to kill the enemy just a short while ago. And yet, here he was, suffering for doing the same. The jackal had already recovered, lunging forward to bring his golden blade down. That polearm of his was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier and aspect legacy, perhaps. Having already been cut by it a few times, Sunny knew how terrible and inescapable its power was, but those had only been shallow wounds. A full power strike could very well be fatal, even for someone like him. Time seemed to slow down. And as it did, the turmoil in Sunny's mind was alleviated. He was suddenly very calm and full of cold, indifferent resolve. Sunny was crouching on the ground, with Lonesome Howl standing on his back. She had just torn off his upper arm, having used all her strength to do so. Therefore, she was still being pulled away from him by inertia. Her balance wasn't steady. Sunny went with the momentum and rolled sideways, throwing the monstrous she-wolf down and crushing her with his tremendous weight. The crescent blade whistled past and hit the surface of the ancient bone with a thunderous boom and a powerful shockwave. Rolling over Lonesome Howl, Sunny was on his fours a moment later. Without wasting even a second, he launched himself into the air, flying at the towering jackal with tremendous speed. The Obsidian Saint was still leaning forward, grasping the shaft of his golden polearm with both hands. His side was open and defenseless. Ceres was already lunging into an attack, and two winged saints were diving down to deliver devastating blows. Beastmaster sent a swarm of illusions to slow him down, but Sunny simply ignored them. The jackal belatedly shifted his gaze from where Sunny was a moment ago to where Sunny was now. He let go of his polearm with one hand, moving it down to protect his side. So, Sunny used one of his 3 remaining hands to push himself off the ground, and went for the enemy's throat instead. His onyx claws slashed across it like 4 enormous blades, leaving thin cuts behind. A moment later, 4 tremendous torrents of blood exploded out of the cuts, falling down like a crimson tide. The towering obsidian jackal staggered, then swayed, and toppled silently to the ground, making it quake with the heavy impact of his fall. His throat had been cut, and his spine had been severed. He was dead. Chapter 2016, Fallen Saints. As the enormous body of the obsidian giant toppled to the ground, Sunny was already moving away to avoid the retaliation by the remaining 6 saints. Still dazed by the agony of receiving a soul wound, he ground his teeth and whispered something to himself quietly, just a few words. "You have slain a transcendent beast." His shadow grew stronger. The words tasted bitter. Almost at the same time, there was another trickle of subtle power entering his soul. Saint and serpent had claimed one more life, and just like that, in less than a minute, 3 human saints had lost their lives. Damn it. The fury of the saints of song descended upon him like a hurricane. Another arrow found its way into his shell, shattering its internal structure. A slingshot hit him like a cannonball, exploding with a devastating roar and mangling his entire left side. Still missing an entire arm and reeling from the pain of his soul being cut, Sunny stumbled. He righted himself before the giant wolf and the 3-headed hound tore into him with their fangs, though. Moving with uncanny foresight, he dodged their feral, but chillingly precise attacks and dashed back. His mangled side healed. A new arm emerged from the depths of his towering onyx body, only that body was not that towering anymore. In fact, it was barely half as tall as it had been once, which made aiming for his real incarnation much easier. But that was fine. Because for once, time was on Sunny's side, he just had to survive long enough to rip the benefits. The Saints of Song did not know it, most likely, but he was a transcendent terror. Which meant that his reserves of essence were 6 times deeper than those of his enemies. Of course, his aspect was also much more potent, so, usually, Sunny drained his essence at a speed that would make most saints feel appalled, therefore suffering from having to ration it just as much as everyone else, if not more. However, not in this battle. With his ability to use Shadow Step stifled by the shattering of space, and his ability to use shadow manifestation limited by the lacking number of shadows present on the battlefield, Sunny was not burning through nearly as much essence as he usually did. He only had to maintain and move the shadow shell. Of course, his aspect was also much more potent, so, usually, Sunny drained his essence at a speed that would make most saints feel appalled, therefore suffering from having to ration it just as much as everyone else, if not more. However, not in this battle. With his ability to use Shadow Step stifled by the shattering of space, and his ability to use shadow manifestation limited by the lacking number of shadows present on the battlefield, Sunny was not burning through nearly as much essence as he usually did. He only had to maintain and move the shadow shell. But his enemies were in a different situation, especially those who had assumed their transcendent forms. So, even though Sunny's shell was slowly shrinking, their reserves of essence were also diminishing. Soon, they would have to release their transformations and return to being human, but he would still be flush with essence at that time, thus gaining a great advantage. Sunny just had to endure the battle until then. Doing so while facing 6 enemies instead of 7 was not easy, but it was at least doable. It would be much better if there were only 5, though. Sunny quickly evaluated the battlefield. Which one was he going to take out next? But it was not really up to him. It was up to his enemies. The first saint that made a mistake that their allies failed to cover for would be Sunny's next victim. The battle continued. It was supposed to slow down now that all of them were suffering from wounds and fatigue, having expended oceans of essence, but instead, it only grew more fierce. Sunny had abandoned all reservations, while the saints of song were set aflame by the death of their comrade. They were skilled, they were valiant, and they were fierce. And yet, the 6 of them were still unable to bring the single enemy down. Because their enemy was the Lord of Shadows. The barrage of attacks continued, and Sunny continued to dodge, deflect, and block them. Now that his shell was smaller and carried less mass, it was becoming more difficult for him to withstand the dire power of Lonesome Howl and the primal ferocity of Saint Ceres. At the same time, he was harder to pin down or target with ranged attacks. Most importantly, though, there was one less enemy for him to contend against. The jackal had been the most massive of the 7 saints and had wielded a long polearm to boot. His absence on the battlefield was a real boon, making it much easier for Sunny to move. Of course, the body of the slain saint was already rising from the ground, turning its hollow eyes in Sunny's direction. But both his gigantic form and his crescent blade were gone now. He was merely a transcendent puppet of the Raven Queen. Powerful, but not nearly as dangerous as the man himself had been. Sunny destroyed the puppet easily, letting it drown in the storm of devastation summoned by the clash of saints. And just after that, his patience paid off. He received an opportunity to take out another enemy. However, this one was an enemy Sunny felt most reluctant to kill. The Saint of Sorrow, the stone gargoyle, had misjudged his increased speed, missing the attack by a few meters. In and of itself, it was not that lethal of a mistake, however. Both Lonesome Howl and Ceres were recovering their balance after performing devastating lunges, while Silent Stalker and Beastmaster were moving to get a better shot at the lightning-fast Onyx Demon. Even Seord, the gargoyle's partner, was a step behind and too far to do anything instantly, which gave Sunny a perfect opportunity to catch the Saint of Sorrow in his fist. He had 4 of those, after all. And once the gargoyle was caught, his stone body could be destroyed in 100 different ways. But the Saint of Sorrow was Tamer's father. Could Sunny really kill the father of his sister's closest friend? He had already decided to be merciless, after all. However, he also spent quite some time with Rain's cohort. He had even saved their lives after the winter solstice. These kids weren't strangers to him, either, not by a long shot. He was quite fond of them, and although Sunny did not really know the Saint of Sorrow, the man enjoyed some of that fondness simply for having raised Tamer into who she was, an upright, loyal, and frustratingly serious young woman who had once jumped into a dark abyss to save the life of a simple porter. Most importantly of all, hurting Tamer would hurt Rain. And that weighed on Sunny heavier than the need to preserve the lives of the saints for the benefit of humanity. He allowed himself a split second of hesitation, and then he lashed out with one of his hands. Instead of catching the gargoyle in an iron grip, he batted him down. The blow itself was terrible enough for a net of cracks to appear on the stone body of the Saint of Sorrow, shattering his wings. And a moment later, the gargoyle crashed into the ancient bone with terrible force, causing a small shockwave to roll outward from the point of impact. The enemy would not be rising from the ground anytime soon, but although his wounds were severe, he would live. Sunny did not spare the Saint of Sorrow out of pure sentiment, though. Definitely not. He just didn't want to bother destroying the tough stone body of the gargoyle completely, and by sparing the enemy saint, he would not have to deal with another puppet of the Queen of Worms a few seconds later. In any case, it was done. Now, only 5 enemies remained. And Sunny already knew which one he would target next. He turned slightly and let out a growl. By then, his gaze had already locked on the bewitching figure of Beastmaster. Chapter 2017. A proper backstab. Sunny knew that what stood between him and victory was Beastmaster. She alone was the cause of most of his hardship in this calamitous battle. The Enchantress was neither as ferocious as Lonesome Howl nor as perilous as Silent Stalker. In fact, in comparison, she was not much of a warrior. She was still a saint, of course, and thus a deadly fighter, but one that was weaker than the rest of them in combat, and yet her power was the most terrifying. Even Sunny was far from his usual self, despite his formidable mental fortitude. He was slower and weaker, barely managing to contend with the furious onslaught of attacks by the Seven. 5 saints now. All across the battlefield, devastating forces were being unleashed, and transcendent blood was being spilled. Most of these warriors, the strength and pride of humanity, were faring worse than Sunny. But he wasn't doing so well either. So, he had to eliminate Beastmaster soon. The problem was that his enemies knew how important she was, too. They never let him get close to her. The enchantress herself moved around the battlefield with graceful steps, always remaining out of his reach. The other 4 saints were like an impenetrable wall separating the two of them. No matter how dire their own situation was, they always made sure to guard the approach to Beastmaster well. If Sunny dared to make her his target, he would have to sacrifice a lot to break through that wall. And by the time he reached where Beastmaster had been, she would have already moved away. It was a stalemate. But Sunny believed in his resourcefulness more than he despaired at the sight of the 5 enraged saints. He would have been quite happy if they had at least lost some of their discernment due to the rage. But his enemies remained in full control of themselves. It was worse than that, even. They seemed to be adapting to his ability to predict their movements. It was happening slowly, but undeniably. The Saints of Song were deconstructing the foundation of their battle strategy and assembling a new one on the fly. The longer the battle dragged on, the more often Sunny found himself in situations where even knowing what the enemy would do could not save him from being harmed. They simply built their assaults in a way that left him no way to escape. With 5 sources of peril, it was not too difficult to build a cage that Sunny could not break out of despite knowing where its bars were and would be. His shell continued to shrink, growing smaller faster and faster. At the same time, the essence of the enemy saints continued to dwindle. And at some point, the beautiful harpy let out a loud call and plummeted from the sky. This time, however, it was not to deliver a deadly attack or add momentum to one of her destructive javelins. Instead, she landed on the battlefield in a whirlwind of wings and talons and turned into an alluring woman a moment later. Sadly, Sunny did not receive a chance to attack her in the short period of vulnerability caused by the transition, because he was paying for opening himself to an enemy attack, too. His shell was in rough shape, and he had stopped mending the damage dealt to it not long before. If he had continued, Lonesome Howl and Ceres would actually gain an advantage over him in terms of mass. He had successfully pushed the 3-headed canine back and sacrificed a piece of flesh to deliver the monstrous she-wolf another shallow cut. By now, her fur was just as much red as it was black, but the feral princess did not seem to have lost any of her dire power. The opposite, in fact. Sunny failed to disengage fast enough, which left him open for a split second too long. And in that split second, Silent Stalker's arrow hit him straight in the chest. The internal frame of the shadow spawn shell had already been severely damaged, and this last blow seemed like the last drop. The entire torso of the onyx demon exploded, turning into a wave of shadows. The shadows fell to the ground like black smoke, dissolving into nothingness. Behind the river of dissipating darkness, what remained of the fearsome creature crumbled as well, leaving only a battered human figure laying on the ground. Sunny grimaced, then rolled, dodging another arrow, and jumped to his feet. The illusory pain that had been searing his mind was suddenly more unbearable. The tranquil presence blooming in his heart was suddenly more breathtaking, making it harder to resist its tender call. Arg, damn it! His armor was cracked and broken, and his stance was hunched. Nevertheless, he, the Lord of Shadows, did not look any less fearsome in his battered state. If anything, he looked more dangerous than ever, like a beast who had been backed into a corner. The enemies surrounded him, ready to attack. Now that Sunny was back to human form, he had to crane his neck to look at the giant figures of Lonesome Howl and Ceres. From this point of view, the 2 towering beasts looked quite terrifying. The harpy, Seord, was ready to join the melee in her human form, too. Somewhere behind him, Silent Stalker was drawing her bow. And somewhere in front of him, behind the wall of 3 deadly saints, Beastmaster was spinning her sling in the distance. Things did not look good for Sunny. He grinned behind Weaver's mask and spoke with a hint of cold contempt in his elusive voice. Gods, this was not part of the plan. Lonesome Howl growled and leaned forward, ready to lunge at him in a hurricane of fangs and primal fury. But almost at the same time, a swift shadow that had stealthily fled when the shadow spawn shell turned into a tide of darkness finally reached its goal. Another figure wearing the fearsome onyx armor rose from the shadows behind Beastmaster, not making any noise. A moment later, the cold blade of a black stiletto brushed against her neck, making the enchantress shiver. She froze, unable to move. And then, a cold voice resounded from behind her. I really can't believe that I finally managed to do something like a proper assassin for once in my goddamn life. With that, something slammed into the back of her head, and the world turned dark. Chapter 2018, Death Incarnate. Sunny had figured out that taking out Beastmaster would not be easy, so he employed a bit of subterfuge. Allowing his shrinking shell to crumble sooner than it would have otherwise, he used the resulting tide of shadows to send one of his incarnations away unnoticed. His strength diminished, and the pressure on his mind increased as the shadow fled, not enough to break him, but enough to make his sway. He used the Lord of Shadows to draw the attention of Lonesome Howl, Silent Stalker, Ceres, and Seord, just enough for the stealthy incarnation to reach Beastmaster. Then, he emerged from the shadows, manifested a sharp stiletto, and pressed it against his neck. At this point, he was actually unsure what to do. Taking the beautiful enchantress hostage had seemed like a good idea before, but now that he was standing next to her, barely lucid under the assault of her aspect, Sunny realized that she was far too dangerous to keep alive. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to kill her, but knowing that her death would be too great of a loss. He really did not know what choice was the right one. But there was no time to think, so he simply went with the option that was not irreversible. If he really wanted to, he could always kill Beastmaster later. However, bringing her back from the dead seemed like a very troublesome task. Pulling the blade of the stiletto away, he brought his heavy gauntlet down on the back of her head. There was a heavy thud, and the bewitching saint crumbled to the ground like a doll that had her strings cut. Sunny looked at her with regret, then smiled naughtily behind his mask. Look at that, Princess Beastmaster, groveling at my feet. Should I tell Rain? His smile did not linger for long, though. As it dimmed, he glanced in the direction of his haughty avatar. Now, he just had to deal with the remaining 4 saints. Lonesome Howl could smell it. Victory. Today, victory smelled of blood, senseless death, and regret, but its smell was nevertheless sweet. The damned monster had finally run out of essence. His towering transcendent form steadily diminished in size. At first. Then, the speed at which it mended itself slowed, finally coming to a halt. And a few moments ago, the onyx demon finally crumbled, turning into a tide of darkness. Now, all that remained was a small, battered man. The Lord of Shadows still looked formidable, though. His fearsome armor was breached and broken in many places, and yet there was not even a single drop of blood flowing from the breaches. It was as if there was no human body underneath at all. Just more darkness, more shadow. His cold and arrogant demeanor had not changed either, despite the fact that 5 of them were surrounding him from all sides. The Lord of Shadows still had some strength left, but it was hopeless. What can one man do against 5 transcendent beings? Without the size and mass of his demonic transformation, he had no hope of facing all of them alone. Not today, at least. Just a moment before they lunged forward to rip him apart, the Lord of Shadows suddenly spoke in his indifferent, cold voice. Gods, this was not part of the plan. His words seemed to indicate despair, but his tone was anything but desperate. Suddenly, Lonesome Howl felt an ominous chill. And then, her long ears flicked, the fur on her back standing on its end. That was because she heard something that should have been impossible. Another voice, coming from somewhere far behind. Spinning around, she witnessed a scene that made her heart turn to ice. Bin was falling to the ground, bright blood flowing down her back. And there, above her, stood another figure clad in fearsome onyx armor, his white hair dancing in the wind. He was almost exactly like the man standing calmly in front of her. Only his mask seemed subtly different and slightly less eerie. What? Why? Why were there two of them? Don't bother, she's dead. His indifferent voice cut her like a blade. Whipping her head back, Lonesome Howl stared at the Lord of Shadow, the original one, in stunned silence. Then she let out a terrible roar and lunged forward. The other three, Silence, Seord, and Ceres, followed her with murderous determination. It was just that. As soon as they moved, the shadows of their enemy moved as well. And a split second later, two more Lords of Shadows were standing side by side with the first one. These ones wore onyx helmets with white plumes instead of the ferocious mask, darkness nestling in their visors. They looked eerily similar to the graceful echo of the Lord of Shadows, one that commanded true darkness and had faced Revel at Vanishing Lake. And just like that, their numerical advantage was gone. Everything was gone. Even as she threw her bleeding body at the enemy, Lonesome Howl couldn't help but shiver. That echo. Was it an echo of a human saint? Was that an echo of the Lord of Shadows himself? Had he killed himself and risen from the dead like a vengeful wraith? Or was it no echo at all? Were all of them, the Lord, the Knight, the Fiend, the Serpent, merely various forms that one dark creature took to pursue its sinister goals? Lonesome Howl did not know, but she suddenly felt fear. If Sunny knew what the Princess of Song was thinking about, he would be amused, and a little sad. After all, he had hoped that people would stop confusing him with Saint, who was a woman. After the memory of him was erased from the world. However, he did not know and had no time to care. He still had 4 saints to defeat. Yes, the Saints of Song were wounded and running low on essence, while Sunny was relatively unscathed and had more essence than he could burn at the moment. And yes, they did not have the advantage of numbers anymore. But he was not going to relax. That was how people got killed, by allowing themselves to become arrogant when victory was already in sight. Lonesome Howl and Silent Stalker were daughters of Kai Song, and they had to have a few deadly surprises left, without a doubt. Perhaps powerful memories. Perhaps more drops of their mother's blood. Something was going to go wrong, for sure, or all of it. His task was to win even if everything went wrong. His 3 avatars clashed with Lonesome Howl, Ceres, and Seord. The 4th avatar, meanwhile, dashed forward to intercept Silent Stalker. And as he fought with 4 bodies, making them move as one, something in his mind clicked. Even consumed by the fervor of battle, Sunny couldn't help but smile. It was all coming together. His transcendent battle art was finally going to be complete. Chapter 2019, Reaching the Peak. Sunny had been developing his transcendent battle art for a long time now. A transcendent battle art was the culmination of one's combat technique. Humans underwent a profound transformation when becoming saints. Therefore, their technique had to reach its own version of transcendence as well. On a surface level, a transcendent battle art was an elevation of a battle style to a technique that comprehensively fit the newfound powers of a saint. Of course, since all aspects were unique, each such battle art was fundamentally different from the rest. On a deeper level, however, the difference between a mundane battle style and a transcendent battle art was enormously vast. A transcendent being was, by definition, one that had crossed the threshold separating mortals from deities. Therefore, saints wielded powers that were truly beyond the scope of humanly possible. A combat technique that flawlessly incorporated these powers had a special nature. It transcended the definition of a battle style just as much as saints transcended mere mortals. Hence, the name. It was not at all surprising, then, that developing a transcendent battle art was a daunting task. It was already difficult enough to disassemble the very nature of a martial style into elementary principles. But then, these axiomatic principles had to be examined, reshaped, or even dismissed entirely, to be replaced with new concepts. Finally, a comprehensive system of practical applications had to be built on this new foundation. An impossible and revolutionary battle style meant to be used by only a single person. No wonder it took the talent and resources of an entire legacy clan to design a single transcendent battle art. Sunny, however, had done it alone. He had meticulously created a completely new set of concepts and laws of how a living being was supposed to fight, based on his own unique attributes and abilities instead of human nature. His transcendent battle art had been on the verge of completion for a while. The theoretical foundation had already been developed, and all he lacked was practical experience to test his design in order to either validate or iterate it. He had tested and perfected most of it already. But one key element was still unfinished, because that element concerned controlling multiple incarnations in battle, and Sunny had been hiding that ability of his for a long time. He had fought some nightmare creatures that way in the past, but only now that he was facing a foe as dire, cunning, and skilled as the four saints of the Song domain did he receive a bountiful opportunity to really test his mettle. Everything was clicking together. Everything was falling into place. Sunny could feel it. His art was taking shape. From that first swing of the azure blade Nephis had instructed him to perform on the Forgotten Shore to this calamitous battle under the radiant sky of Godgrave, Sunny had never stopped reaching for new heights. And now, finally, he was standing on the peak. His art was complete. The four saints descended upon Sunny like a hurricane of fangs, claws, and sharp steel. However, all that met them was darkness and overwhelming strength. Now that Sunny did not have to create titanic blades to wield with the giant hands of his shell, four weapons manifested themselves in his four pairs of hands. They were an austere takai, a great odachi, a somber spear, and an elegant giant. Each was as potent as a transcendent weapon would have been, and sharp enough to cut the world. His four bodies moved in perfect harmony with each other, weaving a dark tapestry of deadly intent. The flawless grace of their unity made the uncanny combat affinity that the seasoned warriors serving the King of Swords displayed seem clumsy and crude, full of dissonance and discord. Even the four saints of song, whose ability to cooperate in combat had been forged in thousands of battles, were no match, and so Sunny crushed them. Each of his four bodies was weaker than one augmented body had been, but the sum of their individual strength was greater than the whole. He could be in several places at the same time, seamlessly interweave offense and defense, build elaborate traps, force the enemy to move where he wanted them to move, all with almost effortless ease. The possibilities seemed endless. Best of all, the four saints were almost like an open book to him. Now that Sunny's own transcendent battle art was complete, he found it easier to read similar techniques that belonged to others. His already formidable mastery of shadow dance took another leap, teasing him with an alluring scent of unknown mysteries. He could vaguely feel what lay beyond, for shadow dance, the ability to mimic the attributes of other living beings. For his battle art, the ability to incorporate his will into the movements of his sword. Just like the nebulous archer of the shadow realm had incorporated death into the black arrows. Even in the rush of battle, Sunny could not help but notice that there was a common trait between these two future breakthroughs. It was that neither was truly only about combat. In fact, he could not even call the next evolution of his technique a supreme battle art. Because it was not really a technique or limited to battle. It was just what being supreme meant. And just like that, a seed of a different kind of understanding was planted in Sunny's mind. The furious assault by the four saints shattered against the elusive barrier woven by his four incarnations. The battle continued at a frenetic pace, but he maintained a calm and chillingly cold attitude, silently pushing the enemies to their limit, and then past it. Soon, the saints of song reached a point where their reserves of essence were almost depleted. Of course, there were a few perilous moments on the way. Sunny had been right. The daughters of Kai Song were indeed harboring a few weapons of last resort. But it was already too late. Sunny had too great of an advantage. His superiority was both oppressive and suffocating. Even when they called upon their trump cards, he managed to deal with the consequences with relative ease. Especially because those carefully prepared countermeasures were meant to deal with a single powerful opponent, not four. And because Beastmaster had been taken out of the fight before having an opportunity to summon her own. Eventually, it all came crashing down for the Saints of Song. The beautiful harpy, Seord, screamed and fell to the ground, grasping a terrible wound. Sunny moved away to deflect an attack by Saint Ceres, but a moment later, another of his incarnations was standing in his place. The elegant giant rose and fell, slicing Siord's tendons and removing her from the battle. The three-headed canine was next. Sunny was cruel in dealing with her. Isolating Ceres from the daughters of Kai Song with 3 avatars, he leaped into the air and brandished his great odachi. The dark blade flashed twice, and 2 of her 3 heads fell to the ground. Then, it was just Lonesome Howl and Silent Stalker against his 4 incarnations. The daughters of Kai Song fought beautifully. They fought valiantly, but in the end, they still lost. And just when Lonesome Howl, having long returned to her human form, fell to her knees, feeling the tip of his sword at her neck, a low, reverberating sound rolled across the vast battlefield. Sunny stayed his hand and looked up. His fearsome mask did not reveal any emotion, but somehow he looked slightly amused. He recognized that sound. They are calling retreat. Chapter 2020, One Man's Greed. Soon after the first rumbling call of the war horn, another one resounded, rolling across the battlefield like a tidal wave. Sunny was momentarily impressed by the logistical preparations that had been undertaken to wage this war after all. It was not easy to drown out the deafening clamor of a transcendent battle, which meant that both armies had prepared tools capable of delivering the commands to hundreds of thousands of clashing soldiers in advance. It wasn't that surprising, really. Both Valor and Song had rich experience subjugating wild regions of the Dream Realm, after all. They would have known how to signal to their troops when besieged by hordes of roaring nightmare creatures. In any case, he realized how tired he was by catching his mind wandering. The sound of 2 horns told Sunny everything he needed to know at the moment. The first horn had come from the position of the Song army, which meant that the battle was over, and that the Sword army had delivered the enemy a crushing defeat. The second horn had come from the direction of the towering echo. Perhaps it was no horn at all, but simply the bellow of the gargantuan creature. Its meaning was also quite clear. The King of Swords was ordering them not to pursue. With his expression hidden behind Weaver's mask, Sunny let out a quiet sigh of relief. Kai Song calling for retreat meant that the saints of the Song army were beaten despite their great numerical advantage. Anvil ordering his own saints to stand down probably meant that he did not wish to cross the Queen's bottom line just yet, and that he was already satisfied with the result. We've won, then. Sunny still couldn't quite believe it. He knew that he had won, of course. He was also certain that Nephis would have demolished her share of enemies. Cassie would be all right, too, she always was. But still, 23 saints defeating twice as many enemy transcendents sounded implausible, but the proof was impossible to deny. Everywhere he looked, the remaining pilgrims were turning around and slowly heading away from the battlefield. He could see a few battered saints staggering away, as well, which brought him to a dilemma. Still holding the tip of his odachi to Lonesome Howl's neck, Sunny stared at her through the eyes of Weaver's mask. What was he supposed to do now that he had won? The jackal was dead. Beastmaster and the Ceres were unconscious. Siord and the Saint of Sorrow were too terribly wounded to mount any resistance. Silent Stalker was on the ground, 3 of his incarnations standing above her with weapons drawn and ready to strike. Lonesome Howl was on her knees, at his mercy. She was not moving, just staring at him from below with defeat, fear, and bitter fury burning in her wild eyes. Her face was pale and bloodied, and she was gritting her teeth to suppress a pained groan. Am I meant to just let them go? It seemed quite unfair to let his prey walk free. Nothing was going to stop these saints from recovering and joining the next battle. After all, at the same time, Sunny could not very well take them prisoner. How was he supposed to imprison saints? Even if he tied them up and locked them in the nameless temple, they could simply flee back to the waking world. No amount of chains and locks could stop them. He was certain that Anvil could. The King of Swords had imprisoned Aurum, after all, so there was some kind of runic prison already established here in Godgrave. But did Sunny really want to give the sovereign hostages of royal blood? No way. If he did, he would be responsible for whatever atrocity Anvil decided to perpetrate toward the prisoners. So, Sunny only had 2 choices. Either finish the defeated saints right here and now, or let them go. and he had not kept them alive only to slaughter them once the battle was over. Of course, Lonesome Howl and the rest of the Saints of Song must have thought differently. Judging by their gazes, they seemed to be under the illusion that Sunny was some kind of unholy monster. No, really, did they have to look so petrified? All that after I went out of my way to be gentle. Shaking his head mentally, Sunny sighed, then retracted his odachi and pointed in the direction of the distant Song army. When he spoke, his voice was cold and indifferent. "I'll leave." Lonesome Howl stared at him, her bloodied face growing even paler. Strangely enough, she made no motion to rise from her knees. Instead, she gritted her teeth even tighter and then spat. "Why are you letting us go?" Sunny looked down at her, feeling perplexed. He would have already been running in her shoes. Still, he had to come up with an answer. Blaming everything on Nephi's again would be unwise. The King of Swords could very well be listening, after all, and learning that his daughter had secretly ordered his most powerful fighter to spare the enemy elites could very well cause dire problems down the line. And after today, there would be no question of who the most powerful member of the Sword Army outside the royal family was, without a doubt. So what was Sunny supposed to say? Luckily, this incarnation of his was wearing Weaver's mask. Eventually, he shrugged and answered evenly, "I am just a hired blade. My pay is high, but not high enough to start a blood feud with the Queen of Song. Meaning, you are a princess, and I am a simple mercenary. I'm not crazy enough and can't be bothered to kill Kai Song's daughters, thus giving her a reason to personally hunt me down." On second thought, that also implied that Sunny would actually be willing to do something like that if the pay was high enough. He hoped that Lonesome Howl would miss that. She stared at him for a few moments, then suddenly let out a bitter, hollow laugh. "So that's the reason? I can't believe it. A hired blade." The outcome of the battle, the fate of the entire world, might just depend on something as base as one man's greed. Sunny looked at her silently for a while. Then, he leaned his head back and laughed. His laugh sounded eerie and sinister, rolling across the ravaged battlefield like a chilling wind. "Why? Do you think that we are that different?" Shaking his head, he looked at the kneeling princess and added with a hint of disdain in his calm, cold voice, "No. The King of Valor, you mother, and I, we are exactly the same. It's just that they are greedy for more tasteless things." With that, Sunny took a step back and dissolved into the shadows. Lonesome Howl was left standing on her knees in solitude. The echo of his sinister laughter and of his piercing words was still ringing in her ears. Chapter 2021, End of the Battle. A similar situation was happening elsewhere on the battlefield. There, a vast swath of the sun-bleached bone had been scorched by incinerating flames and turned black. It almost seemed as if it had been on the verge of igniting, angry red sparks and wisps of smoke still escaping from somewhere below. The air was heavy with the smell of smoke, and white flames danced here and there on the charred remains of thralls and pilgrims. This was where Nephis had fought Sacian, Deathsinger, and the 5 saints supporting them. The battle had been fierce. Sacian was powerful, and her power had only grown exponentially on a blood-soaked battlefield. Deathsinger seemed to possess some form of authority over blood, as well, both using it for offense and to boost her sister's already formidable prowess even further. The 5 saints that had come to join the Queen's daughters were not weak in any way, either. However, it had all been for naught. Once Nephis truly unleashed her flames and burned away the blood that had been spilled upon the ancient bone by the awakened soldiers, Sacian and Deathsinger found themselves at a disadvantage. The saints that had been supposed to slow changing star down did everything they were expected to do. Their aspects worked well together, and they worked especially well against someone like her. A carefully designed combination of powerful memories enveloped the last daughter of the immortal Flame clan in a net of insidious enchantments. The thralls and the pilgrims descended upon her like a plague. And yet, none of it worked. Nephis broke free of the net, withstood the barrage of melee and ranged attacks unleashed by the 5 saints, turned the thralls and the pilgrims into ash, and faced the 2 daughters of Kai Song like a radiant, harrowing spirit of flame. Her skill, power, and absolute resolve were overwhelming. The saints of Song were shocked and dismayed. Then, a hint of fear entered their hearts. Even Deathsinger seemed shaken by the ferocious might of Changing Star. Only Saishin did not seem that surprised. After all, she had witnessed who Nephis was and what she could do, all the way back on the Forgotten Shore. In fact, she understood clearly that Changing Star was holding back her most destructive powers. The only thing she could not understand was, why? Was it out of a sense of empty sentimentality? No, the young woman she had come to know in the Dark City was not someone who could be swayed by such emotions. So why, then? A subtle frown twisted Saishin's exquisite brow. In the end, the result of the clash between Changing Star and the Seven Saints of Song was quite predictable. By the time the Song army sounded retreat, all 7 of them were beaten and battered, in agony and barely clinging to life. And yet, they were alive. The blinding light of the radiant figure dimmed, and in a whirlwind of sparks, a pristine white tunic covered her slender body. Changing Star, the last daughter of the immortal flame, looked at them with emotionless eyes. The lovely young woman with beautiful silver hair wore no armor and wielded no weapons. Pure and untainted by the blood and soot of the battlefield, she looked like a heavenly being, breathtaking, and completely out of place in this sweltering, dark hell. Not at all like the unstoppable monster who had ruthlessly crushed, burned, and broken them all. Only her striking gray eyes betrayed the inhuman coldness of the incandescent white void hiding in her soul. Saishin suppressed a groan, staring at her own charred body. It was time to retreat. In shame and dishonor. Not everyone knew how to retreat gracefully, though. One of them, the young saint of the Maharana clan, looked up at Changing Star and asked in a hoarse, trembling voice, "Why didn't you kill me?" She looked down at him, no emotion visible in her cold gray eyes. After a few moments of silence, Nephis simply shrugged, "Because you are not my enemy." With that, she turned around and left with light steps. The young man seemed confused, failing to understand the meaning of her words. Saishin's frown, however, deepened slightly. Somewhere else on the battlefield, 3 bleeding corpses were laying on the ground, staring at Saint Jest with empty eye sockets. The old man wiped his bloody hands on the shirt of one of them, then clicked his tongue and crushed the head of the other when the corpse attempted to rise. Looking at his once again bloodied hand with a squeamish expression, he shook his head with a wry smile. That girl still playing house at her age. Someone should really remind her that dolls are for children. With that, he looked up with a wondering look. Oh, right. I should check on little Mercy and see how he is doing. Today must have been tough on him. Humming a lively melody under his nose, Saint Jest straightened, stretched his back, then picked up his cane and walked away. Someplace else, a pile of scrap metal slowly unfurled itself and rose from the ground. Fiend was in a terrible shape, his steel body hideously shredded and torn apart so viciously that it resembled an abstract sculpture. Fighting the chain worms had not been an easy fit for him, especially with some of his powers sealed by the shattering of space. Raising one of his remaining hands, the ravenous shadow used a sharp claw to fish a piece of melting glass from between his fangs and stared in the direction where the 2 remaining reflections had gone with a hateful expression. A few moments later, a sound that resembled the low roar of spreading flame resounded from his fiery maw. WRRHS, in that moment, Fiend made a decision. He was going to tell on them to Big Sister. Not too far away, Saint retracted her darkness and watched indifferently as her one remaining enemy limped away. Serpent, however, was surrounded only by silence, because all of its enemies were dead. Just like that, the battle was over. But its aftershocks were destined to spread far and wide, shaping many of the things that were to come. Chapter 2022, Overwhelming Strength, the battle that would have cost humanity countless lives ended costing it slightly less. The losses among the awakened soldiers were still quite severe. But at the same time, there weren't nearly as many deaths as there would have been if Nephis had not intervened, ordering the 2 great armies to retreat and provoking a clash between the saints instead. The final, titanic confrontation had decided the outcome of the battles. It ended with a resounding victory for the Sword Domain. Sunny somehow expected to be met by endless chants of glory once he returned to the camp of the Sword Army. But in reality, it was just as quiet and subdued as the camp of the defeated side. That was because most of the soldiers had been brutalized by the unfathomable horror of the calamitous battle, and many of them had lost friends and companions to its hungry maw as well. The casualties among the soldiers were still being tallied, but everyone knew how many saints had returned from the battlefield alive already. The results were surprising, at least to Sunny. 4 of the saints of the Sword Army had died. However, 13 saints of the Song domain perished in return. 6 of them had been killed by Sunny and his shadows. 3 were killed by Old Man Jest. The rest had fallen in individual duels, a horrifying number. Nephi's had killed none, which was bitterly ironic. Sunny had always considered himself to be the more humane of them too. In fact, in the past, he often felt that Neph's ambition and obsession were dragging him along into the depths where he would not have gone himself. But here he was, having slaughtered almost a full cohort of transcendent champions, while she had shown restraint and mercy, killing nobody. Granted, the Song army had only sent 7 saints after her, as well as a swarm of thralls and pilgrims, while Sunny had technically faced 13 of them, as well as 3 of Mordred's reflections. He did not know whether he should feel flattered, appalled, proud, or dejected. That was not important at the moment anyway. What was important, though, made Sunny shiver. Song had possessed an overwhelming advantage over the Sword domain, and yet their defeat was crushing. Even though Sunny and Nephi's had played a vital role in the victory of the Sword army, the fact remained. 26 saints of Song fought against 21 Sword saint, and most of them had lost. Relatively few of the defeated saints had died, managing to retreat in time, but it was still a startling result. A result that could mean only one thing: the saints of the Sword army were simply stronger. And this, in turn, revealed a rather disturbing truth to Sunny. It shone light on the previously inscrutable demeanor of Anvil, the King of Swords. From the very beginning, well, maybe from the day Mordred had annihilated the House of Night, the Sovereign of Valor was confusing Sunny with his indifference, inaction, and passive nonchalance. The Queen of Worms seemed to outplay her enemy on every turn. Her strategies were more elaborate, her ingenious schemes more impactful, her grasp of the battle theater more worthy of a supreme. In fact, as time had gone by, the strategic position of the Sword army started to look more and more hopeless. The enemy was winning virtually on all fronts. It was to the point that one had no choice but to start doubting which of the 2 supremes had inherited the lineage of War God. Wasn't Valor supposed to display a genius of all things having to do with warfare instead of song? But the answer to that imbalance was now both evident and undeniable. It was as if Anvil had told the world today, "Look and despair. It doesn't matter how cunning, wise, and valiant you are. The most ingenious stratagems are pointless in the face of overwhelming strength." Anvil had not been bothered by the successes of the Song domain because he possessed the only thing he needed to win this war: a better army and more deadly champions. It was a cruel and disheartening lesson. The bleak reality of this brutal truth was not what unnerved Sunny, though. Rather, it was the fact that Anvil only possessed overwhelming force because of Nephi's and Sunny himself, which meant that he had included their strength into his calculations, which in turn meant that he understood what they were capable of far better than Sunny had assumed. In fact, he truly felt a chill run down his spine when thinking about how the battle had transpired. The clash of the transcendents only happened because Nephi's had defied Anvil's order. But it was precisely her defiance that had led to the crushing defeat of the Song domain. So, had the King of Swords calculated that she would disobey him, and even the precise manner in which she would express her disobedience, he had to. Otherwise, his silent assent to Neph's defiance could hardly be explained. This was what frightened Sunny the most. He looked in the direction of the gargantuan echo, suddenly feeling tense and uncomfortable, almost afraid. It was as if he was in the palm of Anvil's hand, ready to be crushed in an iron fist at any moment. His face behind Weaver's mask grew somber. Countless humans were dead, including 17 saints, a dire loss for all humanity. The fortunes of the Song army were reversed in an instant. It had gone from holding a solid advantage to being hopelessly outmatched by the enemy in the span of one battle. not the least because Sunny and Nephi's had revealed a large part of their true power. The battle had put an end to Song's advance into the depths of the breastbone reach. On the contrary, they would have to retreat now, perhaps even being pushed all the way to the collarbone plain. In the worst case, the main camp or even the sole citadel of the Song army would be besieged before either Revel or Gilead completed their expeditions. But for now, the tired, terrified soldiers needed to rest. The wounded had to be treated, and the dead had to be burned. Both army camps were abuzz with whispers and discussions of the dreadful battle. And of course, two people were mentioned more than all the rest: merciful changing star of the immortal Flame Clan and the ruthless, terrifying Lord of Shadows. Chapter 2023, The Shadow of Godgrave. People did not often see saints fight, at least in the past. Of course, the soldiers of the two great armies had witnessed their transcendent generals clash with dreadful nightmare creatures countless times by now. However, just like the rest of humanity, they had not been exposed to the chilling sight of demigods fighting each other. Their ignorance had been destroyed today. The calamitous battle between the great armies was unprecedented as far as the quantity of the awakened soldiers involved was concerned. However, what followed next was different from all previous battles of human history in quality. Even safely hidden away from the battlefield, the awakened warriors had witnessed the awe and horror of a transcendent battle in all its devastating and harrowing glory. It was not surprising that the soldiers could not help but discuss it once the fighting stopped. Both camps were overflowing with hushed conversations, the awakened from the different parts of the battle line sharing the stories of what they had seen. The duels between individual saints were already astounding enough, but it were two clashes in particular that went beyond the realm of what humans had believed was possible. Obviously, the name of Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan was on everyone's lips. After all, she had delivered all the soldiers from the hellish nightmare of the harrowing battle with her radiant light. Countless people owed their lives to her, some by benefit of retreating from the fight unscathed, and some quite literally having been brought back from the brink of death by her soothing flames. Therefore, the tale of Lady Nephi's healing an entire army was spreading like a flame. The story of her bringing the battle to a halt and sending the soldiers back to face the enemy in personal combat instead was spreading, as well. And of course, the story of her facing and defeating 7 saints in battle. However, that last part was not being discussed that widely, despite how astonishing such a feat was. It was partially because Changing Star was known for her impossible deeds, so one more did not stand out too much. And partially because the clash between Nephi's and the Saints of Song had been mostly obscured by the blinding radiance of her flames as well as billowing clouds of smoke. Mostly, though, it was because her stunning display of overbearing power was overshadowed by someone else: the Lord of Shadows. Unlike Nephi's of the Immortal Flame, he had not established himself as one of the most talented warriors of humanity before. Sure, his reputation was fearsome, and plenty of soldiers had witnessed his dire strength during the war. Still, he had been considered to be merely at the top of the hierarchy of power among the saints, like Summer Night was, not as someone who existed entirely outside that hierarchy. Not only had the Lord of Shadows astounded everyone by defeating 7 of the most powerful saints of the Song army alone, but his abominable minions had also defeated another 6, which meant that he had faced more enemy transcendence than even Changing Star herself. And unlike the valiant lady of the Immortal Flame, the Sellsword Saint was utterly ruthless, slaying 6 of them more than any other saint had during the battle, and therefore in all of history. More than that, the clash between the Lord of Shadows and the Saints of Song had been perfectly visible to countless observers on all sides. Countless people had seen the grotesque and frightening figure of the towering onyx demon rampaging in the onslaught of enemy attacks, evading them with chilling grace, and retaliating with ruthless cruelty in response. Countless people had heard the echoes of his malevolent laughter, as well. The soldiers of both armies were stunned, awed, horrified, and appalled. It was just that the soldiers of the Sword Army were mostly in awe, while the soldiers of the Song Army were mostly in the throes of horror. Everyone, however, seemed to involuntarily lower their voices when invoking the name of the Lord of Shadows. Have you heard? He severed the heads of Saint Ceres. He laughed while doing it. I saw it. It was terrifying. Is she alive? Was that his transcendent form? That dreadful demon? Or is the human a transcendent form of the demon instead? How do we even know that he is human behind that creepy mask? No one has seen his face. They say that he split in 4 at the end of the battle, each incarnation wielding a deadly blade. Wait, that actually explains everything. We were all convinced that he possessed some kind of spatial ability, right? And that was how he could seemingly be in several places at the same time. But he doesn't. There is no spatial ability. He simply can manifest more of himself. That would also explain why his eerie echoes are so powerful. What if they aren't echoes at all? What if those abominations are just his other bodies? Gods, which body is the real one then? The serpent, that giant shadow serpent can shapeshift. That is how he can appear human. So the real Lord of Shadows is a giant abomination. No wonder it was living in Godgrave alone. Have you all lost your goddamn minds? The Lord of Shadows is a human saint. He is just so powerful that it's just easier to believe that he is some kind of an ancient sinister dark being that had fed on the bone marrow of a dead god for thousands of years, before being disturbed by us foolish mortals when we decided to invade his land, and which then emerged from the eternal darkness to take on the appearance of a man it consumed. Anyway, what I am trying to say is that he is a human. Definitely. You, shut your mouth and never speak again, okay? What? I'm just saying, I don't care what you're saying. The Lord of Shadows saved my life, and many more, during the march to Vanishing Lake. So I don't care whether he's a man or a snake. I'm just glad that he's on our side. Sonny would have been quite amused if he had heard these conversations. But he was busy recovering from the battle, and preoccupied by much more vital matters than eavesdropping on what the soldiers were saying to boot. Unbeknownst to him, though, a different kind of conversation was taking place in the camp of the Song Army. Chapter 2024, Regrettable Miscalculation. In the command tent of the 7th Legion, the air was heavy with the smell of blood, ash, and smoke. 5 of the 7 transcendent princesses of Song were gathered there. The healers of the Song Army had already treated their wounds, but their clothes were still bearing the traces of the recent battle. Seishin had suffered more than the other 4, having been burned terribly by the incandescent white flames. But she was also the calmest, having already changed from the charred rags of her previous garment into a clean dress. The mood in the tent was somber and dark. Eventually, it was Beastmaster who broke the silence. Nursing her head, she asked quietly, "How are the rest of our sisters?" Although Kai Song had 7 transcendent daughters, there were more girls she had adopted. It was just that not all of them had become saints. Most had been left in the Song domain to manage it in the absence of the most powerful members of the royal clan, but some were here in Godgrave, scattered across the 7 royal legions. Seishin answered after a short pause, "Our sisters are fine, they are not easily killed." Beastmaster let out a sigh of relief, then winced and asked in a subdued tone, "What about Mother, then?" Seishin lingered for a moment. "She will lead the farewell ritual for the fallen soldiers and see as after that. I doubt that it will be a long conversation. The army will have to start the retreat soon." A heavy silence settled in the tent once more. Eventually, Silent Stalker shifted slightly and threw a questioning look at her sisters. Seishin smiled darkly. "Yes, we have miscalculated indeed." Beastmaster shook her head. "There was no miscalculation, we just didn't have the correct information." With that, she glanced at Deathsinger bitterly. The lovely oracle stared back with an aggrieved expression. "What? I warned you. I told you that we're all going to die." The tantalizing enchantress remained silent for a few moments, then let out a soft chuckle. "That you did. In any case, the things we learned from my thralls in the Sword Army and from Revel were not entirely true. The Lord of Shadows is far more than we expected." Seishin let out a sigh and nodded. "It seems that he is like the other 2, a bearer of a divine aspect. Lonesome Howl Cursed. Damn it all. The plan was for our vassals to destroy his echoes, then help us deal with that man, before all of us moved on to assist you against Changing Star. Instead, they are dead, and we've been brutalized by not one, but two of these monsters. Gods, how is Morgan even still alive? I feel like I've been run over by a PTV. Of course, a PTV would have been utterly destroyed if it collided with Lonesome Howl. Additionally, her voice sounded gruff and boisterous, but her sisters could sense an unfamiliar note of turmoil and upheaval in its pleasant sound. Sation sighed. It is unfortunate that we made a mistake in evaluating the power of the Lord of Shadows. He is no less of a threat than Changing Star is, more of a threat, perhaps. The morale of our soldiers was already low because of his raids on the supply caravans. Now, they'll be jumping at every shadow. Beastmaster let out a joyless chuckle. Can you blame them? She shook her head, then added somberly. That ability of his took me by surprise. It is some form of duplication, his dormant ability, perhaps. Quantitative abilities are often tied to one's rank, after all. Howl and others witnessed 4 copies. That would coincide with the transcendent rank. But then one of his other abilities would not make sense. Is he using a powerful memory or a legacy relic in place, perhaps? The others seemed unsure. Beastmaster lingered for a while, then shook her head. It's useless to guess, isn't it? If his truly is a divine aspect, then we shouldn't try to apply common logic to him. Besides, that is not even the most important question. The most important question is, why did he leave us alive? Lonesome Howl looked down, her expression growing dark. He seemed to be reluctant to anger Mother. Hearing that, Sation scoffed. Does that man look like someone who would be scared of incurring a sovereign's wrath? If he was, he wouldn't have joined the war at all. There are plenty of death zones in the dream realm where he could have fled to, and we already know that he is more than capable of making one his home. More than that, he also spared Ceres, Seord, and the Saint of Sorrow. She shook her head. No, he spared you because Nephi's ordered him to hold back, just like she had done with the soldiers guarding the supply caravans. The rest of Kai Song's daughters looked at her with a hint of surprise. Eventually, Beastmaster asked, why did she order him to hold back then, and why did she hold back herself? Sation's expression turned pensive. She remained silent for a while, then sighed. I do not know. Her mercy and benevolence are just an act, though of that I am sure. There is hardly a less merciful and benevolent person in both worlds than Nephi's of the immortal Flame clan. Sation hesitated for a moment. Not that I hold it against her, of course. In fact, she's quite admirable. Nephi's is scheming something, but what? I can't figure it out. Her exquisitely beautiful face seemed troubled. Lonesome Howl sneered. Aren't you giving her too much credit, sister? She is already as high as any of us can be, and there is nothing left for her to earn. What can she ever scheme for? Before, I could have imagined a twisted scenario where she wanted to prove herself and become, I don't know, Daddy's favorite. But with Morgan falling out of favor, even that is already beside the point. She leaned back and crossed her arms. Your judgment is always clouded when it comes to those years, Shan. Sure, that girl achieved something outstanding on the Forgotten Shore, assembling an army of loyal followers, killing an invincible tyrant, and taking his throne, then getting most of her army obliterated to win an unwinnable battle. But that was in the past. As she was speaking, Sation's expression changed subtly. Lonesome Howl did not notice, but Beastmaster did. She smiled. Wait, you don't think? Sation lingered for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. No, of course not. Yes, Nephi's and the Lord of Shadows are immensely powerful, but even they stand no chance against a supreme. They would know it better than us, too. Unless she conquers the 4th nightmare, it would be pointless to even think about disloyalty, and Anvil won't allow her to challenge a seed. So, thinking in that direction was a fool's errand. And yet, Sation remembered Gunlog's golden armor, and how impenetrable it had seemed. Her brow furrowed a little, and she gave Beastmaster a complicated look. The beautiful enchantress smiled. What? Are you regretting dissuading me from killing her in Antarctica now? Sation did not answer immediately. Eventually, she said, I'd probably be a skinwalker vessel now if you did. Beastmaster sighed. True, then I'll express my gratitude to her the next time we meet. Chapter 2025. A bitter triumph. On the other side of the scorched and ravaged battlefield, in the camp of the Sword Army, there was another tent. The three people inside were supposed to be in a much better mood than the queen's daughters. They were the victors, after all, and yet, the atmosphere was just as somber. Sunny was sitting on a wooden trunk, for once feeling burdened and suffocated by the weight of his armor and the cool touch of his mask. He wished he could dismiss it and feel the gentle touch of fresh air on his skin or Neff's gentle touch. Nephise herself was sitting quietly on her austere cot, wearing a pristine white tunic. She did not seem like someone who had just participated in a harrowing battle, but her gaze was cold and distant, devoid of human warmth. Still, she made an effort to spare him a pale smile. Cassie was sitting on the shadow chair, which Sunny had summoned for her. Out of the three of them, she had fared the worst in the battle. The Song army had not sent more than one saint to face her, but Cassie was not someone meant for the mayhem of the battlefield, either. She had won the duel, of course, but not without suffering several painful blows. Or maybe she had simply endured them on purpose, not wishing to disclose the true extent of her lethality to those who considered her a relatively weak and helpless saint. Even now, Sunny couldn't say for sure. All three of them were silent. The silence that surrounded them had a special quality, too, because of the runic enchantment Cassie had drawn on the floor, a complicated spell to ward off unwanted attention. Sunny sighed, then turned into a shadow. A moment later, he manifested himself into a person again, this time wearing definitely not me instead of Weaver's mask. After lingering for a moment, he said, "Things went well, did they not?" They had. A few unforeseen complications had emerged, just as expected, but the plan had worked better than they could have hoped. Nephise had greatly elevated her status, cementing herself as the only voice of reason and compassion in the dreadful crucible of this cruel, demented war. She had won the hearts of countless soldiers of the Sword Army and of the Song Army as well. Better yet, she had saved countless lives that would have been lost in the senseless slaughter otherwise. She had also established herself as a leader among the saints. Let them witness the will of the sovereigns being defied with impunity, and shown the vast and awesome power of her pure flames. That last part was especially important. Personal valor still mattered most among the legacy clans, after all, whose claim to nobility rested on the laurels of martial excellence. With saints serving as living embodiments of the fearless virtue the members of military aristocracy were meant to possess. Nephise had not only demonstrated her willingness and ability to disobey the sovereigns, but also proved that she had the right to. Not only because she was strong herself, but also because she was capable enough to ensure the loyalty of someone who was in no way weaker. The Lord of Shadows. Sunny's astounding performance was like a cherry on top of a delicious cake, or rather, a scoop of ice cream on top of a delectable waffle, in his case, with fresh strawberries on the side. This aspect of their plan was just as important as the battle itself. After all, at the end of the day, it did not matter what the soldiers, the legacies, and the saints thought or felt. Nothing mattered, because in the world where strength reigned supreme, the reign of supremes was absolute, since they were the strongest. Their strength was so tyrannical, in fact, that even the most exalted warriors of humanity could not dare to dream of resisting their rule. Otherwise, half of the warriors in both great armies would have stayed home instead of following the sovereigns to Godgrave. There were plenty of dissidents among the soldiers, and among the saints, too, like Tyrus and Roan of the White Feather clan. The longer the war continued, and the more lives it claimed, the more the disillusionment within the great armies spread, like pressure building in a tank. However, the sovereigns were too strong and could not be defied. There was no vent to release the pressure, and so, the pressure only grew, or rather there had not been, until today. What Nephise, Sunny, and Cassie had done was more than simply change the nature of one battle. They had also shown people a glimpse of hope, a vision of the future where someone was, in fact, strong enough to challenge the Supremes. A possibility. Granted, it was all, of course, nothing but a lie, a treacherous bluff concocted to deceive the people. Because they still had no real way of defeating the sovereigns, only a determination to find one. Still, as far as grand acts of treachery and deceit went, this one had been performed quite wonderfully. The plan had worked very well, and that was exactly the problem. Nephise looked at Sunny silently, but it was Cassie who spoke. It did go well, too well really. So, it seemed that they had come to the same conclusion as him. Sunny had anticipated that the Sword Army would win the battle. They were themselves warriors of the Sword Army, after all. However, the defeat of the enemy was too decisive, too crushing. The losses of the Song Army were too dire when compared to the losses of the Sword Domain. That, he had not expected. Everything seemed to have happened exactly how the King of Swords had wanted it to happen. Which meant that the king had known what naviSgate would do far in advance. Did he also know why she had done it? What was her true intention? What was her goal? Sunny could not help but feel ill at ease. He looked at naviSgate, lingered for a moment, and then asked, "How much does he really trust you? How much does he distrust you? What has his demeanor been like in these past few years when he interacted with you?" It had been more than 5 years, 6 for Sunny because of the tomb of Ariel, since Clan Valor adopted naviSgate. Her status within the royal clan was honestly quite strange. On one hand, she had been kept at a distance and mistreated by the Elders of Valor, who almost seemed keen on getting her killed. On the other hand, Anvil himself had shown her quite a bit of grace, even making her the nominal commander of the Sword Army after sending Morgan away. Their relationship was ambiguous, and since the man almost never showed human emotions, Sunny could not even guess what was happening in his head. Under the Iron Crown, naviSgate remained silent for a few moments, staring at him evenly. Then, she suddenly said, "It's unpleasant to talk to you when you are wearing a mask." Sunny blinked. What was that, all of a sudden? Was she trying to say that she wanted to see his face? naviSgate seemed a little surprised by her response as well. She frowned slightly, then shook her head. "It is hard to tell. He keeps most people at a distance. His heart is a mystery if he even has one. Still, with me, he was a bit different. Almost sentimental? No, hardly, maybe curious. I thought that the attention he was paying me was minimal, but Morgan seemed surprised, as if it was much more than what he paid to everyone else." She hesitated for a bit, then added evenly, "It is because of my mother, I think." He spoke of her a couple of times. So, general weirdness, but nothing that alluded to distrust or suspicion. Quite the contrary, actually. Of course, one had to remember that the sovereigns had insistently tried to assassinate naviSgate in the past when she had no value. Sunny sighed, unsure what to think. He still felt uncomfortable speaking openly about their secrets, even with Cassie's enchantments protecting them from being spied on. So, he tried to remain as vague as possible. In the end, he simply said, "I think it is better if we assume the worst." Chapter 2026. Escalation? I think it is better if we assume the worst. The worst being that Anvil had known all along about the irreconcilable hatred naviSgate had harbored towards him and Kai Song, and was fully expecting her to try taking revenge on them at some point. Perhaps he simply did not care, not even considering her a threat. Perhaps he did not mind making use of naviSgate and her talents before eventually disposing of her. In any case, today's events were bound to change things. Cassie frowned. Our timetable needs to be accelerated then. She was right. They had to hurry anyway. Now that the Song Army had lost a decisive battle, it would be pushed back off the breastbone reach. The power of Kai Song's domain would diminish, and Anvil would gain an advantage, which was a problem. In truth, today's battle had brought another benefit to Sunny, naviSgate, and Cassie, albeit quite a morbid one. Even though they had hoped that far fewer saints would perish, in the end, the actual number was quite high. Which meant that both domains had grown weaker today, many citadels stood without masters now, and there was no one left alive to claim them. So, in the final confrontation, both Anvil and Kai Song would not be as powerful as they had been the day before. However, this loss had affected the Queen of Worms disproportionately. It was to the point where the King of Swords could very well decide to challenge her before the remaining citadels in Godgrave were conquered, if given reason to believe that Revel's expedition would succeed. So, the situation was both highly unstable and fraught with peril. They could not be cautious or patient anymore. Worst of all, Sunny and naviSgate were not anywhere close to figuring out how to attain supremacy, still. There had been some progress, but nothing they could bet their lives on. And with the pace of war suddenly changing, he was not sure that they would be able to solve the puzzle in time. Fighting the sovereigns as saints it was then. Remembering the sight of the sea of swords falling from the sky, Sunny gritted his teeth. Why did it matter, though? There had been two opinions on how to kill the sovereigns from the very start. Nephis believed that the only way to defeat them was to become supreme themselves. While Sunny believed more in the tried and tested method of waiting for the enemies to weaken each other and then stabbing them in the back. Now, their chances of attaining supremacy in time seemed slim. But on top of that, their element of surprise seemed to be gone, which meant that it would not be easy to strike the enemy in the back. Things did not look good, he sighed. I take it back. Things are way worse than what we assumed was the worst. He needed to forge Nef's sword. He needed to make the final preparations for the battle against the sovereigns. Luckily, Nightmare had been working hard all this time. He also needed to learn what had happened to Rain during the battle. And Cassie shifted slightly and faced him. Her voice sounded grim. We'll have to have a conversation with Saint just soon. Sunny remained silent for a moment, then nodded. After that, Cassie seemed to struggle with something for a while. Eventually, she turned to Nephis and said in a hesitant tone, "There is a countermeasure we can use to slow things down." Nephis simply raised an eyebrow. Cassie lingered for a bit before adding quietly, "It's about our friends in a faraway place." Hearing that, Sunny couldn't help but frown. She was talking about Effie, Kai, and Jet, of course. At the beginning of the war, the Song domain had gained a tremendous advantage by unleashing Mordred upon the world. Therefore, to make sure that the sovereigns thoroughly exhausted each other's power, a correction had to be made. So, Jet had been tasked with subtly influencing the government when Morgan inevitably came knocking on the door. Then, she joined the Princess of War with Effie and Kai to hold the Prince of Nothing back, thus prevent him from conquering the Sword domain while the king was waging war in the north. They had been desperately defending Bastion all this time. But now, the situation was different. Anvil had turned the tables on the Queen of Worms, and it was the Song domain that seemed to be at a dire disadvantage. So, if Bastion fell in Mordred's hands, the equilibrium could be restored. It was just that they all knew what kind of monster Mordred was. Sunny did not like the idea of surrendering Bastion to him one bit. In fact, he was vehemently against it. Too many people he liked and valued were living there, on the shore of the beautiful lake. However, in the end, it was up to Nephis. So, he stared at her silently, wondering what decision she would make. And what he would do about that decision. Nephis remained silent for a while, no human emotion visible in her cold, gray eyes. He suddenly felt chilly despite the suffocating heat enveloping Godgrave. Finally, Nephis glanced at him, frowning briefly at the sight of his mask, and shook her head. "No, we won't be troubling our friends." Sunny was both surprised and a bit relieved. He had expected a ruthless and pragmatic answer, but Nephis seemed reluctant to surrender Bastion to Mordred too. He couldn't help but ask, "Why?" She looked at him impassively for a while, then smiled faintly. "Because it would leave a bad taste in my mouth. I dislike compromises." With that, Nephis rose and inhaled deeply. "Come, he will want to see us soon." She had disobeyed the king's order, and now it was time to receive the punishment for her defiance. Sunny hoped that it wouldn't be too harsh. But at the same time, he hoped that it would. Because their web of deceit was not finished yet, one final performance remained. The harsher Nephis was punished, the more indignant the people whom she had saved would feel. And the more indignant they felt, the more her grasp on their hearts would tighten. Chapter 2027. Godheart? That was the word Rain heard being spoken around the camp of the battered 7th Legion. The calamitous battle between the two great armies had taken place in the central part of the breastbone reach, right above where the dead god's heart would have been. Hence, people were calling it the Battle of Godheart. As fitting of a name as any, really. There had been nothing divine about that damn battle, but many hearts had been scarred and broken in its maw. The camp of the 7th Legion was noticeably emptier than it had been before. Their own little corner of it was, too, luckily, not because the cohort had sustained losses. It was simply because Fleur had been called upon to help treat the wounded, and Ray was keeping her company. So, Rain and Tamar were left alone. Rain prepared dinner while Tamar went about her centurion duties. With that done, they ate in silence and then fell asleep on the spot, too exhausted, both mentally and physically, to even hide from the oppressive radiance of the overcast sky in their tents. They did not have a lot of time to rest. As soon as the worn-out soldiers were able to march, the Song army was going to abandon the temporary camp and retreat north, toward the Collarbone Plain. The Sword Army would most likely pursue, so the march was promising to be tough and unforgiving. A few hours later, Rain and Tamar were woken up by Fleur and Ray, who had returned from the field hospital. The delicate healer looked like someone on the verge of suffering essence exhaustion, and her stealthy boyfriend was not much better. Rain yawned, rubbed her eyes, then pushed the half-full pot of army stew toward them. "Here, eat." Ray gave her a nod of gratitude and sat down. Fleur, meanwhile, glanced at Tamar. "Your father is looking for you. He's in the field hospital." Noticing Tamar's sharp gaze, she put a hand on her shoulder and added in a soothing tone, "His wounds were serious, but he is doing well now. Don't worry." Tamar lingered for a moment, then nodded and rose to her feet. Rain did not have anything better to do, so she decided to follow the young legacy. The two of them walked through the camp of the 7th Legion, eventually crossing into the avenue, separating it from other divisions of the Song army. As they walked, they could hear the soldiers talking about the battle in numb, subdued voices. Some were sharing their fears and concerns about the retreat and the future prospects of the Song army. Most, however, were talking about Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows. Rain threw a brief glance at her shadow, feeling a little strange. She had witnessed the clash between her brother and the 7 Saints of Song. The fury of it, the chilling scale, the destruction. Despite his reassurance, she had been worried sick while watching, clenching her fists and forgetting to breathe. It had been such a strange situation to find herself in. The Lord of Shadows was one of the enemy champions, after all, and yet, she could not help but root for him instead of her own side. At the end, his towering figure crumbled into darkness, and the battle continued on a much smaller human scale. So, Rain had not seen how it ended, but she learned the result soon. Her brother had defeated the 7 Saints, including 3 of the Queen's daughters. Crushed them, really. He had also killed 6 Saints, 1 with his own hands, 5 more with the help of his servants. No wonder people could not stop talking about him, shivering in fear as they shared the details of the bloody clash. Rain herself felt obligated to feel frightened. Of course, she couldn't. The image of her whimsical, grumpy, and quietly caring brother was the opposite of terrifying. How could she be afraid of someone who made her delicious, puffy pancakes to celebrate a successful hunt? She wondered what the soldiers of the Song army would think if they learned that the great and terrible Lord of Shadows was in the habit of making her nutritious breakfasts. "I'd better keep it to myself." The field hospital was not far, but it still took some time for Rain and Tamar to reach it. Neither of them was in the mood to talk, and they had not spoken a word about the battle to each other. As they walked, however, Tamar glanced at Rain and hesitated for a few moments. "Are you okay?" Rain raised an eyebrow. Of course, she wasn't okay. None of them were. Nevertheless, she forced out a grin. "Sure, why?" Tamar frowned a little. "You just seem unlike yourself somehow." Rain remained silent for a while, then shrugged with a helpless smile. "You noticed, huh? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just feel a bit weird today." She couldn't quite explain it, but there was indeed something different about her ever since the conclusion of the battle. It was subtle and almost imperceptible, neither physical nor spiritual, but it was definitely there, at the heart of her being. They reached the field hospital. It was an enormous canvas pavilion, permeated with the stench of blood and sweat. The scene inside was like a painting of hell, but luckily, it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Many of the wounded in the center of the battlefield had been miraculously healed by the white flames of Lady Nephis. Of those that remained, the heavier cases had been treated by the awakened healers already. It was just that there weren't that many potent healers in the world, and those that belonged to the Song army did not have endless essence. So, the soldiers who had received relatively minor wounds could only wait while being treated by mundane medics. Rain grimaced and tried not to cover her nose. The officers were being treated in a separate space inside the pavilion. She stayed back, letting Tamar go inside alone, and waited patiently near the entrance. However, she could still hear some of the conversation between her friend and her father, the Saint of Sorrow. "I heard that you met Tell of the White Feather clan." "Oh, so that was the name of the beautiful Feather Knight. No wonder she was so troublesome." "Yes, I lost." Tamar's restrained voice betrayed a hint of dejection. The Saint of Sorrow seemed to chuckle before saying calmly, "That is all right. I lost too." There was a long stretch of silence, and then he added with a sigh, "It is strange, isn't it? The Lord of Shadows had saved my daughter's life, but today I went into battle intending to kill him. Changing Star is meant to be one of the greatest threats to the Song domain, but today she healed and saved our soldiers." Rain did not hear the rest, because at that moment, a quiet whisper resounded in her mind. "Hey, I need to talk to you." She hesitated for a moment. "Talk then, I'm listening." However, her shadow shifted slightly in the trembling light of a luminous memory, as if shaking its head. "No, not here. Go find somewhere private." Rain sighed. Was she going to be swallowed by that weird cottage again? But she did not really mind. Perhaps her brother would be able to explain the subtle change that had happened to her on the battlefield. Chapter 2028. Clandestine Meeting. It was not easy to find privacy in the temporary camp of the Song army. There was no night in Godgrave, and unlike in the city-like main camp, there were no permanent structures and deserted alleys here. Still, there was also less security and fewer watchmen. The order had hardly been restored in the aftermath of the battle, and most soldiers were either asleep or resting. The funeral rite for the fallen was going to begin soon, too, which gave Rain a chance to slip away unnoticed. She found a desolate space hidden between a row of empty tents and the outer palisade, hiding in its cool shadow. A moment later, she felt herself being pulled into the darkness and experienced the familiar sensation of being transported somewhere else. Only, this time, there was no quaint brick cottage waiting for her on the other end of the journey. Instead, she found herself in the hollows, with her brother standing by her side. The ancient jungle sprawled around them, brimming with a myriad of scents, rustles, and harrowing perils. Rain could not help but shudder, remembering the doomed march to the Collarbone Citadel. The gruesome scenes of people being devoured by the jungle surfaced in her mind, making her feel nauseated. There were no trees or vines close to her, at least. They were standing in the middle of a large clearing, with only the scarlet moss covering the surface of the ancient bone. It was a relief, but they weren't alone in the clearing. Not too far away from, the corpse of an appalling abomination lay on the ground, seeping blood into the scarlet moss. Next to it were two figures. One was a man in a fearsome onyx armor, his face hidden behind an eerie mask of black polished wood, the Lord of Shadows. Rain blinked a couple of times, stared at him for a few moments, then glanced at her brother. No, but how were they really the same person? If she did not know the truth, she would have never believed it. Her brother was a young man of modest stature, with a slender build and delicate features. He was not quite flimsy, but no one would call him physically imposing either. He wore simple clothes and wielded no weapons. The Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, actually, strangely enough, it was difficult to tell what his height was. Nevertheless, he seemed to tower above everything, as if his mere presence made the world smaller. His battered onyx armor made it impossible to see him as anything except a deadly warrior, and his menacing mask was chilling to look at, pools of impenetrable darkness nestling in its eyes. More than that, their very presence was different. Her brother emanated an easygoing, relaxed, and joyful feeling. He was quick to smile, and his dark eyes often glistened with wry humor. The Lord of Shadow, though, was the epitome of aloof and threatening. His gaze, his bearing, the subtle slant of his shoulders, all of it expressed cold indifference, ruthlessness, and arrogance. This was indeed a person who could slaughter saints and laugh as he did so. Rain was taken aback for a moment. Well, it makes sense. Her brother was living several lives at the same time while hiding that fact. Naturally, he would need to develop sublime acting skills to pull off this scheme. Otherwise, there would be no point in hiding his true identity. She couldn't help but wonder which of his incarnations was the real one, though. The warm and joyful one she knew, or the cold and unfamiliar slayer standing in front of her. For all Rain knew, the guy running a restaurant in Bastion could be the true face of her brother. As great as her shock at seeing two versions of him was, there was someone else who immediately stole all her attention. Because the Lord of Shadows was not alone. Next to him stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her beauty was so lovely and exquisite that Rain felt utterly stunned for a moment, barely able to think. The woman wore a white tunic and a sea wave cloak, her hair falling down like a cascade of pale gold. Her eyes were hidden behind a blindfold, but Rain remembered how they looked very well. After all, she had met this beautiful saint before. It was Lady Cassia, Song of the Fallen. What is Lady Cassia doing here? Logically, it made sense. The Lord of Shadows and Song of the Fallen were both members of the Sword Army, after all, so it was only reasonable to assume that they knew each other. Still, Rain was utterly shocked to meet her here. She suddenly felt self-conscious and uncomfortable, ashamed, even. It was because Lady Nephi's and the members of her cohort had shown Rain great kindness before. But now, she was fighting on the side of their enemies. There was no reason for her to feel shame. Her decision to join the Song Army had been dictated by the desire to protect her friends and neighbors against the invading forces of the Sword Domain, after all, and that decision was still valid. But emotions were not always reasonable, and so, Rain couldn't help but feel as if she had betrayed the benevolence of the beautiful woman in front of her. Why did he bring her here? Shifting from one foot to another, Rain looked at her brother hesitantly. He smiled. Don't worry, she is my partner in crime, I guess. Hearing that, Lady Cassie tilted her head a little. Rain's brother chuckled. Rain, Cassie, you two should already know each other, right? Rain remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Then she flinched and hurriedly voiced her answer aloud. Oh, yes. It is nice to see you again after all this time, Saint Cassia. The beautiful saint smiled softly. Rain was more or less convinced that entire kingdoms could be toppled by that smile. It is nice to meet you again as well, Rain. Her eyes shook a little. She actually remembers me? Her brother, meanwhile, looked at the Lord of Shadows and scoffed. Anyway, I asked Cassie to help me figure out a few things about your awakening. The two armies are relatively close to each other at the moment, so that fool over there carried her here to take a look at you. The Lord of Shadows answered in a cold, menacing tone. Who are you calling a fool, you fool? Rain stared at the two of them with a strange expression. No, but were they really the same person? Chapter 2029. Fortune-telling. Sunny allowed the Lord of Shadows to turn back into a shadow after exchanging a round of insults with himself. Released from his control, the haughty, naughty, creepy, and crazy guys glided across the floor and wrapped themselves around him, seemingly satisfied to be reunited with their happy sibling after being apart for so long. Far away in the main camp of the Sword Army, the gloomy shadow turned its head and threw a resentful glance at Master Sunless. Why was everyone getting together, while he alone was stuck keeping company to this? Sunny ignored the ingrate. In any case, there was a reason for why he did not want to keep the Lord of Shadows manifested. His reserves of essence were depleted after the recent battle, so there was no point in wasting more of it than necessary on maintaining an additional avatar. Carrying Cassie with Shadow Stop had already taken a relatively considerable toll, but it was necessary. In truth, she did not have to meet Rain in person to use her dormant ability and tell Sunny what she saw. After all, the blind seer had been helping him and the other members of the cohort from a distance throughout the war. But Rain was a bit special, being that she was a human awakened who did not carry the nightmare spell. It was also easier for Cassie to learn about a being when she was close to them. Considering how important it was to understand Rain's situation, Sunny decided to pull out all the stops. He glanced at the corpse of the nightmare creature laying in the middle of the clearing. The abomination had been stalking this area of the hollows, so he eliminated it in advance to make sure that nothing could disturb them. Cassie had already drawn the runes around the clearing, as well, using the soul shards harvested from the abomination as the power source. This place was halfway between the Song camp and the Sword camp, equally distant from both sovereigns. Hopefully, no one would learn what he was going to hear. Rain, meanwhile, seemed to have noticed the enchanted lines of the runic circle and studied it with interest. What is that? Cassie answered after a moment of hesitation. It's a runic enchantment to ward off various kinds of unwanted attention. Rain glanced at her with a subtle hint of amusement. There are different kinds of unwanted attention? The blind seer nodded. Of course. There are natural senses, memories with monitoring functions, sorcery, special aspect abilities, divination powers. As the list went on, Rain blinked. Wait, what do you mean by runic enchantment? How does that work? Cassie pointed to the subtly shimmering essence lines. Runic sorcery is the most widely known and easily accessible school of sorcery, similar to shaping, but Sunny interrupted her with a dry cough. We don't really have time for a lecture on the basics of sorcery, sorry. Let's get to business. Rain looked a little disappointed for a moment, then looked at him with a hint of hesitation. All right, so what do I do? He smiled. You don't need to do anything. Just stand there and let Cassie take a good look at you. His sister's expression froze. Sunny. Phrasing, Cassie meanwhile chuckled. Don't worry, Rain, I'm used to it. With that, she approached the young woman and faced her. If not for her blue blindfold, it would have looked as if she was looking Rain in the eyes. Sunny suddenly felt nervous. Cassie's dormant ability allowed her to read the runes of a living being. Now that she was a saint, she could gain quite a deep insight into who they were, what memories they wielded, what powers they possessed. In fact, she could more or less learn everything about the person except for their flaw. Of course, her true power was to gain insight, not to read runes. The runes that all awakened saw, except for Rain, were just a handy instrument created by the spell. And therefore, the runes that Cassie could read when using her dormant ability were merely the spell translating the knowledge she had gained into a more familiar language. A convenient modification of Cassie's own power, just like creating shadows with fragments and nurturing them by sacrificing memories had been for Sunny. Therefore, he was not sure what Cassie would see when looking at Rain. Would the spell still translate the mystical insight into easily accessible runes, like it did for the awakened and the nightmare creatures the blind seer examined? Or would she have to fathom the depths of Rain's soul herself? And what would she see? By all accounts, Rain was only supposed to possess a single attribute, maybe two. Sunny himself had only possessed one innate attribute, fated, before undergoing the first nightmare, after all. His other two attributes, Child of Shadows and Mark of Divinity, had come from the nameless temple slave whose body he had taken in the nightmare. Similarly, he had also received the temple slave aspect from him, which then evolved into his true aspect, Shadow Slave. But Rain had never undergone the first nightmare. She had learned to sense and control her essence first, and then awakened by forming a soul core herself. So, unless she had done something to develop them, there was nowhere for additional attributes to come from. Only her innate attribute was supposed to be there, whatever it was. She would not possess an aspect, either. Unlike the carriers of the nightmare spell, the original awakened had to find and unseal their aspect themselves. Many never did. Neither did they find their flaws. Those were only required if one wished to attain transcendence and make the first step into the realm of divinity. Therefore, all that Cassie was supposed to see was an innate attribute, if Rain had one, and her memories, perhaps the Mark of Shadows, as well. But something had happened to Rain on that battlefield. Sunny was not sure how she changed, but he could feel it. Something had shifted inside Rain once she chose to spare tell of White Feather, and that change was persisting still. So, had she unsealed her aspect? After a while, he glanced at Cassie. The blind seer took a deep breath, then frowned and subtly shook her head. Chapter 2030 runs in the family, so not an aspect. Sunny was not really disappointed. In fact, he had not expected Rain to unseal her aspect so soon, but he was a little concerned. If not that, then what? One disturbing possibility came to mind, that Rain had been infected with a seed of corruption in the middle of that damned battle. After all, from what he could tell, most of the people who became carriers of the spell had some reason for why their souls were fertile soil for the nightmare to take root. And what better reason could there be than the appalling terror of the Godheart battle? Still, he had already studied Rain's soul, searching for any sign of encroaching corruption. It was pure and pristine, just as it had been before, in fact. If anything, it seemed more whole than it had ever been before. Sunny looked at Cassie somberly. She took a step back, faced Rain, and smiled faintly. "First, allow me to congratulate you, Rain. It seems that you have a true name." Sunny froze for a moment. Was that it? She received a true name? Did that mean? However, at that moment, Cassie shook her head subtly again, as if having read his thoughts. "In fact, you have had it for some time already. If I were to wager a guess, I'd say that you earned it during your awakening. A name is a tool of distinction, after all, and there is hardly a more distinguished feat than becoming an awakened by yourself in an age when everyone else carries the nightmare spell." Rain blinked a couple of times, then threw a sideways glance at Sunny. "You told her," he coughed. "Right. Cassie was not entirely a stranger, but she was also not someone Rain knew well. It would feel strange to learn that many of her secrets had been shared with a distant acquaintance. However, it was really not his fault. It's not that I told her, it's just that Cassie has a way of knowing things. It's better to just make peace with it." Rain stared at him for a few moments, then turned back to the blind seer. Her chin rose a little, and she asked while trying to suppress her excitement, "Oh, okay. Well, anyway, so what is it? My true name?" Cassie remained silent for a few moments, which caused Rain's expression to grow worried. "Wait, it's not something stupid like not so funny anymore, is it?" The blind seer chuckled, then shook her head. "I am sure that it's not. It's just that much of your being is a puzzle to me. Usually I see things much clearer, but today I need to interpret the insights myself. Therefore, although I gained an understanding of your true name, it is going to take me some time to decipher it." She hesitated and then glanced at Sunny. "I'll need your help as well, and Nephi's too." He scratched the back of his head. That actually made sense. If the spell was not translating the insight Cassie gained into a convenient collection of runes, then interpreting a true name was no easy task. In fact, it was an entirely new kind of challenge. However, he was sure that they could solve it in a few days. Cassie possessed the knowledge, Sunny was a master of dead languages, and Nephi's was a talented shaper. She had more experience dealing with true names of things than both of them combined. Rain sighed in disappointment. "Oh," Sunny wanted to sigh too. If Rain had gained her true name during or as a result of her awakening, then he still had no idea what happened to her during the battle. Feeling his tension, Cassie turned her head slightly and smiled. "I also saw your memories. It's quite an impressive collection for a young awakened. It's just that," she was talking to Rain but facing Sunny. "The green canteen? Safety first? Really?" Then she pursed her lips. "And what is up with those descriptions?" Sunny scowled, feeling as if he had been unjustly slighted. "What? Those are great names, short and to the point." Cassie let out a heavy sigh and shook her head again. After remaining silent for a few moments, she spoke again. "You also seem to possess 3 attributes, Rain." 3, that was more than Sunny had expected. The blind seer continued. "One is related to affinity to shadows and is somewhat external, I think. It should be the result of the mark of shadows. The second one, though, is quite a surprise." Sunny raised his eyebrow, listening intently. Cassie hesitated a little, as if choosing the right words. "It has to do with names, I think, and power. In short, I suspect that you possess a rare talent and affinity to shaping, the most ancient kind of sorcery." Rain seemed stunned. Sunny was quite surprised, too. So Rain's primary talent doesn't even have anything to do with combat. She is meant to be a sorceress. Why had he been forcing her to hunt nightmare creatures all that time, then? No. A sorceress or not, she still needed to know how to defend herself. So he had nothing to feel sorry about. He remained motionless for a moment. "Damn, does sorcery run in our family or something?" One fact could not be denied anymore, though. Sadly, it seemed that their mother's poetic talent had been passed on to Rain in its entirety, leaving nothing for Sunny. That could explain his own lack of naming sense, at least. Rain finally came to her senses, lowering her head to stare at the runic circle Cassie had created. "Sorcery? Well, wow, that sounds fancy." With that, she turned to Sunny and grinned. "You said you were a sorcerer too. Can you teach me?" Sunny smiled awkwardly and shook his head. "Shaping is very different from the kind of sorcery I practice." They share some basics, but not enough to qualify me as a teacher. In truth, actually, I tried to learn the sorcery of names on many occasions, but it was all useless. I just don't have the talent for it, and unlike runic sorcery, one has to be born a shaper. He paused for a moment, then added, "Don't worry, though, I already have a teacher in mind." Nephis knew more about shaping than anyone he had ever met, with the exception of Anak. So, there was no better person to teach Rain than her. It would be quite a hassle to arrange the lessons, sadly. But if Rain did learn at least the very basics of shaping, it would be a great boon to her. It would also mask her lack of an aspect perfectly. Finally, he looked at Cassie. What about the third attribute? She lingered for a while, then frowned slightly. That one, I'll have to ponder on it a bit longer. All I can say now is that it has to do with Rain's soul as well as its connection to the world. Both are quite special. Sunny scowled. His sister wasn't? Cassie interrupted his thoughts once again. Don't worry, it is entirely different from the attribute you used to possess. He let out a sigh of relief. The last thing Sunny wanted was to learn that Rain was fated, just like he had been. That damn attribute had brought him so much pain and sorrow that he would not wish it on his worst enemy. In fact, he would not wish it on any enemy. A fated enemy would be a real nightmare to deal with. Rain seemed both excited and curious. Eventually, though, she simply smiled. So, I have a true name, a talent for sorcery, and am quite a special person on top of that. Oh, and I am also a real legacy, a princess of the Shadow clan, no less. Ha, am I not a lucky girl? With that, she looked at the frayed and bloodied fabric of the puppeteer's shroud and grimaced. What the hell, why am I in such a sorry state then? Glancing at Sunny, she pursed her lips. Then again, princesses are not faring too well these days. I hear 3 of them were beaten half to death by some vicious scoundrel today. Sunny coughed, ignored the jab, and looked at Cassie. Anything else? She slowly shook her head. Nothing that I can see. He sighed. That made it easier then. If the change that had happened to Rain was not connected to her aspect or her true name, then it only left one possibility. Something that even Cassie could not see, at least not yet, as a saint. It seemed that Rain had attained her flaw. Chapter 31, Blessings of the Cursed. Sunny quietly wondered what to do next. He had hoped for a different conclusion, but of course, the actual issue just had to be the only thing that Cassie was unable to see. Nothing could ever be easy. Rain's very own flaw. He sighed. In and of itself, attaining a flaw was not a bad thing. Sure, most people saw flaws as curses bestowed upon them by the nightmare spell to balance out the awesome powers they received. But he had lived long enough and had seen enough to know that it was not entirely true. Firstly, flaws did not come from the spell, it just helped Awakened find them, just like it helped Awakened unseal their aspects. Secondly, flaws were the manifestation of one of the absolute laws of existence, the law of imperfection, which had been created by the gods as one of the weapons, perhaps the last weapon, in their war against the void. Albeit cruel, flaws were meant to help those who accepted their burden grow. Life was a struggle, after all, and perfect things could never improve. They were still and unchanging, which was no different from being dead. That was what Anak had said, and despite wanting to protest these words, Sunny could not disagree due to his own experience. So, flaws were more benign than malignant in nature, or at least they were supposed to be. They were still no different from a curse for people suffering their cruelty, though. Sunny remembered a few of the more terrible flaws he had encountered. Nephis, Cassie, and himself, these flaws were terrible enough, and they weren't even the most appalling. He remembered how Castor had looked right before dying. That flaw was quite dire, albeit also quite easily avoided. All the person cursed by it had to do was to forsake their aspect powers. Of course, if Castor had been someone willing to abandon his pride and sense of duty to his clan, he would not have been given such a flaw. Sunny also remembered Dorn, whose continuously growing body would have eventually killed him, collapsing under its own weight. He remembered Jet. And many others. His expression turned somber. Yes, from the point of view of a god, a flaw wasn't a curse, but from the point of view of a human, it could very well be. So, knowing that Rain had unexpectedly found hers did nothing to calm his nerves. What can it be? Sunny tried not to let his imagination come up with terrifying answers and shifted his attention to something more important, finding a way to actually learn what Rain's flaw was. Letter 1E59, letter FF4E, letter 22B, VE circumflex letter 1E61, it was not unsolvable. Flaws were never random, after all. They were also deeply connected to who the people cursed by them were, having to do with something fundamental about them. Sometimes, a flaw would be in direct opposition to the very core of a person's identity. Sometimes, it would take something they held dear and twist it in a hideous way. Sometimes, a flaw had nothing to do with one's personality, but was instead connected to the nature of one's power, or even their fate. In any case, it was not impossible to simply deduce a flaw as long as you knew that person well enough. And there were few people in the world who knew Rain better than Sunny did. He studied her for a few moments, then said in a pensive tone, "Tell me exactly what happened back then. How it happened from your point of view, I mean." Rain suddenly seemed embarrassed. Her lively expression dimmed and she looked away. "Well," her voice sounded hesitant. Eventually, Rain sighed and shrugged. It was all like a nightmare. "I had never killed a person, you know? At least, I don't think I had. But then I clashed with that girl, Tell of Whitefeather, and it was either her or me." She grew quiet and turned her face away. "In the end, I managed to overpower her, and all that remained was to drive a knife into her neck. But I was a bit out of it, and could not really understand what for. Why must I kill her? That was what I thought. In fact, I felt deeply disgusted by all of it." Rain grimaced and shook her head. "It was stupid and cowardly, I know. If I was in a better state, I would have remembered that sparing her life meant risking not only my own, but also that of Tamar and others. But, well, I wasn't. All I knew was that I didn't want to kill her, and so I made a choice not to." She sighed again, and to be honest, it felt like the right choice. It still does. Of course, that might just be because Lady Nephi's arrived before I could pay for my mistake. Sunny stared at her, thinking. He had witnessed the fight between Rain and Tell as well. More than that, he had been embracing Rain as a shadow throughout the battle, so he had felt everything she had. So, he had his own impression of what had happened, too. Sunny knew Rain. He knew what event had become the catalyst of her flaw. And he also knew how the world usually worked, as well. So, if he imagined the worst possible outcome considering all that, his gaze darkened. There was a seed of a very uncomfortable idea taking root in his mind. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then glanced at Rain and said, "Summon your bow." She seemed confused, but outstretched her hand and called upon the beast of prey. Cassie tilted her head a little, as if confused by his request. Meanwhile, the shadows at the edges of the clearing stirred. Soon, there was the sound of buzzing, and an abominable insect that resembled an oversized mosquito flew into the clearing, as if trying to escape something. However, it did not manage to fly far. An inky black hand rose from the ground, catching it between its fingers. Sharp claws cut the creature's wings and pierced its body, just deep enough to prevent the vermin from escaping, but not to kill it. That was Rain's job. Looking at her, Sunny lingered for a moment, then said, "Go on, shoot it." She studied the desperately struggling mosquito, then knocked an arrow on the string of her bow, and froze, not doing anything. Sunny frowned. "What are you doing? Hurry up and kill it." But Rain remained motionless, simply holding her bow and looking at the abominable thing. Eventually, she lowered her gaze. "I can't." Sunny's frown deepened. "What do you mean, you can't? Are you still out of sorts because of the battle?" "Listen, I can understand why you spared Tell. I'm glad that you did, actually. But that was a person. This is an abomination." Rain looked at him, her face terrible pale. "No, you don't get it. I can't." She trembled. "My hand won't move. I tell it to draw the string, but nothing happens." A moment later, she moved the bow to the side, drew it, and sent the arrow flying. It whistled past the vermin without doing any damage to it and disappeared into the jungle. Rain looked at her hand, frightened and confused. Sunny stared at his sister with wide eyes, then his face fell. Crap. Chapter 2032, these 3 words, Sunny had hoped that his initial guess was wrong. Perhaps there was a limit to Rain's flaw. Something like only being unable to kill those who were defenseless, weaker than her, or maybe those who did not represent a fatal threat. Perhaps it was even dependent on whether she believed that the enemy deserved to die, although that one had been disproven almost immediately, since there was no sane reason to show mercy to a nightmare creature. However, after capturing a few more abominations and forcing Rain to confront them, he had to admit the shocking truth. You cannot kill. Sunny was not the nightmare spell, but if he were, he would have described her flaw with these 3 words. As the truth dawned upon the 3 people gathered on the clearing, they remained silent for a while, each trying to cope with the stunning revelation. Sunny felt as if he had been smacked in the head with something heavy. He was dismayed. What kind of flaw is that? He had seen many cruel flaws, but none that were as restrictive and ridiculous as this one. It was one thing to be unable to kill people. It was a completely different thing to be unable to kill anything in this perilous, dying world, where every day was a desperate struggle for survival. Where nightmare gates were opening in the middle of peaceful cities, unspeakable horrors stirred at the borders of human enclaves, and the cradle of humanity was being slowly consumed by the dream realm piece by piece. Not to mention that they were in the middle of a damn realm war. Suppressing a desire to groan, he brushed his hair back and forced out a mildly reassuring smile. Don't fret about it. So, you can't kill anything. Who cares? Most people in the world don't go around killing things anyway. Not only mundane people, but many awakened too. Take Eiko, for example. She had not summoned a combat memory in years. Granted, Eiko was only able to stay away from bloodshed because she had already spilled enough blood on the Forgotten Shore. If she had been sent there while unable to defend herself, she would not have survived long. Letter 211 Cyrillicea Eng Epsilon Letter 1 Diete, and she also had him around, which was no small part of it. Rain, who was sitting on the ground with a lost expression, raised her head and stared at him. Aren't you forgetting something? Sunny raised an eyebrow. What? She lingered for a moment and then gritted her teeth. I'm a damn soldier. I am an awakened member of the Song Army. We're at war. Rain covered her face for a moment. What am I supposed to do now that I can't even shoot my bow? Sunny hesitated, not knowing what to answer. Eventually, he said, I can steal you away. You don't need to remain a soldier, you know. Others can't desert, because there's nowhere to run in Godgrave, but you can. Rain pierced him with a heated gaze, making it seem as if he had said something wrong. Damnation! Luckily, Cassie came to his help. She had remained silent before, but now spoke in a soft tone. Rain, you are really asking the wrong person. Rain glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. Oh, how so? Cassie smiled. Did you not see? He is a monster on the battlefield. His power is beyond all reason, so naturally, he would have had few opportunities to experience being unable to kill something that he really wanted to kill. She pointed to herself. But I have. After all, my aspect is quite unsuitable for combat, and my flaw made me blind. I had to learn how to face adversity despite my flaw, and so, I am in a better position to give you advice. Rain lingered for a few moments, looking at her heavily. Then, she shifted her gaze to Sunny. Is it true? Does your flaw not restrict you in combat? He smiled wryly. Not usually, no, but you don't have to be polite. You can just ask me what it is. Rain hesitated a little, then couldn't help herself and asked, So, what is it? Sunny stared at her silently for a while. Eventually, he scoffed. It's simple, really. I can't lie. Rain laughed. She even slapped her knee a few times. But under his calm gaze, her laughter slowly died out. No, wait, really? That is impossible. I mean, all the stuff you told me. No, wait, really? Sunny smiled. It's true. I can't speak a single lie aloud. He pointed to her. However, I managed to fool you into thinking that I was spouting lies, didn't I? And keep the truth from you for many years. Rain stared at him with wide eyes, then nodded. Sunny nodded too. That is how flaws work. They are an insurmountable challenge. However, climbing over a mountain is not the only way to get to where you want to go. You can also go around the mountain, and you can work around the flaw too. Cassie lowered her hand to the hilt of the quiet dancer and added in soft, but confident tone, It just takes time and effort. You will learn how to go where you want to go despite the flaw. As well, there are many ways as long as you have the will. For example, although you can't kill a nightmare creature, you can wound it. You can immobilize and debilitate it. With enough foresight, you can win a fight before it even starts, or even avoid it entirely. She lingered for a moment, and then added, "In that regard, your talent for the sorcery of names will be a boon." Shapers wield quite a versatile array of powers, including many that can restrain and restrict, that are not only meant for destruction, but also creation. Cassie sighed. "Remember that you are not alone. We will help you as much as we can. But you must also remember that, at the end of the day, only you can learn how to live with your flaw." Rain looked at her with gratitude, seemingly reassured. Then, her gaze shifted to the corpses of the nightmare creatures sprawled across the clearing. Sunny had killed them after she failed to do so, thus ensuring her safety. Her gaze became bleak again. Feeling her dejection, he shook his head. "Don't look just at the negative side. Look at the bright side as well." Rain raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. "There's a bright side?" Sunny nodded. "Of course. The flaw is an important part of you, of your strength, even. So important that without it, no one can become a transcendent. There is a reason why the nightmare spell helps every awakened attain their flaw." He paused for a moment, then added, "It is not only because diamonds are made under pressure or some such nonsense. It is also because one's aspect and one's flaw are innately tied. In fact, I am not entirely sure that it is even possible to unseal one's aspect without first finding one's flaw, so you are now much closer to unsealing yours. Knowing your true name is another step in the right direction." Sunny smiled. "In short, it might seem like you were cast down into a bottomless abyss, and all your struggles to attain strength have been for naught. But in truth, it's the opposite. You have climbed to a much greater height compared to where you were yesterday. So, give yourself some credit." Rain remained silent for a while, looking at him with a hint of tentative hope. However, it did not look as if she was entirely convinced. In the end, she seemed to retreat into herself and look down. "Tamar must have finished talking to her dad a long time ago. The army will be marching north soon. So, bring me back, please." Sunny glanced at Cassie, then sighed. "As you wish. Just remember, our Shadow clan has a very magnificent citadel here in Godgrave. Say a word and I'll bring you there instead." He almost hoped that she would, but Rain remained silent. Taking her hand, Sunny pulled her into the shadows. Cassie remained alone on the clearing. A few moments later, the Lord of Shadows emerged from the darkness and looked at her somberly. "Well," the blind seer sighed, "let's return as well. There is a lot to do." Chapter 2033, Dire Flaw, Sunny and Rain returned to the temporary camp of the Song Army. While Sunny and Cassie returned to the temporary camp of the Sword Army. Of course, he had not forgotten to retrieve his shadows first. He allowed the haughty shadow, which wore Weaver's mask, to dissolve into darkness and manifested the naughty shadow instead. This avatar wore a mask, as well, this one woven by Sunny himself. "I guess I need to craft more of these." Now that his ability to control several incarnations was out in the open, he would have more chances to summon them. During the battle, he had simply covered their faces with the helmet of the onyx mantle and a layer of shadows. It should have hidden their features, especially considering the surrounding mayhem. But he could not be entirely sure, since there were all kinds of watchers out there. Even if his identity remained a complete mystery, Master Sunless would still be suspected by some. After all, he had entered Changing Star's circle around the same time as the Lord of Shadows. Now that people knew that the Lord of Shadow could exist in several places at the same time, they would naturally become suspicious of the humble memory merchant. Luckily, Sunny had been quite meticulous in crafting the persona of Master Sunless, and making it the exact opposite of what one would expect a fearsome and mysterious saint to be. As long as he remained cautious, the suspicions would remain just that. All of it was going to lose meaning soon anyway. The conclusion of the war was not that far away now. He shivered. Sunny and Cassie were alone in the tent for the moment. Both remained silent for a while, contemplating the situation Rain had found herself in. Eventually, he sighed. "That is quite a severe flaw, don't you think?" Calling that flaw severe was an understatement of the century. Cassie hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "It is quite extraordinary indeed. There are very few flaws that are that harsh while being that broad. It could very well be a death sentence." Being unable to kill anything while everything was able to kill you was, needless to say, extremely dangerous. Especially for an awakened, and especially in the middle of a bloody war which was happening in the middle of a damn death zone. Sunny massaged his temples, feeling an approaching headache. How was he supposed to protect Rain now? He sighed. Still, it is not so bad. There were ways to deal with a flaw. Every awakened had no choice but to find ways of coping with its burden, and many learned how to do it masterfully. The only question was, how would Rain go about it? Would she cope with her flaw by accommodating it and adapting to its demands? She could distance herself from bloodshed and killing, living a peaceful life somewhere safe, relatively safe at least, since true safety did not exist anywhere in either of the worlds. Sunny would be quite happy if she did, really. His sister was unlike him. Despite her admirable strength and tough exterior, she was made from softer stuff. She was not a killer. Thank the gods, there were already enough killers in this dying world, like Sunny and Nephi's. People like them were born to destroy, and hopefully, they would destroy everything that needed to be destroyed, so that people like Rain could rebuild a new world on the ruins. But that was only one way of dealing with her flaw Rain could choose. She could also stay close to the battlefield while assuming a strictly supportive role, like her friend Flaw, but much more defenseless. She would have to put absolute trust in her companions then, and rely on them to keep her safe. Like a living embodiment of the time-tested principle taught to Sunny by Jet, that no one survived in the dream realm alone. Or would Rain cope with her flaw by fighting and rebelling against it like Sunny had fought and rebelled against his? He had become a master of deception despite being unable to lie, after all. It was just that his treacherous ways had to turn much more refined and insidious because of the flaw. Would Rain become a ghastly and sinister slayer because of hers? A person who could not kill her enemies, at least not directly, but made them wish that they were dead? Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, then cursed. No, I take it back. It is that bad. Cassie patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry too much. She will be fine, better than fine, actually. She will face the challenge of her flaw, overcome it, and become much stronger for it. Sunny did not know if Cassie was speaking out of personal experience or simply trying to placate him, but he felt thankful either way. He wanted to believe her, too. She remained silent for a moment and then sighed. Nevertheless, you are right. Her flaw is extremely severe, which means that her aspect will be extraordinary as well. In fact, I am quite sure that it will be at least of the supreme rank, most likely sacred. Sunny froze, looking at her with a complicated expression. An aspect of the sacred rank was almost as rare as one of the divine rank. In fact, ironically enough, Sunny knew of more awakened wielding a divine aspect, Nephi's, Mordred, and himself, than awakened wielding a sacred aspect. He only knew of one, actually Cassie herself. Of course, there could have been others among the members of Broken Sword's cohort, for example, or among the daughters of Kai Song. But the fact still remained. A sacred aspect would be unique, mystical, and exceedingly powerful by its very nature. And his sister could come to possess one of those? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then sat down and said somberly, "Tell me more about what you saw." Cassie remained silent for a while, as if trying to find the correct words. In the end, she sighed. It was quite unusual. I had to decipher what I saw myself. I still do, really. It is not really difficult, just takes time. Like following your intuition to the answer you already know to be true, or remembering something that you had already known once. We will be able to decipher the true name shortly, I believe. The attributes responsible for her affinity to shadows and sorcery are also quite clear. Her tone changed a little. It's the third attribute that gives me pause. Cassie grew quiet for a moment, then faced Sunny and asked cautiously, "Sunny, tell me, have you noticed anything strange about your sister?" Chapter 20:34. What are friends for? Sunny stared at Cassie silently. What the hell did she mean? Anything strange? Suddenly, mana-troubling possibilities surfaced in his mind. There were all kinds of attributes out there in the world. After all, the mind hex of the Soul Devourer had also been akin to an attribute, for example. Rain had not been supposed to possess 3 entire attributes anyway. The Mark of Shadows had come from him was the third attribute foreign to her as well, Finally, he shrugged. Strain? I mean, she is known as that crazy girl back in Ravenheart for a reason. But no, not really. Rain is surprisingly normal. Shockingly normal, even she is more or less the only normal person I know. He frowned. What exactly do you mean by strange? Cassie contemplated her answer for some time before speaking. I'm not sure myself. Have you seen some inexplicable things happening around her, or patterns of strange events? Like sudden changes in weather, plants wilting or blooming unexpectedly, or maybe nightmare creatures reacting more strongly than expected to her presence. Sonny scratched the back of his head. No, really, what was she going on about? Eventually, he said hesitantly, well, come to think of it, a huge storm did appear out of nowhere when she was awakening. Why? Cassie remained silent for a moment. That third attribute I spoke about, it is quite unusual. I'll need more time to truly fathom it, but what I do know is that her soul is connected to the world, much more deeply than that of a mere awakened should be. Or maybe it is the other way around. So that storm might not have gathered by coincidence or as a response to her unusual awakening. It could have been a way the world was responding to the intensity of her emotions. Sonny blinked a couple of times. That kind of sounds like presence. The world had a way of responding to saints. However, Rain was definitely not a saint. Cassie nodded. Indeed. In fact, I suspect that Rain already has a presence, much like a transcendent would. It is just that her soul is so much weaker than that of a saint that we have not felt her presence yet. Similarly, I also suspect that she already has a source element. She remained silent for a few moments, as if doubting herself, and then added in a hesitant tone. To be honest, it felt like all elements are her source element, or maybe it's the other way around. Can a human soul itself be a source element? God's sorry, but I am really confused. All I can say right now is that her soul is very unique, deeply connected to the world, and inexplicably exhibiting traits similar to those of a transcendent despite being properly weak and fully contained within her body, like any awakened soul should. Sonny stared at her silently, then he stared some more. No matter how much you are confused, I am confused more. Cassie chuckled, then sighed. Don't worry, I'll figure it out soon, sure, it sounds strange, but consider some other innate attributes. I am sure those would have seemed bizarre to us if we glimpsed them for the first time without the spell providing a comprehensive, convenient, and concise explanation. Sonny thought about it. Well, yes, if he looked at it like that, the innate attributes of people with aspects of higher ranks would seem quite bizarre from the outside. Like his own fated or Neff's dreamspawn. Compared to those, the strangeness happening to Rain's soul seemed almost mild. In any case, for now, the only thing he could do was wait for Cassie to decipher the full meaning. And worry. Once the interpretation was complete, he would finally be able to finish the memory bracelet he had been weaving for Rain. She would be ready to decide what to do about her flaw by then, as well. Suddenly, Sonny felt a cold chill run down his spine. Her emotions might be able to affect the weather, huh? That was a truly terrible trait to possess here in Godgrave. Rain did not quite remember how she found her way to her tent after being returned to the camp of the Song Army. Only her tent wasn't there anymore. The funeral rite had been long finished, and the army was preparing to march. Someone from the cohort, Tamer, most likely, had already taken down Rain's tent. Usually they handled their own equipment, but since one member of the cohort was strangely absent, she would have done it to save time. Speaking of Tamer, the legacy girl was standing near the smoldering campfire, giving last instructions to the leaders of the cohorts comprising the Centuria. Noticing Rain, she frowned and sent them away. Where have you been? Rain stared at her friend numbly, then waved a hand dismissively. Just running errands around the camp. Nothing important. Her lies were usually more thoughtful and better acted out, but this time, Tamer saw through the clumsy attempt at deception easily. Her frown deepened. Ronnie, what's the matter? Are you all right? Rain simply looked at her, wondering. Could she just tell Tamer the truth? Surely not. A flaw was something that most awakened kept a secret from everyone, especially a flaw like her own, which could be fatal if it fell into the hands of an enemy. But on the other hand, how could she not tell Tamer? Tamer was her friend, companion, and captain. They were both soldiers fighting in a deadly war. Rain relied on Tamar to have her back, and Tamar did the same. But Rain couldn't protect Tamar's back anymore. How could she keep it a secret? She forced out a smile. Listen, Tamar. How was she going to explain it? Rain shifted from one foot to another awkwardly. I thought about it for a while, and I decided to become a pacifist. That was both as good and as terrible of an explanation as any. The legacy girl stared her down with a dark expression. Then she raised an eyebrow slightly. Have you lost your mind? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Rain took a deep breath. What else was she supposed to say? Ah, screw it. Actually, I attained my flaw. My flaw is that I can't kill anyone or anything, not even nightmare creatures. There, I said it. Tamar scowled. No, but why was she frowning and scowling so much? She was going to get wrinkles. Spoiling that face would be a travesty. Failing to distract herself with these childish thoughts, Rain mustered her courage and prepared for the inevitable rebuke. But Tamar just said evenly, "So what?" Rain blinked. "Huh," I said, but the legacy girl interrupted her. "Yeah, I heard what you said. So what? If you can't kill things, don't kill them. Aim for their eyes, knee joints, sword arms, and any other appendage that doesn't seem vital. With your miraculous archery skills, that should not be a problem, right?" Rain stared at her silently for a moment, then said slowly, "Right." Tamar nodded curtly. "Then do that. I'll kill them for you." With that, she turned around and walked away to prepare the centuria for the departure. Rain was left standing near the campfire alone, utterly stumbled. And utterly touched. Was it that simple? Eventually, a pale smile illuminated her face. "I'll kill them for you." That was possibly the most heartwarming thing that anyone had ever told her. Chapter 2035, Two Crossings. Not long after the Godheart battle was over, the Song army abandoned its temporary camp on the vast expanse of the Breastbone Reach and started its long and arduous march north. At this point, the enemies had proven their superiority. The warriors of the Raven Queen could not compete with the Sword Army in an open field, not as long as Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows were alive, at least. So, they could only retreat. The situation was not hopeless, though, and the retreat was not aimless. It had two strategic goals that could very well bring the Song domain victory in the next battle, or the battle after that. The first goal of returning north was quite obvious. There, they would gain terrain advantage. The Song army could not overcome the enemy in a frontal clash, but things would be different if there were complicated terrain and fearsome fortifications involved in the equation. The forces of Song had established two impressive strongholds on both crossings from the northern tip of the Breastbone Reach to the West Collarbone Plain, one direct, and the other one via the western First Rib. Laying siege to either of the crossings would be a perilous task for the Sword Army, no doubt, and there was the second strategic goal of the retreat as well. This one was more mystical. The swath of the titanic breastbone, where the Battle of Godheart had taken place, was located on the invisible boundary between the two clashing domains. There, the power of the sovereigns was at a balance. Now, however, the situation would change. The Song army was retreating, and therefore, the sphere of influence of the Song domain would shrink, while the sphere of influence of the Sword domain would expand. All that the King of Swords had to do to claim this territory was conquer the scattered extermination outposts established by the enemy on the surface of the sun-bleached bone. He would become the sole ruler of the Breastbone Reach soon. His domain would not reach the western collarbone of the dead god, though, where the citadel of Kai Song were located. Her power would be fully expressed at the two crossings, while his would be at its weakest. So, the Song army was determined to defend them at all costs. It had a good chance of succeeding as well, but the King of Swords was undeterred, and so his army set out in pursuit. The longer it took for the Sword army to arrive at the two crossings, the better the soldiers of the Song domain would be able to entrench themselves and prepare for the siege. So there was no time to waste. Perhaps Anvil wished to maintain the forceful momentum of the triumphant victory at Godheart, as well, hoping to smash through the enemy defenses and march straight to the Collarbone Citadel. Kai Song knew this, of course, so it was inevitable that she would try to slow the Sword army down. There would be ambushes and countless skirmishes between the soldiers of the two domains, no doubt. Worse than that, there was a very simple tactic she could employ to sabotage the speed of the advancing enemy forces. It was to destroy the extermination outposts as her own army retreated, like the armies of the ancient times burned the fields and poisoned the wells as they passed. The extermination outposts were like seals that humanity had placed on the abominable jungle, preventing it from escaping to the surface from the humid twilight of the hollows again. They were fortresses built around the fissures in the ancient bone, garrisoned with soldiers whose task it was to destroy the tendrils of the scarlet infestation every time it reached out from the darkness. As the Song army retreated across the territory it had subjugated in the past, these garrisons were retrieved and the fortresses were destroyed. With nothing containing the ancient jungle in the depths anymore, it crawled out of the dark fissures to hungrily absorb sunlight and warmth once again. The return of the scarlet infestation was like an explosion of abominable life. Its taint covered the sun-bleached surface of the bone with dire speed, and myriads of nightmare creatures were born in an instant, most to be consumed, some to gorge themselves on the flesh and souls of their fallen brethren and grow with startling speed. By the time the Sword army reached where the enemy had passed, they were often met by vast fields of thick vermilion growth. The islands of the abominable jungle had to be tamed and burned down once again, the extermination outposts had to be restored, and new awakened garrisons had to be left behind to guard the fissures. Therefore, the Sword army was losing both time and manpower while advancing north. There was another matter it was dealing with, as well, the fallout of the Godheart battle and the punishment that the king had delivered to Changing Star of the immortal Flame clan for her defiance. His punishment was not that harsh, really. She was stripped of her position as the commander of the Sword army, with Anvil assuming the role personally, and sent back to the main camp to oversee the complicated logistical task of shifting the established supply chains in preparation for the inevitable siege of the two crossings. Basically, she was being slapped on the wrist and sent to her room to be grounded for a few weeks. However, the soldiers were still unhappy. Not only were they still reeling from the horror and senselessness of the recent battle, but they also had to witness the person who had saved their lives and delivered victory to the Sword domain being admonished and demoted, instead of honored and praised. Some saw it as an injustice and were quietly incensed, while some were simply confused. Why was the king sending one of his most powerful warriors away? What would happen if the Queen of Worms decided to turn her army around and attack? Would the Sword army fare well, with only the Lord of Shadows standing between it and the superior number of enemy saints? Would the Lord of Shadows even do anything now that the person who had brought him under the banner of the Sword domain was humiliated and punished like that? They were blowing the symbolic punishment out of proportion, of course. But Sunny was not going to dissuade them. In fact, it was exactly what he had wanted to achieve. It was also quite a fortunate turn of events for Nephis to be sent to the main camp. With her speed, she would be arriving there quite soon, and when she did, they would be able to decipher Rain's true name away from the prying eyes of the two sovereigns. They would be able to attempt forging her sword, too. Well, and do some other things as well. Honestly, he couldn't wait. Chapter 2036, Promised Storm. Rain was laying on top of her bedroll, too tired to move. The interior of her tent was like an oven, and the merciless sky was pummeling the word with heat outside. The mere thought of the radiant expanse of the sun-bleached bone, which seemed to glow like snow in the pouring sunlight, made her eyes ache for the comfort of shadows. Which was why the flap of her tent was closed, submerging the interior into a comfortable dimness. The passive enchantment of one of Rain's memories kept her cool, and she could finally breathe. The past few days had been challenging. The Song army had set out north, marching at a truly punishing pace. They had to escape the pursuing enemy, sure, but the soldier had not even had the chance to recover from the battle. Enduring the dire hardship of the hellish march immediately after that calamity was like a cruel torture. Everyone was slowly breaking under the strain. It wasn't easy to break awakened, but Godgrave was just the place to accomplish that. The situation was only made worse by how disheartening it felt to be destroying the extermination outposts as the army retreated north. They had fought long and hard to establish them. After all, battling the Scarlet Jungle was a harrowing affair, but it had felt rewarding. As if they were banishing something vile and odious into darkness to build a place under the sun for humanity. What did it feel like to dismantle these outposts with their own hands then? The 7th Legion had destroyed only one, so far. It had to be done in a rush, so the fortress had been set on fire immediately after the garrison evacuated. Luckily, the most widely available building material in Godgrave was wood, and the flames spread quickly. It was not quick enough, though. The Blood Sisters surrounded the burning outposts and bombarded it with ranged attacks, reducing the fortress to rubble. What had taken weeks of battling the dreadful jungle and enormous effort to build was reduced to a smoldering pile of charred debris in a matter of minutes. As the soldiers watched the scene of destruction in grim silence, it was hard not to feel as if all the blood, sweat, and tears they had spilled were for nothing. By the time the Legion moved on from the blackened ruin, the first scarlet vines were already crawling out of the fissure. Damn it all! Rain shifted and glanced at the deep shadows nestling in the corners of the tent. It was so hot inside. After remaining silent for a while, she said in a low tone, "You know, you can already make cooling enchantments. Why don't you enchant the whole tent while you're at it?" There was silence for a few moments, and then a chuckle came out of the shadows. "Mostly because it would take time away from more important matters. Why don't you learn runic sorcery and enchant the tent yourself?" Rain smiled in the darkness. "I just might. Can I really learn it?" A familiar figure emerged from the shadows, sitting down on the floor of the tent. He shrugged. "I don't see why not. A friend once told me that it would take no more than a century, but with your apparent talent, it should be much faster." "A few decades at most," Rain sighed. "Figures." Then she studied him with a neutral expression. "Why did you come out?" Sunny smiled. "I have something for you. Give me your hand." Still laying on the bedroll, Rain outstretched a hand. He took it gently with his own and raised the other one. A moment later, a beautiful bracelet forged from black silver manifested itself from strands of darkness, and he put it around her wrist. Rain studied the bracelet with curiosity. It felt cool to the touch, contrasted starkly against her smooth alabaster skin. The craftsmanship was beautiful, and the fit was flawless. "It's pretty, but what is it?" He let go of her hand and leaned back a little. "A memory." "Bind it, then think about wanting to know your state." A new memory was always a welcome surprise. Rain sat up, infused the beautiful bracelet with her essence, waited for it to take hold, and then thought about her state. What state is he even talking about? Like tired, sweaty, and miserable. However, in the next moment, a field of shimmering runes suddenly ignited in the air in front of her. Rain froze. Is this?" He nodded. "Yes, it is something I came up with for myself after being cut off from the spell. It is not nearly as omniscient and only has rudimentary functions, of course, but it's still handy to have around." Rain smiled. So these were the infamous runes. Strangely enough, seeing them suddenly made her feel like a real awakened. It was just that reading them was another matter entirely. Sunny had taught her the basics of the more widely spread dead languages of the Dream Realm in the past 4 years, and especially the original runic language that the spell used. It was a necessity. After all, they had been aiming to make her an awakened without becoming infected by the spell, which meant that it would not be providing her any translations. Luckily, Rain had turned out to be quite talented at languages. So she could read the runes in theory. She just had little practice actually doing it. Still, she was incredibly curious to learn what the bracelet would tell her. So Rain remembered her lessons and glanced at the shimmering runes. They read, "Name, Rain, true name," she concentrated. "Promise, promised." "Promise storm?" No, the runes were similar, but if one studied them carefully, a different meaning revealed itself. There was a stormy darkness to her name, a vivid image of the vast black sky. But there was also a glimmer of hope to it, a promise that the darkness would be dispelled, and a glimpse of a beautiful light shining somewhere far away. There was also a hint of melancholy to her name, because relief and light were still far in the distance. Rain looked at the runes once again and read them properly this time. True name, promise of a distant sky. Chapter 2037, Spirit Sea. Rain rolled the words on her tongue. Promise of a distant sky. It was a beautiful true name, if not as fierce and fearsome as most other true names were. The name felt unfamiliar, but strangely comforting. Like a piece of the puzzle that she had not known was missing from her soul, and now finally fell into its place, thus making her soul more complete. What a strange feeling. Sunny studied her expression with a hint of curiosity. "I'm guessing you are thinking about your true name?" Rain nodded. "Yeah, I like it, I think. It's pretty." It was also not at all what she had expected. Such a pretty name did not seem to fit her. Her life had been anything but pretty after all. In fact, it had mostly been crawling through mud, slaughtering nightmare creatures, and witnessing indescribable horrors here in Godgrave as of late. Her brother chuckled. "Indeed it is." He grew quiet for a few moments, and then added in a more serious tone, "Names have power, Rain. A quite literal power, you will learn about it while studying shaping, but a more obscure power as well. A true name is an anchor of oneself, and knowing yourself is the first step of walking the path of ascension." She smiled. "What is the next step?" Sunny seemed to be surprised by the question. He remained silent for a moment before answering. "The next step is imposing yourself upon the world, but you don't have to worry about that just yet." He sighed. "In any case, do not reveal your true name to anyone, at least for now. Others share it freely, but you might have noticed that some do not, like Sation, for example, or the sovereigns. That is because they understand more than the rest, and they understand that while making your name be known might be a powerful boon, it can also become a curse." Rain considered his words for a few moments. It made sense, in a way. She already knew that there was a sorcery of names, and that names had power. Therefore, wouldn't a powerful shaper be able to make someone powerless by using their true name or otherwise gain power over that person? Rain did not know enough about shaping to be sure of her conclusion yet, but she had not been planning to share her true name with anyone either. After all, her awakening and her very existence were highly unusual. She did not need to attract any undue attention. Sunny stared at her silently for a while, then added in a somber tone, "Don't go around telling everyone what your flaw is, either. I get it, you had to tell Tamer, but show some discernment and restraint, will you? You know how vulnerable you are because of that flaw." Letter 1E5B A-ring Rain grinned. "I wasn't planning on telling anyone else anyway. Well, for now, maybe Ray and Fleur in the future." He waved a hand dismissively, an irritated expression on his face. "Whatever. Do as you wish, go on, read the rest of the runes." Rain was still trying out the sound of her true name, but she was also curious to see what else the beautiful bracelet could show her. So she turned back to the runes. Name, Rain, true name, promise of a distant sky. Rank, awakened. Soul core, 564/1000, 237/5000. Rain stared at that last string of runes in confusion. She knew what the first counter meant. That was obviously the measure of her soul core saturation. She had been in Godgrave for several months now, having participated in many battles. Her contributions had not been modest, either, which meant that she was awarded with plenty of soul shards. Rain had been keeping a mental score, of course, and the result was almost identical to what the runes were showing. Even without counting, she could feel how much stronger she had become since awakening. But what the hell was that second number? 237 out of 5,000? What did it mean? She looked at Sunny with a silent but quite loud question in her eyes. He chuckled. Your soul core is a bit special, you see." He lingered for a few moments, then said in a contemplative tone, "There are some awakened with unique soul constitutions. For example, I know a woman whose soul core can grow continuously, unrestrained by the limitations that most awakened share. I know people who can form multiple soul cores akin to nightmare creatures as well. You, however, are different." Her brother scratched the back of his head. "It is hard to explain, considering that I don't understand it fully myself yet. Let us just say that your soul is deeply connected to the essence of the world. Thus, you have access to a form of spirit essence. That spirit essence does not saturate your soul core directly, and therefore, it does not make your body stronger, but it is still under your control." Rain's eyes widened as she came to a realization. "Wait, is that why my soul looks like that?" Her soul sea was not at all like the books described. Its surface was indeed like an endless sea, and there was indeed a beautiful sun, the representation of her soul core, hanging high above the water, with little lights representing her memories orbiting around it. Or at least that was how it had been before. However, over time, something had changed, and the radiant sun became surrounded and partially obscured by aimlessly drifting clouds. There were just a few of them for now, but she had noticed that their number was growing. Her soul sea already looked a bit gray and stormy, with cool winds disturbing the surface of the clear water. Sunny nodded. Indeed, those clouds are the representation of the spirit essence you've been able to accumulate. I am not sure how you can absorb more, exactly, that you will have to discover by yourself. Searching for a way to deepen your connection to the world should be the correct direction, I think. He smiled meaningfully. Needless to say, it would be very beneficial for you to accumulate as much spirit essence as possible. Chapter 20:38. Soul of a Poet. Sunny smiled. Needless to say, it would be very beneficial for you to accumulate as much spirit essence as possible. The deeper your reserves of it are, the better. Not to mention that we don't know how saturating your soul with spirit essence will benefit the eventual transformation of your soul core. It might very well be a boon during your ascension. Then, his smile dimmed, replaced by a serious expression. Do note one thing, though. This bond between your soul and the world is a connection that goes both ways. So while you are able to absorb spirit essence from the world, you can also leak it, I guess. In fact, a little bit of it seems to be seeping out all the time, more so when you are in the throes of strong emotions. So get a grip and don't go around irrigating the world with your soul essence, causing random storm clouds to gather or clear, especially here in Godgrave. Rain stared at him incredulously. Deepen her connection to the world, accumulate more spirit essence. Get a grip and keep it contained within her soul. Random storms? What the hell was he talking about? What even was spirit essence? She narrowed her eyes. And how am I supposed to do that, pray tell? Sunny grinned mischievously. How should I know? I have no idea. I can estimate the numerical value of the spirit essence contained within your soul because of the mark of shadows, but at the end of the day, it's your soul, Rain sighed. Right. So, she would have to figure it out herself. As if I do not have enough things to figure out myself already. Still, it was good news. Having more essence was indeed the dream of every awakened. It would have been best if her soul core simply had an enormous capacity, thus improving her body 6 times over. But having an auxiliary reservoir of essence was also great news, especially considering that its maximum limit seemed to be vastly more generous than that of a soul core. All this essence would probably come in handy when she started learning sorcery. Still thinking about the fact that her soul was, apparently, more than a little bit weird, Rain turned her gaze back to the runes. What she saw made her eyes sparkle. It was the list of her memories. Memories: puppeteer's shroud, beast of prey, essence quiver, bag of withholding, green canteen, in case of emergency, heavy burden, outskirts at noon, don't cut yourself, piece de resistance, safety first, fancy handy bracelet. She stared at that last one for a moment, then rolled her eyes and concentrated on the very first memory. New runes ignited in the air. Memory: puppeteer's shroud. Memory rank: awakened. Memory tier: VI. Memory type: armor. Memory description: a worm of doubt once found its way into a righteous king's heart. With time, the king was devoured from inside and became its puppet. A lifetime later, the puppeteer worm escaped from the king's dead body, leaving behind a cocoon of black silk. No one knows where it went. However, once people dared to approach the silent castle, they found the silk among the mountains of gnawed bones and fashioned it into an armor. Our memory enchantments: enhanced durability, doubtless blessing of spirit. She shivered. That description was not creepy at all. Then, Rain glanced at her brother. I guess I was wrong about him. He could come up with something meaningful to write, after all. That chilling story about the ancient king was both enthralling and poignant. And she had a great advantage when compared to all other awakened: her fancy handy bracelet. No, she refused to call it that. Not only showed her each enchantment a memory possessed, but also described the effects of those enchantments in detail. Trying not to think about giant moths, Rain shifted her gaze to the next memory. Her brow creased a little. Memory, beast of prey. Memory rank, awakened. Memory tier, I. Memory type, weapon. Memory description, bespoke enchanted bow, received in exchange for an exclusive memory coupon in the Brilliant Emporium. She remained motionless for a bit, then shifted her gaze further down the list. The crease of her brow deepened. Memory, essence quiver. Memory rank, awakened. Memory tier, I. Memory type, tool. Memory description, high-quality enchanted quiver, received as gratuity in the Brilliant Emporium. Buy one, get one free, become a client today. Rain scowled deeply as she looked at the next memory. Memory, bag of withholding. Memory description, I've really outdone myself this time, if I do say so myself. Anyway, why am I bothering with these descriptions? It takes essence to weave each letter. Rain sighed deeply, closed her eyes for a few moments, then stared at her brother with a strange expression. He smiled. What? Why are you looking at me like that? She inhaled, slowly counting to 10 in her mind. Then, shaking her head, Rain shifted her gaze away from the list of her memories and tried to concentrate on the rest of the runes. I'll force him to rewrite these descriptions, even if it will be the death of me. The runes read, Echoes. Attributes, Poet, Godheart, Mark of Shadows. Poet, attribute description. Your soul is attuned to the melody of names. The cadence of your heart gives shape to its will. There was no surprise there. Godheart, attribute description. Your heart is bonded deeply with the world. Sunny had already explained this one when talking about her soul core. The choice of the name, though, was quite poignant actually. Mark of Shadows, attribute description. You are the Princess of Shadows, bearing the mark of their lord. Shadows recognize you as one of their own. A wide smile appeared on Rain's face against her will. So it's official now, I'm a princess. Her brother grinned. Of course you are, Rain froze. Wait, did I say that out loud? He laughed quietly. No, but it was written all over your face. She threw a menacing glare at him, then turned back to the runes. There were only a few strings left. Aspect. Dream Realm Anchor. Flaw, Crown of Thorns. Flaw description, you cannot kill. And just like that, Rain's thoughts returned to her flaw. She sighed, covered the beautiful bracelet with the sleeve of the puppeteer's shroud, and lay back down. Looking at the roof of her tent, Rain remained silent for a while and then asked in a somber tone, Sunny, do you think that it will be all right? The all of it, I mean. He did not answer immediately, looking at her from the darkness. Eventually, a pale smile appeared on his lips. Her brother nodded. Sure, it will, that's a promise. Chapter 2039, Princess in the Ivory Tower. The tranquil silence of the ivory tower was disturbed by the clangor of steel. The chilling litany of clashing blades echoed from the pristine white walls, and powerful gusts of wind battered them like siege rams. However, there was no battle raging under the roof of the great pagoda. Instead, 3 figures moved across its floor in a graceful dance, wielding blades made of shadow against each other. They were Nephi's and Sunny, 2 incarnations of him, to be precise. Changing Star had been sent away from the main force of the Sword Army, but the Fire Keepers were not. That, too, was part of her punishment, and although Sunny could see that she was concerned about her people, he was selfishly glad that they practically had the entire Ivory Island to themselves. No one was here to disturb them, so they could spend time together however they wished. And they had. It felt strange to enjoy warm days of contentment and bliss in the middle of a calamitous war, but he was not complaining, far from it. If anything, the dire threat of the looming war made every moment they spent together feel much more vivid and precious. Especially because it also felt as if these were the last tranquil days they would get to enjoy before the inevitable storm. There were all kinds of leisurely activities they had been up to since Nephi's returned to the main camp. But today, they were subjecting themselves to a different kind of physical strain. The battle was subdued, but their transcendent battle arts had enough room to express themselves fully. Sunny was enjoying the feeling of completion, freedom, and endless possibility his art gave him. It was graceful, infinitely adaptable, fearsome, and most of all, absolutely deadly. He had already tested its daunting potential during the Battle of Godheart, but some of his powers had been restricted then. Of course, that was not really a detriment to his art. On the contrary, it was an undeniable confirmation of its dire lethality and insidious design. His formless art was flexible enough to serve him well even when placed under the harshest of restrictions, after all, just as he had intended it to be. That was one of its most dangerous aspects. Now, however, there were no restrictions placed upon Sunny, which gave him a chance to experience the full repertoire of his art. Of course, naviSgate herself was an astounding swordsman. No matter how deadly his art was, Sunny was having trouble dealing with a nearly immortal opponent. He was curious to know how the battle would have ended if both of them were serious about it, and were not restrained in the magnitude of power they released. What would happen if 7 of his incarnations were here instead of only 2? If naviSgate fully unleashed her flames? If they didn't care about hurting each other or leaving their surroundings intact? He was honestly not sure. The only thing he knew was that the main camp of the Sword Army would probably be erased from existence. Sunny was enjoying himself, and he had a feeling that naviSgate was enjoying herself too, even more than him, most likely. But of course, this spar was not simply for their enjoyment. It had a practical reason as well. In these few weeks before naviSgate was once again recalled to the front line, Sunny had to finish forging her sword. He had been preparing for this moment for many months now, and a large part of his preparations had to do with studying how she fought. From spending time in the rented martial halls in Bastion to observing naviSgate in actual battle, Sunny had learned a lot. Today's duel was the final lesson, and he was absorbing it with all his being. Finally, utterly exhausted, they stopped. Neither had won, not that achieving victory was a point. naviSgate smiled in contentment, wiped the sweat off her brow, and inhaled deeply. Her chest was heaving, proving how strenuous the spar had been, and making Sunny's eyes wander. "Your swordsmanship have changed." There was curiosity in her voice, as well as a hint of approval. A part of Sunny was surprised that she noticed. Most of him, however, was too preoccupied by being stirred by the sight of beads of sweat glistening on her ivory skin, her slightly flushed face, and the tantalizing contours of her body contoured by the light training clothes. Ah, I'm in trouble. There was too much for him to do today, and he could not allow himself to get distracted. It was just that his self-control was faltering in the face of an overwhelming adversity. Sunny nodded absent-mindedly. "Ah, yes, I rarely receive an opportunity to fully unleash my talents. The recent events were one such opportunity, and it gave me the last push I needed to improve." "Cold shower, right, that is what I need." naviSgate studied him for a few moments, then asked in an amused tone, "What are you thinking about?" Sunny almost choked. "Just that we worked up a sweat. I was thinking that a cool shower won't hurt." She looked at him, then smiled and stretched leisurely. Sunny had already been struggling to contain himself, and that last bit of cruelly stimulating visual feast almost sent him over the edge. Suddenly, he was lucky that blood weave was there, preventing his blood from rushing to all the wrong places. His eyes still turned fierce and hungry, though. naviSgate chuckled and offered in an innocent tone, "Well, we can take a refreshing swim in the lake if you want." Of course, Sunny could not help but remember the last time they played in the water together during the wonderful date at the beach. That swimsuit. His pupils widened a little. No, taking a swim in the lake was not going to help the situation one bit. If anything, it would make things 10 times worse. He remained silent for a while, then used all of his transcendent willpower to slowly shake his head. "No, I mean, yes, 100 times yes, but let's do it in the evening." naviSgate lingered for a moment, then shrugged. She almost looked disappointed. "As you wish, we do indeed have a lot to do today." Regretting all his life choices, Sunny gave her a disheartened nod. "Right, for now, let's just grab a quick bite and get to business." The two of them separated briefly to refresh themselves, then met again at the beautiful gazebo behind the great pagoda. This was where the stone arch that had once led to the ebony tower was located. Now that a vast distance separated the two flying islands, the connection between them was severed, and the portal could not be activated anymore. Instead, a tastefully carved stone table was placed in the gazebo, which Sunny now set a light breakfast on. The two of them enjoyed a delicious meal and a bit of invigorating wine while listening to the peaceful sound of rustling leaves that came from the nearby grove. Sunny could not take his eyes off navi's. Sitting there in the shade, wearing a simple white tunic, smiling slightly as she sipped cool wine, she simply looked too lovely. She seemed to have mostly recovered from unleashing her aspect during the battle, too, faster than usual. It was good to see. Noticing his gaze, navi's smiled. "So, are you going to explain what it was that you asked me to interpret or not?" Chapter 2040, Lack of Symmetry. Sunny felt a surge of emotion all of a sudden. Not because it was a secret. He had told Rain to keep her true name to herself, indeed, but that did not include navi's. Being the one who had helped him and Cassie interpret the meaning, she already knew it, after all. No, it was simply because she asked. Recently, Sunny had noticed that navi's almost never asked him anything. He knew it was partially because she was vaguely aware that he simply could not answer some questions and respected his request to keep some of his secrets. But he could not help but feel that it was also because she simply did not care enough to ask. Their current relationship was full of sparks. Gods knew they weren't shy with sharing affection. In fact, with both of them being saints, the last few days had been quite intense for the ivory tower. They also enjoyed each other's company in the more peaceful moments. There was mutual trust and respect, and quite a bit of tenderness between them. It was like a dream come true. It felt much more wonderful than he had ever dreamed of, even. But at the same time, Sunny was aware, sometimes painfully aware, that their relationship was not symmetrical. How could it be, when he was someone navi's thought she had only met a few months ago? Sure, she liked him. She was perhaps even infatuated with him. It wasn't like he was a random stranger to navi's, not at all. He was her first and only lover, and the mere fact that she had discarded her solitude and chosen him above all the people in the world said a lot about how special he was in her eyes. She did not have memories of him, but her heart seemed to remember. That said, the harsh truth remained. Compared to the dire depths of what Sunny felt for navi's, her own feelings were relatively shallow. So she could have very well been comfortable with the current state of their relationship. But he was not. Even while drowning in bliss, even while having his most ardent desires fulfilled and his most daring expectations surpassed tenfold, he still wanted more. He wanted so much more. Sunny was a greedy person, after all. He wanted her to remember, but that was impossible. So he wanted her to at least want to know about him, everything there was to know, and more. He wanted her to ask questions, even if he could not answer. That was why Sunny was pleasantly surprised to hear navi's take the initiative to ask him about something meaningful. Perhaps he was slowly growing on her, slowly, but surely. He smiled. "Well, sure, I'll tell you, if you must know it was a true name." navi's chuckled. "Yeah, I figured. It was pretty obvious. But whose true name is it?" Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then leaned back. "I think I haven't told you this before, but I have a disciple." He had to be careful about how he chose his words. navi's had been aware of the connection between him and Rain in the past. So, if he wanted her to remember, he had to make sure to present it as a new relationship. One that was not connected to a person named Lost from Light. That way, she would not forget. navi's seemed surprised. "The Lord of Shadows has a disciple?" Sunny shook his head. "That guy? No, he's a bit of a loner. I mentioned before that one of my incarnations was in the song domain, right? He's the one doing the teaching." navi's seemed amused. "I can never grow used to that ability of yours. It is quite something, you know?" He laughed. "Oh, don't I know it in any case, that incarnation of mine has been with her for 4 years. My troublesome disciple finally awakened right before the war and, to my shock and disbelief, decided to join the Song Army. So that is where she is right now, and therefore my last incarnation as well." navi's tilted her head a little. There was a lot to digest from his final statement, but she instantly discerned the most important piece of information. If your disciple just awakened before the war and already has a true name, then she must have received it in the first nightmare. She must be quite a special young woman then. I received my true name as a sleeper, too, like my mother before me. There was a spark of interest in her eyes. Actually, It had been there from the moment Sunny mentioned that he had a disciple. But after making the mistaken conclusion that Rain had received her true name in the first nightmare, Neff's interest grew. Sunny lingered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. My disciple is indeed quite special. However, she did not receive her true name in the first nightmare. In fact, she never experienced a nightmare. She is not a carrier of the nightmare spell. Neff eyes froze. She remained motionless for a few heartbeats, then slowly took a sip of her wine and carefully placed the glass on the table. She is not infected by the spell. You taught her how to awaken naturally. Sunny nodded. It took 4 years, an endless amount of research, and some special circumstances, but yes, that is what my incarnation in the song domain has done. Neff eyes suddenly leaned forward, white sparks ignited in her eyes. Do you understand what that means? He sighed. To me, it means that she did not have to gamble her life in the nightmare. But yes, I understand. Her achievement might shake the very foundation of our world one day in the future. Because it was a path to power for humanity to take that had nothing to do with the nightmare spell. Because it offered choice and maybe even freedom. Neff eyes stared at him silently for a while, then leaned back with a stunned expression. A few moments later, she smiled brightly and said in a playful tone, I could kiss you right now. Sunny answered with a polite smile of his own. Please do. In the end, the important matters they had to get to ended up being postponed quite a bit, after all. Chapter 2041, Spellsmith. Eventually, they entered the brilliant Emporium. Eiko was away, running errands beyond the Ivory Island. While Sunny and Nephise had enjoyed some respite, she had been busy in these last few days. The logistics of an awakened army were unusual and complicated. Soldiers would inevitably earn memories as the number of battles and skirmishes mounted, but not all of these memories would suit them well. Therefore, an elaborate redistribution system was required. Usually, a dedicated quartermaster would handle these matters within the unit and cooperate with other units to help memories find suitable owners. The Firekeepers were far fewer in number than the other legions of the Sword Army, but their kill count was disproportionately formidable, and therefore, the number of memories being purchased and sold by them was quite high as well. So, Sunny had to do some actual work as their nominal memory purveyor, or rather, he had to make Eiko do it for him. Nephise had used her punishment to deliver an arsenal that the Firekeepers had accumulated on the front line to the main camp. So Eiko was currently very busy visiting all the other quartermasters to arrange trades. He felt a little guilty about overworking his assistant, but on the other hand, she was surely having the time of her life. After all, the brilliant Emporium was receiving a commission from each transaction, and they were earning quite a lot of soul shards these days. War is indeed a profitable racket. Sunny did not know whether to feel happy or disgusted by how true that statement was. Are you hungry? He himself had worked up quite an appetite since breakfast. Receiving a light nod, Sunny smiled and went about gathering a tray of snacks. They took it to the workshop of the brilliant Emporium, where a special crucible had been set up in recent months. Nephise used her aspect to ignite the mystical wood gathered in the depths of the hollows with her soul flame. Sunny watched the white flames dance for a while, then sighed and dismissed the nebulous mantle. The shadows populating the basement instantly seemed to grow much deeper, darker, and colder. He took off his shirt, as well, revealing his chiseled torso. His skin could easily withstand the sparks of the transcendent fire, but his clothes could not. Plus, the heat of the crucible was simply too fierce. Well, and Sunny secretly enjoyed the appreciative glances Nephise threw his way from time to time while he worked. Currently, she was sitting on a workbench, enjoying the snacks and looking at him with a faint smile. Sunny sighed and opened a small wooden box. There was a piece of strange ice inside, as well as samples of various precious metals. Another box contained a scattering of soul shards. He manifested long tongs from shadows and used them to place a specially crafted crucible above the soul flame. As Sunny poured a little bit of essence into it, a weave of runes ignited on its surface, dim and bleak in the radiance of the white flame. His tongs survived just long enough to place the crucible in place. Sunny looked into the flames, thinking about the task at hand. His mind became consumed by an endless tapestry of ethereal strings. "Tell me about your sorcery." Distracted, he glanced at Nephise. She seemed to be enjoying herself, observing him with sparks dancing in her eyes. Sunny smiled. Saying things aloud was actually a good idea. Perhaps, that way, he would be able to come up with a new approach. He pointed to the crucible. "There are still a few problems I need to solve before attempting to forge you a worthy sword. Today, we will determine the perfect alloy to become its vessel. I have already experimented extensively with various metals and mystical materials, but soul flame adds an element of unpredictability into the processes. So, we'll be conducting the last experiment today. Our retroflex." Sunny remained silent for a few moments and then added in a lively voice, "Weaving is different from most other kinds of sorcery. The sorcery of names has existed from before time itself. It is founded in the natural laws of existence. The sorcery of runes is built upon it and therefore shares its source. But weaving is artificial and thus unnatural. It was created by a sole individual. Weaver, the demon of fate." His expression turned contemplative. "I am not sure if weaving itself is founded upon some nebulous laws of existence, or if that sneaky demon tampered with existence to make it work. However, it does work, not through names or runes, but through special patterns of strings that serve as guides for the flow of essence. These strings do not exist on the material plane, so it takes special eyes to see them. It also takes special hands to touch them." Nephise chuckled. I get it. You are special, Master Sunless, you have special touch." Sunny coughed, then grinned. "Very much so. That said, I am not unique. There were other weavers throughout history, especially among the priesthood of the nightmare spell, but in our era, I am the only one. Ironically enough, I think that the spell itself is to blame. Unless one is fortunate enough to inherit a very unlikely combination of attributes, it is almost impossible to gain sight that allows one to perceive spellweave, let alone the ability to touch it." He shook his head. "Within the limitations of one's aspect, at least. And since the spell provides a straightforward and convenient path to power, very few people ever feel the need to wander aimlessly in search of unconventional sources of it. Therefore, no one has stumbled upon the truth of weaving yet, except for me." Sunny sighed. "Of course, that was simply the first step. A caveman would not automatically become an engineer after witnessing a textbook on material science. Similarly, I had to study long and hard to reach where I am today." He remained silent for a bit, and then added neutrally, "All for this moment." After that, Sunny scratched the back of his head and added in a less serious tone, "Well, not this exact moment. I mean, the entire forging process we are undertaking." Nephise smiled. "That is quite impressive." Sunny nodded and picked up the piece of mystical ice. However, Nephise wasn't done talking. Leaning back a little, he sent a crimson raspberry into her mouth and said languidly, "Ah, how hot?" Sunny accidentally dropped the piece of ice. Looking back, he saw Nephise fanning herself with a hand. She met his gaze and raised an eyebrow. "What?" "The workshop, I mean. It's getting rather heated." He lingered for a few moments, then bent down to pick up the piece of ice. "I am definitely dragging her to the lake after this is done, and throwing her into the water, too." Chapter 2042, Cold Flame. Sunny concentrated on creating the alloy. There was little common sense to what he was doing now, since the qualities of the materials transcended the mundane. The foundation of the alloy was a piece of the mystical ice that had once been the heart of the transcendent Titan, Winter Beast. The metals were no less storied, sourced from the treasury of the royal clan at great expense. The flame had come from the soul of Changing Star, another transcendent Titan. Of course, Sunny was not simply melting the materials by exposing them to the immolating heat of her fire. He had to use a crucible, which seemed to defeat the purpose. So, he had created a special crucible first, one that was both capable of withstanding the destructive power of soul flame and able to channel it instead of simply transferring heat. The first attempt at casting the crucible was a memory, but in the end, Sunny had to employ Cassie's help to create a special runic enchantment. That was because there was an inherent problem with using soul flame while weaving. Sunny sighed and explained as metals slowly melted in the incandescent crucible. We are using your soul flame for forging because, as far as I can tell, personal affinity between the memory and its master plays a great role in binding the two together. That was what I observed when dealing with a soul-bound relic left behind by the demon of destiny. At least, there was an arduous condition that one had to meet in order to bind it, which I assumed to be a test at first. But later, I started to suspect that it was as much of a necessity as a challenge, meant to foster mutual affinity. In hindsight, it made sense that Nether had been the one to create soulbound relics. These relics were able to grow and change with their owners, after all, almost like living beings. Considering how obsessed the prideful demon had been with creating life, it was unlikely to be a coincidence. The metals had already turned into incandescent liquid, but the mystical ice still remained, radiating an oppressive feeling of cold. Sunny continued. Therefore, a memory forged in the fires of your soul would naturally have a high affinity to you. Sadly, there lies the problem: your flame is simply too tyrannical. Nephi's raised an eyebrow. How is that a problem? Sunny smiled. Indeed, he had not expected to encounter this particular roadblock either. Usually, I create the vessel first and then enchant it. But this memory is quite special, so forging and enchanting have to happen at the same time. That way, the weave will be integrated into the very essence of the sword. Your flames can burn anything, though, material or immaterial. They can even burn souls. Nephi's tilted her head a little. And you create enchantments from strings of soul essence. Sunny chuckled. Indeed, I need your flame to create the sword, but it will be destroying the essence strings as I weave them together. It's a bit of a conundrum. Nephi's remained silent for a moment. I bet you have come up with the solution already, though. Sunny looked at her curiously, then nodded. True, took me a while, but I did. I tried all kinds of methods trying to isolate the essence strings and protect them from the flame, but actually, the answer was ridiculously simple. She raised an eyebrow. What is it? I'll say, it's a bit disheartening to hear that there's a simple way to render my flames harmless. Sunny laughed. Well, it's just the nature of the essence strings themselves, you see. Before today, I've been using my own essence to create them, naturally. But for this memory, we will be using your essence instead. Since the flame and the strings will be of the same source, one won't destroy the other. Using your own essence to construct the spellweave will increase the affinity of the memory further as well. Sunny used one of the quintessence pearls installed near the furnace to fan the flames. The heat grew almost unbearable, and beads of sweat glistened on his porcelain skin like pearls. The mystical ice was starting to give in to the soul flame. We would have had to get inventive to extract your essence if you were an awakened. But you are a saint, your soul has already escaped the limitations of your body, and your essence flows free, permeating the world. So that step should not be too troublesome as long as you cooperate. Nephi studied him for a while and smiled. It's strange. Sunny looked at her in confusion. What is? She simply smiled. Just how nonchalant you are about this. Every step of the way seems to demand inventing something that has never been done before, and yet you keep coming up with these revolutionary and elaborate solutions, not even bothering to acknowledge them as something important. He stared at her for a few moments. Well, that's just science, isn't it? People who built the obel scale were doing something that has nothing been done before, too, or those who had developed the earliest concepts of spell tech. Today, there is a woman in Bastion who is trying to build a working electrical grid in the dream realm. I bet she's going to succeed, too. It seems daunting, but finding solutions is what we humans are best at, especially when motivated by necessity. Still, Sunny was secretly delighted by the compliment. He watched the small piece of ice turn into a liquid. It was definitely not water, and Sunny had no idea what the liquid actually was, however. He knew that it always remained cold, never boiled, and never evaporated. It was also not going to remain a liquid for long. The incandescent metals mixed with the melted ice, and he swiftly poured the searing silver mass into a small mold. A few moments later, it had already solidified, turning into a bar of lustrous steel. Well, it wasn't actual steel, of course. Rather, it was an alloy that had never been created before, and therefore had no name. Sunny was pretty certain of its deadly qualities, though. Picking up the silvery bar, he weighed it in his hand, then studied it carefully. If not for his outstanding resilience to elemental damage, his hand would have probably already turned to ice and shattered. The alloy was cold, dreadfully cold. Cold enough to make him shiver. But more importantly, it possessed all the qualities that were needed to forge a sublime sword. The last experiment was successful. Sunny smiled. This will cut. A blade forged from this would be sharp enough to cut the world. Chapter 2043, Master of Forgery. Now that the small bar of silver alloy was ready, Sunny summoned Weaver's needle and manifested 2 additional pairs of hands. He also manifested a second incarnation, this one raising a dark hammer. This next part is a practice run, just to see if I can actually enchant something that is being burned in your soul flame. Nephi's sighed. Before, she had only used her aspect to ignite the fire. It continued to burn on its own, so she did not need to use her powers to maintain it. Therefore, she did not have to endure the suffering of her flaw. What do you need me to do? Sunny lingered for a while, then smiled. First, let's try something simple. Just send your essence outward and don't resist when I try to take control of it. Think of it like healing your followers at a distance, but without intent or target. In reality, all awakened knew how to control their soul essence well enough to just pour it aimlessly into the world. However, that way, it quickly dissipated. Sunny needed something more meaningful. Luckily, the way transcendent souls interacted with the world was special, and far less limited by boundaries. Nephi's nodded softly and closed her eyes. In the next moment, Sunny could feel her presence growing stronger. The radiance of the dancing flame was suddenly brighter, and the fire itself surged. The shadows gathered in the dark chamber turned stark and sharp, with a gust of warm wind throwing his hair into disarray. Shifting his gaze, Sunny could almost see rays of blinding light pouring from the 7 radiant stars that burned within Neph's soul. He took a deep breath. Now, can I actually manipulate her essence? As he focused on the beautiful light, a triangular serpentine head rose from the shadows beneath his feet. Serpent slivered up his leg and coiled around his body, turning into an extensive black tattoo. Its shadow guide and spirit guide attributes could very well prove helpful in this process. Feeling a slight tingling in his fingers, Sunny reached toward the rays of radiant light and tried to grasp them. It felt strange, trying to touch light. And yet, unexpectedly, it worked. Sunny was startled by how easy it was. Nephi's seemed surprised, too, as if she felt something. A moment later, her radiant essence easily escaped his control, as if rebelling against foreign touch. His fingers tingled once more. Was his ability to manipulate essence simply the consequence of possessing bone weave, or was soul weave involved as well? In any case, it seemed that Sunny could not control someone else's soul essence against the will of its master, even when it was dispersed freely outside their body. Nephi's froze for a moment, then shook her head. Sorry, I didn't mean to resist, it was just an instinct. I'll try to hold back this time. Sunny nodded and reached toward the radiant light once more. This time, the blinding rays did not escape his touch. Guiding them cautiously, he began the familiar task of weaving essence into ethereal strings. Only this time, the strings were not the familiar black, but instead bright and beautiful like pure starlight. While his original body was busy creating essence strings, the avatar placed the alloy bar into the white flames. Some time later, the alloy had heated up, starting to glow with an angry white glow. Not wasting any time, Sunny pulled it from the fire and placed it on the anvil. A deafening thunderclap resounded when his hammer fell on the piece of incandescent metal. A powerful shockwave was released, and the brilliant emporium shook a little. Behind him, Nephi's leisurely raised her hands and pressed them against her ears. Focus! Sunny split his consciousness between 2 tasks. One of his incarnations was hammering the bar of alloy into a suitable shape, while the other was starting to infuse it with the basis of a simple spellweave. The metal was truly colder than a frozen hell. It cooled swiftly, forcing Sunny to plunge it into the furnace over and over again. Luckily, his guess had been right. The ethereal strings woven from Neph's own soul essence did not immediately burn to ash in the incandescent glow of her fire, withstanding it for now. His own shadow strings would have been destroyed in mere moments. More than that, something strange was happening to the weave as it was washed by the soul flame. It was changing somehow. The patterns remained the same, but the feeling it gave Sunny was different, more profound, substantial, and integrated into the silver metal on a deeper level. Curious. That allowed Sunny to concentrate on the forging itself, not that there was a lot for him to do. Usually, a smith would face a lot of challenges depending on their intent and the quality of the materials at their disposal. A sword like Takai, for example, involved a rather complicated forging process, with softer and harder metals needed to create varied rigidity between the edge and the spine. A metal of low quality would need to be heated, folded, and hammered countless times to remove impurities and make the blade uniform along all of its length, and so on. But Sunny was using an alloy that was beyond any mundane metal, and the design of the weapon he was forging was rather simple. So, he did not need to think about anything except precision and power. The sublime alloy Sunny had created had to be resilient enough to endure being wielded by navi's, so it was quite stubborn. Reshaping it with a hammer was no easy task. Sunny had to apply all of his fearsome, transcendent strength to each strike, which was a truly harrowing amount of force. With each strike, a deafening thunderclap resounded, and powerful currents of wind were stirred. The marvelous mimic trembled and groaned, as if trying to complain. As Sunny's hand rose and fell, lean muscles rolled under his glistening skin, making him seem like a statue chiseled from white marble. Incandescent sparks swarmed around his flawless figure, and white flames reflected in his onyx eyes. The scales of his black tattoo seemed to glimmer like gemstones. navi's leaned back, enjoying the view. However, after a while there was a loud crack and Sunny grew motionless. His eyes narrowed and his lips twisted into a grimace. Damnation. Lowering the hammer, he looked at the debris laying at his feet and sighed. We're going to need a tougher anvil. Chapter 2044, Faithful Companion. Eventually, they found themselves on the shore of the lake. The gray sky of Godgrave was shining far above, so the lake itself seemed gray as well. However, at the same time, its waters shone resplendently, almost to the point that it was painful to look at it. The water was still cool and refreshing, though, a fact that both Sunny and navi's had already enjoyed. Sunny in particular, who felt a bit drained after long hours of forging. It had taken him many attempts to figure out how to work the silver alloy in the end. Still, he managed to succeed. Currently, Sunny was laying on a blanket, spinning a simple silver knife between his fingers. The knife did not possess any enchantments except for those that made it a memory, but it had been forged in the flames of Neff's soul and enchanted with her essence. May I? He looked at navi's, appreciated the lavish view of her tantalizing body for a few moments too long, and offered her the knife with a smile. That swimsuit is a crime. She took the knife and studied it with a curious expression. Eventually, navi's shook her head. It feels good in my hand, but I don't sense any special bond to it. Sunny nodded. That is because soul flame and essence strings are only one of the necessary ingredients if one wishes to create a soul-bound relic. She studied him for a few moments. What are the rest of the ingredients? Sunny lingered with an answer, not wanting to admit that he wasn't completely sure. He was confident enough that his theories were correct, but they would only know after attempting the forging. Eventually, he gave in to the pain of his flaw and spoke. Well, first of all, I've decided to cheat a little. Instead of creating a new memory, I want to reforge one that you already possess. navi's propped herself up on one elbow and looked at him from above, her beautiful silver hair falling down like a waterfall. Oh, Sunny nodded. In fact, it is the first memory you have ever received, the dream blade. The silver longsword that navi's had received in her first nightmare, and wielded while wandering the forgotten shore, the nightmare desert, the outskirts of the underworld, and the depths of the second nightmare. She seemed surprised. The dream blade? But it is merely a dormant weapon of the first tier. Is it suitable to become the base for such a powerful relic? Sunny slowly shook his head. It doesn't matter what rank or tier it is. What matters the most is the bond between it has with you. Correct me if I am wrong, but that sword was your companion throughout some of the most dreadful chapters of your life, and it served you well. navi's hesitated for a bit, then nodded. Indeed, No other sword has ever been able to compare. Sunny hesitated for a bit, then added cautiously, "There is another reason why I chose the dream blade, actually. That sword, it was a bit strange from the very beginning, wasn't it?" She raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Sunny considered his words for a few moments. "You should know, you only killed one nightmare creature in your first nightmare, after all, the awakened terror that had trapped you in a dream. And yet, you brought back two memories. An awakened armor of the 6th tier, which you gave to Cassie on the Forgotten Shore, and the dream blade. A dormant weapon of the 1st tier. Where did the second memory come from?" Nephi's hesitated. "You seem to know a whole lot about my first nightmare. Curious." "There are very few people I have ever told about it." Sunny shrugged. "Two people can only keep a secret if one of them is dead." She studied him with an amused expression, then chuckled. "I guess. In any case, I received the dream blade after escaping the dream. It was what I used to slay the terror while it was wriggling in pain. I might not have survived otherwise, so I simply assumed that the dream itself was like a living being, which I destroyed." Sunny nodded. "That is most likely the case. However, I can't help but think about a different possibility. A more symbolic one, perhaps. After all, you have destroyed that dream by burning yourself alive. So, one might think that you received that memory for slaying yourself. A dormant memory of the 1st tier for the life of a sleeper. Sounds strange, but it would not be the strangest thing the spell has done by far." As Nephis considered his words with a perplexed expression, Sunny sighed. "No matter if there is any truth to that theory, though, the dream blade is still our best choice. Of course, if I fail, it will be destroyed. Therefore, we will only have one attempt to get it right." She laid back down, remained silent for a few moments, and asked, "When will we make this attempt, then?" Sunny contemplated the answer. He had already considered and tried almost everything he could think of. For example, there was the bizarre idea of attempting to forge the sword within Neph's soul sea. Sadly, she seemed to be too powerful to be imprinted by the mark of shadows, and Sunny had no way to enter someone else's soul sea otherwise. He had also considered replacing the soul shards necessary for creating the memory with one of Neph's own soul cores. But while she could sacrifice her cores to receive astonishing power, there was no real way for them to simply carve out one of them without destroying it, at least. Besides, the mantle of the underworld had not required its master to use their own soul as fuel. Sunny had even examined each of the thousands of silent shadows resting in his soul, hoping that one would possess an ability that Serpent could use to help the forging. Alas, powerful nightmare creatures capable of manipulating souls were very rare, and Sunny had been fortunate enough to not cross paths with many of them. So, there was no point in postponing the inevitable anymore. He sighed. "The day after tomorrow. There won't be a better opportunity later." Sunny turned his head, looked at Nephis, and smiled. "In the meantime, though, I am going to need you to pull some strings on my behalf, Princess. There is this one thing I still want to try." She turned her head, too. For a few moments, they were laying side by side, their faces almost too close to each other. Sunny stared into her calm, gray eyes silently, feeling content and at peace. Then her eyes grew a little livelier. She smiled with a hint of mirth. "Oh, there's a thing you still want to try?" Sunny closed his eyes and let out a tortured sigh. All this teasing. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was quite heated. But what could he do? His flaw compelled him to answer truthfully, so that was what he did. Chapter 2045. Professional exchange. Even on the last day before attempting to forge the soulbone sword, Sunny did not feel completely confident. Therefore, he decided to try a far-fetched gamble. If things went well, he could gain an unexpected spark of inspiration. But even if there was no result, it was still something that he had been curious about for a long time. He wanted to observe the Forgemasters of Clan Valor while they created memories. After all, depending on how things went in the near future, Clan Valor could very well cease to exist. It would be a real shame if he had never even glimpsed the secrets of their craft, considering that they were the closest thing he had to colleagues. He knew a few things about the Spellsmiths of Valor, of course. For example, he knew that they were not weavers, but rather a group of individuals whose aspects allowed them to create memories, some coming from the Valor bloodline, some adopted into the great clan as valued retainers. It made sense, really. It was known that family members often, although not always, shared aspects of similar nature. That was especially true for the great clans, whose scions inherited the same lineage attribute. In the case of valor, it was the divine lineage of war god, who was also the deity of craft and progress. Granted, not all members of the branch families of valor had it. Nevertheless, there were enough people with aspects that had to do with crafting among them that valor had been the dominant force in that field ever since the nightmare spell descended. Therefore, it was not surprising that they had put a lot of effort into systematically recruiting similar talents, both through patronage and marriage, aiming to achieve a functional monopoly on all things having to do with forging memories. Sunny also knew that while the enchanters of valor were inferior to him in many regards, there were also areas where they were superior. For example, they knew far more about runic sorcery than he did. They were also able to create echoes, which he had not quite mastered yet. So his hopes were high. The problem, however, was that the royal clan, quite understandably, guarded its secrets close. Not just anyone could meet the Forgemasters, let alone observe them as they worked. So, Sunny needed Nephis to pull strings and get him an appointment. Fortunately enough, the Forgemasters had followed their king to Godgrave, which also made sense, considering that this was where their skills were needed the most. And since they were too precious to send to the front line, most of them were right here, in the main camp of the Sword Army. The useless title of the Knight of Valor Sunny had received was also of some help after all. It meant that he was technically not an outsider. More than that, he was the memory purveyor of the Firekeepers, and Firekeepers were technically a part of the Valor forces. It was just that his knightly title was a sham, while Nephis and her warriors were pariahs in the royal clan. The enmity the elders of Clan Valor felt for her was only subtle enough to not be blatant. However, the Sword Domain was currently at war. Here in Godgrave, Neph's authority was at its peak, while the influence of the elders was severely diminished. So, it did not take her a lot of effort to arrange a visit to the forge. In the morning, as they walked toward the Valor Keep, Sunny couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Was it very hard to get me in?" Nephis remained silent for a moment, then shook her head lightly. Not really. Sunny was a little surprised. He would have imagined that there would be at least some resistance, which was why he had not attempted to approach the Forgemasters before. How come? She lingered with the answer. Well, I guess we have a kind of ally among the enchanters, in a way. That sounded a little mysterious, but Sunny decided to let it go. Countless gazes were following them as they walked across the camp. Nephis received fervent and admiring glances, while Sunny, not so much. Still, it wasn't as bad as it had been before. After all, he was a known entity now. Plus, the name of the brilliant Emporium had already spread among the members of the Sword Army thanks to Echo. Letter 1E59. And even if Sunny wanted to stay modest, which he did not, he and Nephis were simply too striking of a pair. It was difficult to dislike beautiful people. Wait! There was a reverberating sound of a horn, and everyone froze in place. Sunny and Nephis froze, too. A few moments later, the world suddenly turned unbearably bright, with every reflective surface in sight shining like a miniature sun. The veil of clouds was broken. Sunny sighed inwardly. Another cloud break. Luckily, this time, he had managed to turn his head and look at Nephis in time. So now, he could at least enjoy the view. The last time, he had been stuck staring at a wall for several hours. Mercifully, this cloud break had turned out to be a short one. Less than an hour later, the blinding radiance dimmed, and the frozen camp came alive again. By now, people were so used to these events that no one seemed too disturbed. There were very few casualties, if any, too. Sunny stretched, massaged his shoulders, and followed Nephis to the gates of the Valor Keep. The last time he had visited it was in Cassie's memories to interrogate Master Oram. Luckily, today, they were heading for the different part of the stone castle. Passing a wide courtyard, they approached a large building with smoke coming from its many chimneys. Sunny had expected to hear the ringing of hammers falling on steel, but it was strangely quiet. A moment later, he noticed runes carved into the stones near the doors and windows of the forge, recognizing them as a part of a sound-suppressing enchantment. Understandable. To be fair, he himself had been considering creating a silencing memory after forging the small knife yesterday. Even his transcendent ears could not withstand the thunderous clamor of his hammering. Well, and a memory like that had some other uses as well. Chasing the unnecessary thoughts out of his head, Sonny threw one last curious glance at the exterior of the forge and went inside. Chapter 2046, Spellsmiths of Valor. The forge Sonny and Nephi's had entered was not the only space that the enchanters of Clan Valor used in the war camp of the Sword Army. If anything, it was the less important of them, but he did not mind. There was a small courtyard behind the outer wall, with harvested remains of the nightmare creatures piled neatly on the ground. Most of them had already been cleaned and processed, but there was still a heavy smell of blood lingering in the air. Sonny studied the piles of hides, scales, bones, fangs, claws, tendons, and talons for a moment. Makes sense. Somehow, he had imagined this place to be full of metal and steel. But during the conquest of an untamed region of the Dream Realm, the main materials awakened artisans would use were the corpses of the nightmare creatures. After all, they were readily available as a byproduct of the conquest itself, and often possessed amazing qualities as well. Behind the material storage were the entrances to several crafting halls. Nephi's led him to the central door, smiling softly in response to the reverent bows from the workers present in the courtyard. "We are going to be visiting a pair of enchanters today. They are not the most senior, but also not without status. Both are masters, so you might want to treat them with some respect." Sonny nodded. Nephi's knocked on the door, waited for a few moments, and then entered. He could hear two voices coming from the inside. What is it now?" The first voice was female, hiding a hint of irritation. "Oh, right, I forgot to mention, we have visitors today." The second voice was male and quite nonchalant. Sonny studied the two enchanters, a bit surprised. In his head, the Forgemasters were all wizened, gray-haired old men. But these two looked no different from most masters he had met. The first enchanter was a beautiful, petite woman wearing an emerald robe, with her hair gathered neatly into a bun. The second enchanter was a seemingly absent-minded man with messy black hair, dressed in peculiar patchwork garments. He wore plenty of accessories, too. Both the clothes and the accessories seemed to be enchanted and self-made, making Sonny wonder what function each element was meant to play. Nephi's nodded. "Master Snow, Master Alice." The men responded with a nonchalant bow, while the woman suddenly froze. Her eyes widened slightly. A moment later, she seemed to regain her composure and bowed elegantly. "Lady Changing Star, Master Sunless, it's an honor." Despite her refined manners, Sonny couldn't help but feel like the gazes she threw at them were a little heated. Is this the ally Neph mentioned, perhaps? He wasn't sure, but there was something familiar about these glances. They were strangely similar to how mundane people usually looked at Kai. Back in NQSC, Sonny coughed. "Pleasure to meet you." The petite woman did not respond immediately. Master Snow, meanwhile, studied him for a moment. "So, is it true?" Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What is?" The man scratched the back of his head. "That you are an enchanter." "Ah." Initially, Sonny had wanted to hide the fact that he could create memories, and it was still hidden, somewhat. However, once he started modifying memories from the Firekeepers and sending Eiko out to gather samples for him to study, it was hard not to reveal the fact that he could at least change their enchantments. He nodded. "I am indeed somewhat capable of enchanting. Look, I made it myself." With that, he threw the silver knife to the Forgemaster. Master Snow caught it with emotion that betrayed more than a modest amount of battle experience, studied it for a few moments, then grimaced. "Well, at least you are a decent blacksmith." Forging the silver knife was an arduous process, but it only possessed the rudimentary enchantments shared by all memories. By presenting it to the experienced spellsmith, Sonny painted himself as someone barely passing as an enchanter. His little deception seemed to work quite well. Master Alice gave her male colleague a scathing look. "Don't say that. Yes, this thing can barely be called a memory, and yes, I would have died of embarrassment if I showed it to anyone. But Master Sunless has many redeeming qualities." With that, she glanced at Nephi's and smiled. Am I right, Lady Changing Star? Nephi's raised an eyebrow. Well, yes, he is outstanding in many regards. That's right. Sunny struggled to maintain a polite smile on his lips. Master Snow stared at him skeptically for a few moments, then sighed. Well, no matter. You are just here to observe, correct? We are not doing anything revolutionary today, but it still requires absolute focus. So, make yourself at home, but not too at home. Just moderately at home, I guess. The other enchanter nodded. Yes, yes, Lady Nephi's, you can stand over there. The lighting there is the best, I mean, the view from there is the best. Oh, and Master Sunless, you stand next to her. Gods, they are so, I mean, I hope you are comfortable. We'll continue working then. As Sunny and Nephi's moved to the wall opposite the entrance, the two enchanters continued what they had been doing while trying not to pay them too much attention. Sunny was curious to see the process of enchantment, but for now, both were simply preparing the materials. From what he could tell, Master Snow was in the process of crafting a suit of scale armor. Master Alice, meanwhile, was carving something out of bone. It looked like the hull of a toy ship? No, it had to be an elaborate arrowhead. He lingered for a few moments, then asked, Are you both members of Clan Valor? The petite woman looked at him with surprise. Goodness, no. Well, he is from a minor branch family. But I am a retainer. Actually, I used to work for the government before the Chain of Nightmares. Later, I ended up in Bastion, and 2 nightmares later, here I am. The man, meanwhile, was fully consumed by his work. Sunny was not sure if the enchanter had even heard the question. He seemed like the kind of guy who would even forget to eat when obsessing over an interesting challenge. So, Sunny looked back to Master Alice. 2 nightmares in 4 years, you must be quite impressive. It used to be that people spent no less than a decade preparing to challenge the second nightmare. This timeline had shortened somewhat in recent years, but not to that degree. The petite woman looked at him with a mortified expression. Master Sunless, what are you? Lady Nephi's is right here. He blinked, not catching her meaning. Nephi's seemed similarly confused. What did I say? Sunny forced out a polite smile. Please forgive me. Then, if you don't mind me asking, how exactly do the enchanters of Clan Valor create memories? Chapter 2047. Infusers and Forgers. Alice gave him a curious glance, then continued to carve arrowheads with a small smile. The enchanted knife she was holding moved nimbly, slicing the bones of corrupted abominations like butter. There is no single method we use to enchant items. All aspects are unique, after all. However, over the decades, a sort of unified classification was developed to make sense of it all. Well, or so I've been told. I have only joined Valor a few years ago. She glanced at Master Snow, as if expecting him to pitch in, but then sighed and continued herself. Warriors of Valor are not the only ones who get to have fancy titles, you know, Sir Sunless. Just like you guys are called squires, knights, and paladins, we enchanters have a hierarchy consisting of 3 ranks as well. Granted, ours have nothing to do with the actual soul rank of a person, but are instead based on the nature of one's aspect. Sunny scratched the back of his head. I am already a Knight of Valor, though. If I were to receive an enchanter title from the royal clan, what would people call me? Master Alice suddenly let out a laugh, then covered her mouth with a hand and glanced at Sunny with wide eyes. A few moments later, she forced out an apologetic smile. Ah yes, of course. You are a brave and valiant knight, Sir Sunless, no doubt about it. Still, enchanters are much rarer than warriors, so we are held in high regard. There are many of us who feel at home on a battlefield, actually, but our duty in the forge is more important. Therefore, the titles we receive in the forge technically take precedence. We don't use them much, though. Sunny smiled and turned his head to look at Nephi's. Did you hear? Enchanters seem to be more valuable than warriors. She glanced at him evenly, then asked in a neutral tone, What about healers, Master Alice? The petite woman raised an eyebrow. Oh, well, healers are the most precious, of course. A talented enchanter might be worth their own weight in gold, but a powerful healer is simply priceless. Nephi's continued to stare at Sunny with an aloof expression. The corner of her lips, however, curled upward ever so slightly, betraying a hint of smugness. Cute. Master Alice, meanwhile, continued. In any case, our version of the squire, the knight, and the paladin is the infuser, the forger, and the spellsmith. I mentioned these titles from the least prestigious to the most venerated, however, they are not mutually exclusive. A person can be both an infuser and a forger, for example. Oh, there are also scribes, those who have mastered the runes. That guy over there. She pointed her carving knife at Master Snow. It is technically a scribe knight as well as a spellsmith. I, on the other hand, am both an infuser and a forger. But since all these titles are a bit convoluted, we are simply called Forgemaster Snow and Forgemaster Alice. Now, you might have already guessed the meaning of these titles, but let me explain. Sunny was listening to the petite woman intently. This was not exactly vital information, but he was still quite interested to learn about the inner workings of the storied clan Valor. There was no other group quite like it anywhere out there, after all, and no force as fearsome among the human factions. It was fascinating that the true strength of Valor lay not in their martial prowess, but in their technology and craft. Master Alice continued to carve an arrowhead out of transcendent bone as she explained. Infusers make up the bulk of the enchanters of Valor. Most of them are retainers like me. Too, our power comes in many forms, but at its core lies the ability to permanently enhance and augment inanimate objects. Make weapons sharper, armor more durable, walls less likely to crumble. Or, alternatively, infuse inanimate objects with special qualities. For example, infuse an arrowhead with the quality of exploding on impact. She waved the half-carved arrowhead in the air and smiled. Sunny nodded. He understood the concept. Samara of his evacuation army cohort had been somewhat of an infuser, in a sense. That was why her bullets could slay powerful nightmare creatures. Only, in her case, the infusion of charged essence had not been permanent, lasting only a few days. He sighed. Maybe that would have changed if Samara had been given a chance to become a master. That does not make these enhanced items into memories, though. Master Alice nodded. I'm getting to it. Right, the work we infusers do might not seem as impressive as that of forgers and spellsmiths, but it is still very important. Not the least of all because infused items often endure the runes better, and can therefore be augmented even further by the scribes. That also made complete sense to Sunny. He already knew that different materials possessed different arcane capacity. Some could withstand immense spellweaves crafted from powerful soul shards and potent essence. Some were so mundane that they would disintegrate under the strain of the simplest enchantment. So what do the forgers do? The petite woman looked at him with a smile. Just what the name suggests, of course, we are masters of forgery. Finishing carving the arrowhead, she raised it in one palm and took an uncut fragment of bone with another hand. Sunny sensed a subtle flow of soul essence, and then both of the woman's hands ignited with a soft emerald glow. Bathed in that glow, the rough fragment of bone slowly melted and changed shape, turning into a perfect copy of the carved arrowhead. Master Alice compared the two with a discerning eye, nodded in satisfaction, and picked up another arrowhead. This one forged from lustrous metal and engraved with a beautiful filigree of runes. Forgers possess abilities that allow them to copy or replicate items, either in their entirety or only certain traits. Some can duplicate weapons. For example, some can copy a quality of one weapon to another. There are far fewer forgers than there are infusers, and many of them come from the minor branches of the Valor family. She lingered for a moment and then added. That said, forgers are not at all as powerful and precious as spellsmiths, and yet they are perhaps the most important cog in this miraculous machine. Do you understand why? Nephise tilted her head in confusion, but Sunny's eyes suddenly glistened. Members of the Valor family can transfer a quality of one item to another. The petite woman nodded and let out a chuckle. Indeed. So, if a suitable forger takes a memory weapon and transfers the quality of being a memory to an ordinary weapon that had been prepared by an infuser and a scribe, guess what happens? Chapter 2048. Different Foundations. Sunny took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. It will become a memory? Master Alice nodded. Yes. In fact, that is how most memories produced by the Forgemasters of Valor are made. A mundane weapon is forged, augmented by an infuser, enchanted by a scribe, and then turned into a memory by a forger. Of course, there are a million variations of the process, with different enchanters possessing different powers and strengths. But the basics are the same. And even if some forgers can't copy the memory quality, those who can pick up the slack. She paused for a moment, then added with a sigh, "There are more elaborate methods of forgery as well. Some of us can simply duplicate memories, some can transfer particular enchantments, and so on. More powerful of the forged memories are the result of carefully collecting suitable enchantments and transferring them to a single vessel, almost like assembling a perfect weapon from building blocks. Well, I won't bore you with details. Suffice it to say that there is space for artistry in this process, too." With that, Alice activated her aspect once more. As Sunny watched, bewildered, the steel arrowhead in her right hand was suddenly enveloped by emerald light. Some time later, weak wisps of similar light started to shine from beneath the surface of the bone arrowhead, which she was holding in her left hand, as well. Soon, the similar filigree of runes started to reveal itself on the ivory surface of the bone, as if burned into it from within by the emerald light. Shifting his vision, Sunny peered beneath the surface of the bone arrowhead and held his breath. Something miraculous was happening there, right in front of his eyes. A storm of soul essence poured into the black abyss contained within the small piece of bone, drowning it in soft radiance. The cloud of essence drifted in the darkness, shining like a vast nebula. But then its contours changed, becoming sharper and more defined. Then, empty spaces revealed themselves between the wisps of shining gas, slowly growing as the strands of essence were compressed tighter and tighter, turning into strings. A spellweave was being born. Sunny suppressed a sincere desire to applaud and simply put on an admiring smile. "This is amazing," Master Alice sighed. "Is it? Well, I guess so. The first few times, maybe a few dozen times, I was amazed as well. However, there is certainly room for improvement. For example, it is usually too difficult for me to replicate transcendent enchantments. I also spend too much essence on each attempt. This one is my first for the day, but starting from around the third, I'll have to substitute my own essence with soul shards. It costs quite a penny." Sunny shook his head. Still. Internally, he was thinking about something else. So far, what both infusers and forgers did sounded a lot like the early stages of his own journey as a sorcerer, only built on a different foundation. The foundation Sunny had used was observation, study, and understanding. By examining countless weaves, he slowly learned to separate particular patterns of ethereal strings from the radiant tapestries. Then, he deciphered the meaning of some patterns and learned how to replicate them. For the longest time, his entire repertoire was nothing but replication. Just like the petite enchantress had said, it was very much like assembling a memory from building blocks. Only, in his case, Sunny had to prepare the blocks himself. Later, he attained some liberty in how to implement them, thus gaining the ability to attune the copied enchantments according to his needs. The foundation the Forgemasters of Valor used, though, was based on power and happenstance. There was a lot of skill and shrewd calculation involved in how they created memories, sure, but they ultimately relied on the unique nature of their aspects instead of understanding. Funnily enough, at that stage, the result was the same. A memory Sunny could create a few years ago would have hardly been superior to a memory created in the forges of Clan Valor. The difference, though, was that the path these enchanters followed was static, while his was not. Since the Forgemasters relied on their aspects to forge memories, they were doomed to be forever limited by the boundaries of their aspects. But Sunny could develop and learn. His only limit was his enlightenment and comprehension. So, even though he had been no different from a forger in the past, he was infinitely more capable than any of them could ever be now. He had already delved into the very essence of weaving, gleamed its secrets, and grown capable of creating unique enchantments instead of copying the ones provided by the spell. Therefore, he did not need to follow someone else's blueprint or be limited in what he could build by the shape of available blocks. If he was correct, then his current level was akin to the most revered rank among the Forgemasters, the Spellsmith, or maybe even already beyond that. If not, then it was going to be soon. Sunny smiled politely. What about the spellsmiths, then? Master Alice glanced at her partner, then shrugged. Those are very few. All of them are members of the Valor family, and most are direct descendants, the children and grandchildren of the warden. This guy here is a rare exception, since he is at best a very distant cousin to Princess Morgan O, and to you too, Princess Nephise. She beamed at Nephise, then sighed wistfully. Spellsmiths can imbue armaments with mystical traits and enchantments directly, without having to copy them from somewhere else. I'm not really sure how it works, but their aspects are all rather unique. They also possess a wealth of knowledge, the best equipment, and receive the most resources. Well, no wonder, after all, the senior and most distinguished spellsmith of the royal clan is the king himself. His craft, it's on a different level entirely. Almost miraculous. The petite woman glanced at Master Snow and added in a slightly embarrassed tone, "This guy can explain better. He'll be done with the current task in a bit, and then you'll be able to see a demonstration." Sunny nodded. He had surmised that Master Snow was the kind of artisan who got completely absorbed by his work, so it wasn't wise to try to distract him now. If anything, he was surprised that Master Alice was so accommodating. There, she was staring at them again, wasn't she? His smile almost faltered. "I have a couple more questions, if you don't mind." The petite woman shook her head energetically and picked up a second bone arrowhead. "Oh, of course, by all means, anything you want, Master Sunless. I mean, no, and not anything." "I didn't mean it that way." Sunny stared at her for a moment while considering his words. "Forgemasters can also create echoes, can't they? I've seen a few." Master Alice nodded with relief. "Why, yes, in theory, and we do sometimes. Forgers can create very crude automatons, while spellsmiths can create true artificial echoes. The process is not much different from forging memories, just way more time-consuming. It can take a senior spellsmith an entire year or more to craft a single echo. By comparison, dozens of memories can be crafted in the same span of time, so artificial echoes are quite rare. They are mostly forged out of curiosity, for research, or to test yourself." Sunny nodded. It made sense somewhat. Echoes were never equal to the original, so arming awakened elites well was a more efficient way of spending resources. And then, finally, the last question, not the most important of them, but one of great interest to Sunny personally. And the names. Who comes up with the names for the forged memories and the descriptions? Master Alice seemed a little surprised by the question. Excuse me." Sunny leaned forward. "Well, you know, this bone arrowhead you made into a memory. Did you give it a name? Something like, I don't know, bonehead, bone and arrow?" The petite woman gave him a strange look, then shook his head. "Oh, no, the spell names them for me. Some of the spellsmiths have the ability to name and describe their creations personally, but most don't." She lingered for a moment, then added politely, "If you are curious, Master Sunless, I can check." The petite woman turned her head and stared into the air, clearly studying the runes. "Huh, that's strange." For a moment, Master Alice had an incredulous expression on her face. Then she shook her head with a hint of bafflement. "The spell seemed to have named it, all aboard. What does it even mean? How? Embarrassing." Chapter 2049, Things to Do in the Apocalypse. Master Alice concentrated on creating more enchanted arrowheads. As she explained, they would be attached to shafts and fitted with fletching later, and most likely by a different forgemaster. After the second one, the petite woman dove into a lockbox containing the crafting hall's daily allocation of soul shards and used them to bolster her aspect. Every once in a while, the shimmering crystal she was holding in her hand would crack and crumble into dust. Sunny studied the process with a thoughtful expression. No wonder custom memories were a luxury reserved for the private troops of the royal clan. The work of the enchanters was chillingly expensive, especially considering that each of the spent soul shards could have been used to strengthen the core of an awakened soldier. In Antarctica, the continent had been flooded with great hordes of relatively weak abominations. That was why soldiers of the evacuation had many opportunities to saturate their cores. But here in Godgrave, all nightmare creatures were stronger and more ferocious than the warriors of the two human armies. Killing them was a tough task, and therefore, the soul shards were scarce. There were also many more awakened here than there had been in Antarctica, so most soldiers still had plenty of room to grow. That just went to show how exclusive the services of someone like Sunny were. Aiko was right. The brilliant emporium had to be presented as a luxury service. Very few people could afford bespoke memories, especially considering that the royal clan was the main source of them by far. Usually, Sunny would have felt bliss at the confirmation of his bright financial future, but today, his thoughts wandered in a different direction. The situation in Godgrave, overwhelming enemies that were dreadfully difficult to defeat even for powerful awakened, scarcity of resources, and a constant attrition of human lives, seemed to resemble what awaited humanity in the future very much. Once more pieces of the waking world were swallowed by the dream realm, the civilization as he knew it would slowly start to collapse, transform, at best. The Dream Gate exodus would accelerate, with most of the population slowly migrating to the other side, at least if Nephis had anything to say about it. If it was left to the sovereigns to decide, who knew? Sunny could easily see a situation where the ruthlessly pragmatic Supremes simply shut the Dream Gates, leaving billions of people to die. Because the human enclaves they had been preparing in the Dream Realm for decades could only sustain hundreds of millions of inhabitants, not billions. But even if the sovereigns were defeated and Nephis usurped the throne of war, the future still looked dire. There were more death zones in the Dream Realm, after all, and nothing really held the dreadful creatures populating them from migrating to greener pastures. Especially once those pastures were populated by countless humans and started to emanate the alluring scent of myriads of human souls. In fact, Sunny expected that to happen. A slow, inevitable, and terrifying escalation that would bring humanity to the brink of destruction. Not only because he had a habit of expecting the worst from the world, but also because there were relevant examples. There had been 5 other divine realms swallowed by the dream realm before his world, after all. There were supremes among the inhabitants of those worlds, too. And yet, if it was so easy to survive in the dream realm, those civilizations would have still been around. But something had wiped them out, leaving no survivors. In fact, Godgrave itself seemed to be the place where one of these civilizations had been destroyed. What was a cursed tyrant doing in the ruins of a human city? A chilling thought suddenly entered Sunny's mind. There were no cursed ones in Bastion, but there was at least one in North America, so what was going to happen when America was consumed by the Dream Realm? Would it appear north of the forgotten shore and the burned forest, like the fragment of Antarctica he had stumbled on, or would it appear somewhere else? In the middle of the storm sea, perhaps, or in the wilderness east of Bastion, maybe even next to Bastion, moving other lands away. Once it did, where would the nightmare creatures populating it go? Would they stay in place or disperse? Damn it! Before, Sunny had only been thinking about the approaching collapse of the waking world in terms of a human mass migration. But there would probably be a mass migration of abominations, too. After all, by the end of it all, there would be more nightmare creatures left in the waking world than humans, and they would be much more dreadful than they were now. Letter to 4D. He sighed and briefly glanced at Nephis. We do indeed have to become supreme, for now. But even that was most likely not enough to face the future. Sunny would probably be able to slay a cursed tyrant like Condemnation after attaining supremacy and establishing a vast domain somehow. But an unholy tyrant? An unholy titan? Those were gods, vile and corrupted but still gods, and not only that, but gods of the highest caliber. A mortal, no matter how powerful, could not defeat a god. Sunny sighed again. Great. So, if he described it briefly. These things were on his to-do list. Forge a soulbound sword for Nephis rebel against 2 supremes, and kill them, conquer the world, find and deal with the 3rd supreme, oversee the resettlement of the human race to the dream realm, become a god. And kill every god of the less handsome variety aiming to swallow humanity. Oh, and also keep the flames of romance and passion alive in the process, with a workaholic girl who could not really remember him. And keep his sister alive. Preferably make comically large sums of money while he was at it. Sunny lingered for a moment, then lowered his head and rubbed his face. Ah, how come life had been so much simpler before? He felt almost nostalgic about trying to survive in the outskirts. Almost, but not quite. Nightmares, however, did feel strangely cozy and inviting at the moment. Chapter 2050, Catalyst of Improvement. Luckily, Sunny had no time to stress about the glaringly eschatological nature of his daily life or about romantic date ideas during the literal end of the world. Soon enough, Master Snow, the scribe knight and spellsmith, finished working on the cuirass of a robust scale armor and lowered his hands with a satisfied sigh. The craftsmanship of the armor piece was exquisite. It was not an easy task to work with the scales of a powerful abomination, but the man handled it beautifully. It was even of a higher quality than it needed to be. After all, the cuirass was meant to become a part of a memory, and memories tended to fit the body of their masters magically. Perhaps Master Snow was a perfectionist, a quality that Sunny grew to dislike as he matured. The man looked over to his partner and cleared his throat. "It's ready to be infused." Alice temporarily put down the arrowheads and concentrated on the suit of armor, pouring a subtle but constant stream of essence into it. It seemed that the aspect ability that made her an infuser was her dormant one, therefore. She could perform the infusion even while low on essence. With that, Master Snow hesitated for a few moments before turning to Sunny and Nephi's. "You are still here?" It was quite a rude question, considering that Nephi's was his superior both in the military hierarchy and in that of the royal clan. She smiled lazily. "You know, Master Alice reminded me that we are distant cousins. Still, I think I can get you executed for insubordination if I really try, or worse, get you permanently assigned to the Luminous Memories crafting hall." Master Snow paled. Luminous, what? You wouldn't dare." But then he frowned. "Wait, why are we even quarreling? It was an honest question." Sunny sighed. He suddenly sensed something very disturbing, the feeling of starting to understand how Aiko felt when dealing with him. "Yes, we are still here. We had a very illuminating conversation with Master Alice, and we're waiting for you in hopes of witnessing a genuine spellsmith creating a memory." Master Snow looked at him in surprise. "Ah, I see. Well, I guess it would be an honor for someone like you to see a real spellsmith at work. No problem." Sunny's polite smile remained in place, but his eye twitched. "It's my own fault." He should have shown them something like "definitely not me," or "in case of emergency." Instead of a rudimentary memory knife, of course, that would have caused its own swarm of problems. There was some time left while Master Alice was infusing the cuirass, so Sunny asked with sufficient reverence in his voice. "I can conceive how forgers make mundane items into memories, but you, spellsmiths, honestly, I don't understand at all. Do people from the Valor bloodline simply possess aspects that allow them to wish enchantments into existence?" Master Snow gave him a dubious look. "You should understand what a memory is well enough, as well as where it comes from. So no, it is not as simple as wishing them into existence. We do often unseal aspects that have to do with craftsmanship and invention, though, and mirrors, hence the various abilities tied to replication that forgers possess. However, spellsmiths are an entirely different breed. We do not copy. We improve." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Improve?" The man nodded. "That sounds a bit like the job of an infuser, huh? But no, what I mean is something else. Let's say that there is a sword and a spellsmith turns it into a powerful memory weapon. From the side, it seems like the spellsmith is placing enchantments on the sword, but in truth, he does not. Instead, he encourages the sword to improve, to become sharper, stronger, more lethal, to become closer to the flawless version of what it is meant to be. The sword itself is the source of enchantments. The spellsmith simply serves as the catalyst of change, as well as its guide." Sunny hesitated for a few moments. So the sword turns into a memory because it has always possessed the capacity to be one. It was a strange thought, but somewhat in line with Valor's lineage of War God. War God was also the deity of craft, intellect, and progress after all, and life was a constant struggle. So, Sunny could see a member of the Valor family being able to initiate the process of artificial evolution in something. The process of progress through iteration and struggle, just like natural selection, was for living beings. Of course, it was strange to consider that a chunk of sharpened metal could evolve. Master Snow nodded. Just as a human possesses the capacity to be a god, the act which is revealed when one's aspect is unsealed. You must have felt it as well, Master Sunless, on the day you conquered the first nightmare. The fact that the source of power reshaping your soul and body was, and always had been, hidden within you, not placed there by an outward force. Sunny tilted his head, failing for the first time to maintain his polite facade. He was just too bewildered and engrossed by this strange philosophy, school of thought, nonsense. In any case, he did remember feeling exactly what Master Snow had described. When the spell helped him unseal the shadow slave aspect, Sunny clearly felt that the source of the heat reforging him had come from somewhere within, from something that had been a part of him all along. Even the word the spell used hinted at fact. The first seal is broken. Awakening dormant powers, breaking a seal meant that the seal had existed somewhere inside him all along. Awakening dormant powers meant that they had been sleeping within him already. Not that the spell had placed the seal and the power into his soul as some form of reward. No, it had simply helped him access something that had already been there. Sunny frowned. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. It was perfectly in line with what Anik told them in the depths of the tomb of Ariel about where humans had come from, and why they were so different from all other beasts and creatures. It was because humans, just like the gods, had been born from the primordial flame of divinity, from the flame of desire. Their souls were formed from the sparks that had been cast when the void was sealed in a net made from desire. So, human souls came from the original source of divinity. Therefore, they could very well contain the potential for everything. An infinite amount of potentials of all the aspects that had existed, and would ever exist. It was only when an aspect was unsealed that the potential was realized, and therefore exhausted, turning infinite possibility into definite reality. That was why aspects came from within humans, and yet could very well have nothing to do with humans. Like Nephis, who had inherited an aspect of a Nephilim, or Sunny himself, who had inherited the aspect of a divine shadow. Sunny narrowed his eyes a little. If I am the sword in this metaphor, then who is helping me improve? It was certainly not a spellsmith. Instead, it was the nightmare spell.